that their data is, fiction. They know that what they send us is complete pure tosh. There, I think I say tosh, right? Um, so they know all this, right? But they see the U.S.'s ability to drop sanctions, and the U.S. and Europe's ability to drop sanctions and stop doing business with Russia, and Russia just cracking in half economically as a risk. So they have accelerated their already before this slow drawdown of U.S. foreign bonds in their foreign currency mix in their in their central bank. Basically, they have delisted their companies, and that's about accounting standards. Originally, that was being led here, in that U.S. stock exchanges were saying you can't be listed here after Evergrande if you don't actually meet our accounting standards. Now, this sounds boring. Evergrande, for anyone who doesn't know, was a major Chinese property company that a big short selling firm in the U.S. did a bunch of homework, took a big short position, and then released all their report that basically said Evergrande is a big old fraud and scam. They don't own what they say they own, and the stuff they do own is a bunch of crap. And it turned out they were right. They didn't own what they said they owned. They did have a bunch of loans, and the stuff they owned was a whole bunch of fiction. There we go, fiction. And it turns out that when there is nothing worse for a public company than the word accounting irregularities, aka your books aren't what they say they are. We cannot trust if you actually make money or not. We can't trust if you're bankrupt or not. You're basically Enron. That's what accounting irregularities mean. We don't know if you're Enron or not. In Evergrande's case, they were a lot more like Enron than anything else. They were just a work of accounting fiction and a story being told, not an actual company doing, real estate business in China at the scale they claimed they were doing it. Which, we could make moral comments about that all day and night. But if they were the real deal and doing what they said they were doing on paper, okay, that's a business that you could fiduciarily buy, as you point out, back to fiduciary duty. But now they've accelerated that. So they started delisting companies, and it looked like it was coming from the US because it was. But we missed the part that China liked that it was happening, and they've accelerated the pulling away of the Chinese companies from the US regulatory grasp, because they correctly view this as a risk when they don't want to run by any sort of free market principles, and they don't want to run by any sort of human rights principles, right? Like, if that's what you're going to do, then US regulators are not your friend. They're actually correct in this, right? Like, the reasons they don't want to be under US law are all the reasons why someone might suggest a US investor shouldn't invest in them. So they are pulling back from the US. That is true. That is happening. At the same time as they're pulling back from us, they're also, splitting their finances here. And so now that this is just an extreme move, but to me, it's all the same direction that they've been going for a long time. They've been going this way anyways. So I hear what you're saying. I feel you 100%. But to me, this is them doing what they were going to do anyways. Does that make sense?
Kind of does, yeah. I mean, this pullback concept interests me because I've heard a number of things about this, right? So, received wisdom on China is that basically their economy is totally reliant on currency manipulation, and the export opportunities that provides, and the fact that they basically don't have any labor rights at all, and the whole country is just economically it's just a pack of lies, right? So it's a lot poorer than everybody thinks it is. It's not exactly South Sudan, but it's not South Sudan either. It's got some big spiffy cities, and it's got some nice trains and things like that. But this masks a hell of a lot of poverty and dysfunction that the world never ever sees, because the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes. So I would say that if we didn't have Jingyu as a regular on this space, I would have an opinion that's a lot closer to the standard non-Chinese expert, either Wall Street or academic opinion, because in the US, these are pretty this much the same. And whether it is Wall Street or academia, and I sat down with my strategy professor from my MBA school. She's a very good professor. She created something called the innovation or the innovation quotient. Like she has created a corporate metric that, you know, tech companies bring her out to speak at junkets for. She's solid in the field of like tech and corporate innovation strategy. Like that's her specialty. She's known for it. And she was making comments like on how great the Chinese this, that, and the other is. I'm sitting here like, and I finally realized like she doesn't hear what I'm hearing. She has the same views I used to have, just because she doesn't see anymore. Like what we see here in the States is the Chinese propaganda. Like that's what we get. So we think Evergrande's the aberration, or even if it's not the aberration, it's not their whole economy. And we think that, yeah, maybe they're not as developed, but that they're, you know, the commentary here is along the lines of China has a social construct, a social contract with their people, where they have brought this great, amazing economic growth. They're the number 2 or number 1 economy in the world, depending on how you measure it, possibly the number 1. That's been an argument in our top papers for a long time, that they're getting pretty rich, that they're run quite well. And what you're not seeing is bank runs being stopped by tanks. Insofar as the zero COVID policy is being presented, it's being presented as the only thing that has hampered their economy, and that now that that's going away, they should be getting back to business as usual. And the reason I bring all of this up is I would say what we're talking about here is a whole lot of we really don't know any better. So the average US view isn't what you just portrayed. I'd say that's the view here on the MriyaReport, where we actually listen to, you know, a guy who used to be where our expert on China is a former CIO of the East West Bank Corp in China. That's a significantly more senior person from the Chinese world, right? And he's somebody who believes in human rights. If you listen to Jingyu, he believes in human rights. He likes Chinese culture and he hates the Chinese government. And he literally will say himself that he left there basically flipping the bird to the CCP because he sees them as a bunch of thugs who commit violence on their own people all the time, right? Who are all about maintaining power. And he wanted the human rights in the West. So he likes places like Taiwan. He likes Chinese culture when it doesn't come with the communist, and I in quotes, right, the dictatorial Stalin-like government. Understandable. I respect that. You respect that. That's what we're about here, right? Human rights, freedom of people to have, you know, live their life, their will without total oppression. But China's the other. And what we see in public is their propaganda. And we're too stupid in America, and I'll include myself until literally a year ago, to realize just how much propaganda we're being fed and how terrible our information is.
Sure. Yeah, we understand all that. When I say received wisdom, I mean the received wisdom among, you know, thinking Western anti-tanky types, such as the MriyaReport, right? So our thought is very highly negative on China. There is another take on this that I've heard from quite intelligent people, especially financy people, and this is about this story that you mentioned about decoupling. Right? It's this idea that this take on China being basically up. And essentially now what they're doing is they're moving from an export-orientated economy to an internal. Misreported, in fact, do work slightly in their favor in that regard. So if the whole thing is reliant on on there being, shall we say, an artificially low pay consumer, imports start to matter a bit more, and then things start to move basically in their favor. So partly it's a spin on this trope that China is extremely organized, right? it's this idea that the Chinese Communist Party is this edifice of wisdom that's able to think in centuries because they don't have to think about a general election every 4 or 5 years. It's I don't want to say the 1,000-year Reich, but you know exactly what I mean. So it's part of this. Partly, it's this internalization of a mythology that the Chinese Communist Party wants to present. On the other hand, this talk of decoupling, essentially denying access to chiefly US investors to the data that's required to hold their shares. This is not nothing, right? This is not nothing, and this perhaps is not something they would be doing if they couldn't afford to do it. Does that make sense, Finance?
Again, I'm gonna go back to my Stalin analogies because I used to use different analogies because I didn't understand what I was looking at, which is they're not in it for the money. The banker wing is the guys who are out of power. That's who Xi went, and symbols really matter in China. So when we see him throw his predecessor out of the Chinese 10-year government scripted thing where everybody's in position and does their and takes their part, right? And he throws his predecessor out. That is the Siloviki wing, the mafia wing, if you will, throwing out the old banker wing. That was it for the money, right? These guys aren't about the money. I completely agree with you that for an economy that is based around mid and low level industry, to decouple is an economic suicide. I don't know that Xi disagrees or even doesn't understand that. I think to him, that's actually a benefit and part of the point, because when you enrich somebody in a system like that, right? If you get somebody rich here in America, you don't create a competitor for power in a unilateral system, right? If a family gets wealthy here in America or in Britain, where you're from, maybe if they're lucky and they get really wealthy and they behave in a way the other Brits like, they get knighted. Maybe somebody goes and tries to join the parliament or tries to join Congress. Maybe one member of the family does that. But for the most part, they're just going to try to stay rich as a family over time. If you get rich in China, like in Russia, money's not the main game. Power's the main game. You can't get rich in China unless you have gotten real in bed with their version of the Siloviki. If you're not paying your bribes to the right governors, if you're not in bed with the state security, they'll just take your business. They'll hand it to somebody else, or they'll run it themselves or their relatives or something else, right? You are only a big time business guy there if you're deeply corrupt. Those come hand in hand. So every wealth that's made to them in their mono party communist dictatorship, a new source of wealth, that's a new competitor, right? That's somebody who might be a threat to your existing power base. So I don't think they care that it might impoverish them. I think they want to decouple because they don't want to have to abide by US rules of human rights, which, let's face it, they're not doing. And we should have cut them off years ago just on the Uyghur genocide alone. But we didn't, and here we are now. So I think they want to decouple because they want to decouple. And I think that this is one step moving along the lines and just sort of keeps proving out the original point an analysis we got of Jingu, and then the rest of our view on that we hear on China here made me clarify what I'm looking at, which is they want to, be removed from the U.S. economic sphere of influence. They'd like to make money on the way out, but they're trying to reduce they view economic ties as a form of power, and they're trying to reduce the U.S. regulatory and business power over Chinese firms to do their corrupt thing. So I agree with you, it's a problem, right? And I think that on a scalar level, if you don't really understand or care about business because you're the Siloviki wing and you're not part of the bankers originally, you don't realize that cutting off the investors is not so far away from cutting off the orders that come in, because you're killing all of the links of trade that keep your trade levels high. And we are their purchaser of their mid and cheap level goods, right? On the surface, if they were what they said to be, a shift towards internal consumption would be a really good thing. But we're not actually seeing that show up in the numbers. They're not providing consistently higher standards of living for a broad base of Chinese. They're just counting impoverished Chinese as being not poor. That's not the same as actually making them not poor, right? At least, here in America or in Britain, where you've got a poor neighborhood, we go, damn, that's a problem. And there's some blight there. And we got to work on that as a society. Or maybe you say we don't, depending on your political views. But what you don't say is these people are doing fine, right? In China, there's people who don't have shirts, who are middle-aged or older, who are literally begging to make sure they have enough food to eat every day. And China just says those people aren't poor. They're above the poverty line. We lifted them out. Success of great Communist Party, right? So I don't think they care.
Yeah, I mean, more people than the rest of the world combined over the last
Zeke,
40 years.
Zeke, I do beg your pardon. We do have a particular etiquette here. If you'd like to speak, please do raise your hand and we will get to you. In the meantime, please go on. Thank you.
Wow. My goodness. Well, I mean, so finance, let me ask you this. I'll try to abide by the etiquette of the room here, but so from the perspective of the United States, do you think that we perhaps have made a miscalculation here where, we've effectively given, China a incredibly reliable energy partner as a result of, the sanctions that we put on Russia, sort of forcing them to turn their energy sector to the east? And do you think that, sort of our response in backing this proxy war has sort of, turned a lot of the global south against us? Obviously, we see what China's doing with establishing economic ties with all of these nations in the Middle East.
You've said like 20.
In Africa, in Latin
here?
America. So I'm just asking if you think it's sort of a miscalculation on the United States' part, in backing this proxy war, in putting all these sanctions on Russia, as a result of all the geopolitical consequences that have played out over the last 13 months. That's my question.
I'll let you take that one.
All right.
Finance.
Tim is going to want to discuss this. So I'm going to put a pin on a number of things that people who know me here know is coming. We're going to start with Russia was already selling China oil and gas, right?
Yeah, but not in record amounts like they did over the last 13 months.
Hold on. So they were already selling oil and gas to China. Now they're selling more to them at a bigger discount, right? But China wasn't held back by lack of energy, right? It wasn't like their economy was strapped for the energy availability.
But it's allowing to do the decoupling that you're talking about.
Hold on. We weren't their big energy supplier, right? Like this whole, the entire discussion, if we're just keep it to the economics of China, we're going to get to Russia and Ukraine in a moment because you're way off there too. But just keeping it to China for a moment, right? If we were their major energy supplier or one of them, then the route which you're taking actually would have some serious merit, right? Like when Russia cut off Estonia and the Baltics from their oil and gas, right? When that got severed, granted, they were going to cut Russia off too because they have no love for Russia there, right? But when Russia cuts off all the gas coming down Nord Stream pipeline to Europe, right? That hoses the people dependent on Russia, right? Absolutely a big problem for them because that's what's stopping trade when that's your energy supplier happens and decoupling from energy or needing energy. That said, we were never China's big energy supplier. We make a ton of energy here in the US, but China's just not where it goes. We don't have that's just not our big trade for it, right? Neither way, that even if China was a behaved country, that doesn't mean we should be their supplier. They're not quite next door. Distance has a cost. They can more cheaply get their energy from Russia, who, again, if they were a well-behaved country that believed in human rights, which they haven't been for 500 years, but if they were,
that's not what we're talking
right?
about.
There's no problem with buying oil from there, right? But so China.
Whoa! It's just human rights. Human rights.
So China,
If you jump in again, I'll just drop you down because I can't stand people jumping in over others being
Well, he's
rude
going on a
because it
diatribe.
really
He's going on a
makes me.
diatribe, and
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
address
Okay,
any of
bye
his
then.
points.
Bye then.
okay,
Sorry, spoiler alert there, finance, but carry on.
Sure. So I think that finishes. So it doesn't change China's calculus, and China could take Russia over a barrel infinitely more because they only are down to two huge buyers of their energy because all of Western Europe is aghast at Western. Central and Eastern Europe is all aghast at Russia's behavior, and U.S. oil companies, guys who generally don't care about human rights, right? But we're talking Halliburton executives, guys who were the bad guys of Iraq. If you're in the U.S. media, that was their reputation. But we're talking Halliburton executives that are saying things like, we are not going back into Russia for 20 years, if ever. When that's the commentary coming out of our very profit-motivated, not caring about human rights at all, oil companies here, when that's their commentary because they just can't trust doing business there, Russia has a huge problem of having enough experts to run their oil business. And they can't send that natural gas they used to send to Europe into China until they spend 15, 20 plus billion of more high tech than normal midstream assets, aka pipelines across Siberia, which has thawing permafrost. And that's a lot of investment that has to come from somewhere, and experts to build it that also have to come somewhere. And they used to get all those experts from outside of Russia, even when they're Russian trained, because Russia doesn't pay their own people enough. The Russian trained guys then leave, get hired by the foreign guys, and then we get contracted back to Russia. Silly, but that's how it works. The Russian brain drain's been going on for 20 years, accelerated in February of last year. All of that said, the real comment I want to get to, so know that it didn't push Russia into China's hands in a way that helped China out. It made Russia dependent of China. But the thing you said most, that Tim's going to get to after me, what do you mean by proxy war?
Well, I'm afraid he won't be speaking because we dropped him down because he was interrupting a bit too much. The yeah, I mean the proxy war thing is a bit of a shibboleth when it comes to shall we say, assessing somebody's exact opinion of a particular issue. Um, so the notion that Ukraine's fight for its existence and the fight for its survival, the physical survival of its people in the face of genocide, is some kind of U.S. geopolitical, I don't want to say effery, but you know exactly what I mean. I mean, this is just absolutely absurd, and it's insulting to the people who are actually being murdered in and deported in extremely large numbers in Ukraine and everywhere in Ukraine that is currently under Russian occupation. I think what our friend Zeke also missed was that have US sanctions backfired in that they have caused Russia to pivot its energy supplies to China? The short answer is no, because correct me if I'm wrong, finance, but the United States has never been a big importer of Russian energy. It doesn't need to import Russian energy. The sanctions that actually will have affected Russia's energy exports are the sanctions levied by the European Union and to a lesser extent the United Kingdom, which is also not an enormous importer of Russian energy. So, as you also said, there's the question of actually delivering it, right? Okay, so theoretically, China would probably be quite happy to get its hands on Russian gas at a very steep discount, which I believe they're already doing. The other problem is delivery. There is a pipeline currently under construction for natural gas. It's called oh gosh, it's called Power of Siberia 2 or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but that's years, if not a decade away. And yeah, it's just Russia's just not in a position to pivot, and it makes it makes very little difference. Finance, please.
The Siberian 1 pipeline that goes from Siberia to China, it has been operating for a few years now. That does exist. It was some percentage, I think over 10% of Russia's by volume gas exports. So they already have a multi-billion-dollar pipeline to China, but a majority of their natural gas doesn't come from where that is. It comes from more northeastern parts of Russia, the parts that are closer to Europe, which naturally were being supplied to Europe because, again, that makes more business sense. However, the Siberian 2 pipeline is view that more as announced to be constructed than actually under construction, especially with the loss of all the experts and the fact that they weren't really needing to prioritize that until they stopped doing business after February 2022. So think of the Siberian 2 a bit more of planned construction rather than actual construction, which, given the state of the Russian economy and access to experts, might be in that planning stage for a very, very long time.
Just to note, I have removed P-Double from the speakers because he keeps popping things in the nest, advertising his YouTube channel. So just to note that. We have a little flurry of trolls this morning. Enjoy.
I thought I'd seen P-Double before, and I thought he was okay. I didn't realize he was a nest abuser. But oh well, sorry, that was me. I let him up. Chris, you've got your hand up.
Right.
Good morning. You tell them, mockers. Good control.
Oh, I'm a bit stern this morning, aren't I? I'm just in one of those moods. Don't mess with me today.
Firm, mockers, firm. You know, that's what we need, a bit of discipline around here. Yeah. So yeah, I only really came up to say good morning, and you know, I totally agree with finance and you, Tim, and on this and that. You know, there's a lot of far right pissed off oil and gas people around the place, isn't there, at the minute? And that they're probably out of work, you know, and that's all I can think about, really. So yeah, I could say lots else, but later.
I don't know about far right oil and gas people being out of work, but I think the proxy war notion is the one that really kind of made me think, okay. It's like, how exactly to unpick that? It rests on the assumption that Ukraine has no organic interest in defending her territory, right? That's what it ultimately rests on. It's this notion that Ukraine is not a proper country, that Ukraine is not a people distinct from Russians, that Ukraine is I don't know, somehow politically and historically inadequate and undeserving of existence. Now, I'm sure I don't know how to. Sure, I don't need to explain. Although perhaps I do need to explain to some people currently in the request space that how preposterously offensive, inaccurate, and kind of geopolitical this is. Right? It's the assumption that Russia invaded Ukraine based on, right? This was going to be the 3-day military operation. They weren't expecting any serious resistance because they started to believe their own bullshit. They believed that Ukrainians would welcome the Russian army like brothers, and it would be all absolutely fine. You know, it would be like, God, I'm trying to think of another example. It would be like Anschluss. That was the assumption that they were that this all rested on, and of course it was absolute nonsense because Ukraine did resist. In fact, Ukraine has been at war since 2014. You know, it's just so preposterous. It's this idea that Ukraine has absolutely no agency and has no organic interest in its own survival and its own existence as a nation state and a people. It's an utterly preposterous starting point given the facts we know from the last year of warfare in Ukraine. Let me put it that way. Finance.
Just a brief look at said gentleman's feed shows that he trusts the IMF numbers on Russia's future growth GDP projections. That's the Rosstat numbers. Rosstat before February 2022 was said to be more writing works of fiction, was the basic quote from the Russian. By the Russian, the guy who's in charge of the Russian, I think it's their central banks, economic policy division. So this is a Russian, so this is even internal Russian commentary from their educated guys, is that Rosstat's just full of it and says what the politicians want. But you know, Vlad didn't feel like Rosstat was writing enough fiction the way he wanted. it was, you know, only 40 shades of gray. He needed that full 50. So he actually replaced the old apparatchik in charge of Rostat with the newer, younger, even more apparatchik-y guy to be in charge of Rostat. So they paint even more fiction. They give him the full 50 shades now when he wants 50 shades of economic gray, and it just has whatever he wants. So Russia GDP projections for this year are negative, and the question just is how bad. They were down over 10% last year, and they're going to be down over 10% this year. And that was before I noticed that he seems to like Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy's greatest claim to fame is his ability to get arrested. So if
while having a tantrum, and this was the funny part, right? It was that who was it? It was that lady from Alaska, Sarah Palin, right? And it was at a conference where she was speaking, and he wouldn't stop harassing her for an autograph, and so the police arrested him, and he started absolutely howling like a toddler at the supermarket when they got him on the floor and cuffed him. It's a really quite amazing video.
Yeah. So I don't know how much he's going to just appreciate to space. I think we're just the wrong kind of reality for him to be living in, like the one that has facts.
But never fear, Finance, because we've got another speaker requesting. His handle is Ukraine is the world's butthole. And his first tweet is from an organization called Poles Against NATO, which sounds very, very organic, kind of organic civil society organization, and not at all controlled by the KGB. So that's fun. I think I'll probably leave him in the requests because he sounds like a dickhead. Okay. So we've got a couple of familiar people coming up. We've got Shaggy, we've got Dan John, we have Khan, who's a new speaker. I don't believe I've seen you up, but Shaggy, you've got your hand up.
Well, that was quick. Yeah, regarding this proxy war rubbish, basically we're just providing, as we all know, security guarantees, or fulfilling our Budapest memorandum security guarantees, which we signed a few decades ago, middle of the 90s. So that's simply what it is. There's a war going on started by Russia, and we're just doing that. And that's the only line I use when I come across these tankies and stuff like that, because that's if they don't believe we can fulfill our obligations, but we signed up to the US, the UK, and Russia, funnily enough.
Shaggy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Your audio is your audio is absolutely horrible. I suggest you drop down and come back up again, because you're cutting in and out, and I'm not sure you can hear us properly. So please do restart your app or whatever you got to do. I see we do have one of my favorite people coming up, Mr. Colonel John Spencer, who is I don't know, is he in Europe? It seems unusual to see him at this particular time, but he's currently connecting. Oh no, he's gone again.
I believe he's in Kyiv, or he was yesterday.
Fantastic. Okay, I'll just bring him back up. Looks like we're having a bit of Twitter pox thanks to the troll rush.
In the meantime, should we go to Dan John?
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah, Tim, you had me. I was a little bit happy here for a while. You said one of your favorite persons will come up. I thought it was me because I had my hand up. But anyway, there you go. You can't have it all, can you? Regarding proxy war, they are using it in the same way as they are using Nazis, right? So if you're supporting Ukraine, meaning you are conducting a proxy war. If you're against the Kremlin, you are a Nazi. I mean, it's just that's the talking points. So they want to paste that, and some people here in the West would be outraged for us conducting this proxy war. So, but we are 100% supporting Ukraine. They should know that. They can call us what they can call it what they want. We are 100% supporting Ukraine, and will not stop. So there you go.
It's a very good point, and I think the proxy war thing, to a large extent, is also Kremlin cope, right? It's, for example, they should be able to defeat Ukraine very easily on paper, right? That's the way the power dynamic should work here. If Russia, if Russian mythology is true, right? So they like to think they're the world's second greatest land army and all of that nonsense. Therefore, it's incomputable in their heads that they are losing what should be a fairly straightforward invasion of their far weaker neighbor. So it has to be a proxy war, right? There has to be 40,000 Navy SEALs on the battlefield in Ukraine fighting, because it couldn't be Russia losing an invasion to Ukraine, right? That's not what can be happening here, because as we know, Russia is very, very strong. Russia strong. So they have to have these coping mechanisms. Because their invasion is failing. Their invasion blew up on the launch pad, and now we're just cleaning up the bits. So, in the meantime, a very good morning to Colonel John Spencer. I hear you're in Kiev, sir.
Good morning, Tim. I am in Kiev, which had an interesting last night with a few rockets landing. I was going to join the proxy conversation because words matter, but I think you hit that last little bit while I was trying to connect with us all over it on why a simple definition of proxy of war, which if I was in a classroom, I could argue very strongly that supporting another country with multiple reasons in which you're doing that could be viewed as a proxy war, and it happens. And you'd find it very difficult from the American Revolution to today to find a war that doesn't have alliances in which are providing support that is vital to them continuing their goal, because they believe in the goal from a value perspective, as in independence, sovereignty, self-determination, international recognized borders, like all these reasons, but with the objective of, and this also is global enemy, so of course I'll provide capability to an ally. I mean, that is war, literally from the start of war, from Achilles in the Trojan Wars or the Peloponnesian Wars. You want to define proxy war as providing another person military aid so they can fight their war, which you agree in the values of the one side, then yes, by definition, it is a proxy war. Having said that, I 100% agree with you. Is why do people want to twist these terms? Kind of like depleted uranium. Oh, uranium, that's nuclear weapons. Like, no, it's not. It's not even close. It has nothing to do with the other word. But you want to take that word uranium and say they're deploying nuclear weapons on the battlefield. I agree with you. Russia's talking point is that they're in a proxy war with NATO. They're in a war with the world, to be honest, because of their aggression against the global international order. But yes, they need to say they're not fighting Ukrainians, although there's nobody shooting any of these weapons other than a Ukrainian, but they're in a fight against NATO. And then any talking heads that use it as well want to say proxy war and twist the definition to mean with a negative connotation, like that the person who is providing the aid started the war on purpose and is just using Ukrainians by proxy. And and then you can go down that thread. But the practice of providing aid, from Afghanistan and again from the French to the American Revolution, that is, yes, definition of proxy war. That is actually a definition of war and alliances that are important. There's 50 plus nations providing aid for many reasons to Ukraine, but the primary overwhelming reasons in which their governments and their citizens approve of that aid is because this is a war of aggression. This is a war of survival for a democratic country that just wants to be free. Nobody's ever threatened Russia, and it cannot stand. And we will be taking sides. We will be making history on who was on what side in this critical moment to say, what will the world look like going forward? Recolonization, genocide, laws of war, all of that. So there better be a lot more people by proxy helping Ukraine prevent the world from changing, because there's more at stake here in Ukraine than Ukraine, although we all support Ukraine, but there's much more at stake. And that's how I think all governments around the world should convince their citizens that we should continue to provide aid. Matter of fact, the one thing that was said, I know we all on the MriyaReport are 100% behind Ukraine until their ultimate victory. But there's no government that's 100% behind Ukraine. Matter of fact, I mean, to be frank, the United States is 1% of our national defense, just our defense budget, not even our intelligence, diplomacy, all these other budgets. Just 1% of our defense budget is what we've given for a year, 1% for a year. So if we want to be 100% behind Ukraine, we should give more than 1%. And that's the kind of the cynic and the cynical person in me. But I think that's important to understand what words matter and how somebody's trying to use the word proxy war, because yes, it is, and no, it's not.
Thank you very much, John. Although I would take slight issue with that statement. No government is 100% behind Ukraine. My country of residence, Estonia, has given, I believe, about 60% of her defense budget to Ukraine. It's something like that. So Estonia is at least 60% behind Ukraine.
All right, I'll give you 60%. I'll give you 60%.
Absolutely. Now, I want to break down this concept of proxy war a little further, but as we've got you up and you're the guy. What do you think that actually looks like, right? I mean, what is the definition of that in geopolitical science?
Sorry, I had to get to the mic. I'm trying to get a quick workout in before heading out for the day for some great meetings. So definitions, it's kind of like hybrid warfare. You're going to find it's going to be really hard to find a definition that we all agree upon. By proxy, by definition, providing another organization means to accomplish their goal and your goal. So a really good example that most people agree was a proxy war is the U.S. support to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Although there's thousands of cases we could talk about. Like I said, the French providing naval support to the American Revolution. But by definition, a good example, by proxy, providing means to another country, nation, fighter to achieve their goals, and it could be survival, could be overthrow of their government. But also your goals. And in this case, our goal is to prevent, as in the United States, listen to me talk. In this, the United States provides aid to support Ukraine's goal to defend themselves, but also the national security goal of deterring Russia's capability to attack U.S. national interests, which include global regional stability with our allies and our nations, and prevent Russia's capability of doing this to other nations, further upsetting the global international order that we all, I mean literally from China to all countries, is the backbone of their prosperity, right? This is the Westphalia ideal of nation states, and what's really important in nation states is to recognize borders, sovereignty, collective defense, all of this. So by proxy warfare, like I said, the definitions that some of us will agree on and agree, we could debate it with the key leaders of the fields, is that there's proxy by providing the means and then the intent of providing those means. So yes, I agree when we say when our leaders have very scripted messages to say, we are behind Ukraine 100% to defend themselves from this war of aggression. Yes, and we are also, this is geopolitics, this is foreign policy, this is, grand strategy to deter our nations, one being the United States, one could be the collective West, deter, reduce capability of the aggressors, the threats to our survival's ability to continue their behavior, right? That's the deterrence, that's capability. So this is the return on investment. Well, again, if I'm going down, yes, this is a proxy war. And if I'm arguing this in the United States political leadership, return on investment, we help Ukraine with the values-based reason, give them weapons so they can defend themselves. No U.S. NATO personnel on the ground. And in the return on investment is you get a weaker Russia, militarily, economically, diplomatic, all the forms of national power. That's the return on investment that we get. So I could argue that, yeah, proxy war. Okay, it's called geopolitics. It's called war. If all you have to do to stop the war, if you're the other side, is stop your acts, your behavior, and leave the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Because I have an altogether more cynical definition, right? The definition I'm working with when it comes to what is and is not a proxy war. It's about the agency of the country in which the war is fought, right? So to me, central to the definition of a proxy war is the idea that the will of the country hosting the war, if you'll forgive the expression, is irrelevant to the aims of either side. It's a power struggle between the two sides engaging in a proxy conflict, rather than any particular side caring about the outcomes in country, and regardless of the will of the government or perhaps the movement or whatever that you're backing within the country. I guess the purest example I can think of was probably be the Biafra War in Nigeria, which was essentially a power struggle between the UK and France. Right, that's what it was at its heart. And the UK backs the Nigerian government, the French backed the Biafra, the breakaway Republic of Biafra, and it was a conflict about essentially about control of oil supplies for the UK and for France, control of the oil business in West Africa. However, it was framed internally as basically an ethnic conflict between Bantu ethnicities within Nigeria. The US sat that one out simply because it was an area of British influence, and also they basically liked and hated everybody on both sides of the conflict. So, for example, we had this curious alignment of policy between the UK, the Soviet Union, and East Germany, and on the other side you had France, China, and Yugoslavia, and the US just thought, wow, that is an absolute goat fuck. I'm not even getting involved in that one. I love some of you and hate some of you on both sides. And so, the will of the Nigerian people and the legitimacy of the government of Nigeria and the government of the so-called Biafran Republic were very much a secondary consideration, right? And I think that is to me, that's the most insulting thing about calling Ukraine a proxy war, is that it creates this suggestion that the will of Ukraine is irrelevant and Ukraine really has no dog in this fight, when Ukraine is literally protecting her people from genocide, right? That's what that's what really gets my hackles up when somebody says this is a proxy war. What do you think, John?
No, I probably just should have. I mean, it's a very like I said, it's kind of like hybrid warfare. It's so complex because we can debate the proxy aspect, and I agree with you. Agency and intent, motive from the provider is what needs to be known to really say that the agency of the actual parties fighting element to achieve their goals. And that's why I said this is the values-based approach to geopolitics, that and the idea that a country has a grand strategy and that drives where it helps, where it doesn't. The whole idea that we're not the one country is not the global police. This is why, and even in my discussions lately, why Ukraine had to defend itself in the beginning with no help Yes, there was lots of military training, there was a little bit of military aid, but Ukraine as an agent had to defend itself for a certain amount of time to ensure, I think, and to fit this definition that we're saying that of all motives of geopolitics, the primary has to be self-determination and agency and asking for help, right? If you remember back in the beginning, it was like, what do you need? And here's my list. And then, okay, how is that proxy? If you gave me the list, and these are the things that you need to accomplish your goal to defend your nation. And I think in the beginning, geopolitically, Ukraine had to defend itself, and it was alone for a certain amount of time. And then, oh look, they do want to be free. They do want to enforce their democratic principles. They want to choose their way of life. That drove this element. I mean, even the definition of war, right? So we can define proxy, we can define war. We get overfixated on the shooting of, the actual warfare. War is politics. War encompasses all of it, to include warfare, the actual fighting between two sides. A really tangent point for me was when I was teaching at West Point. We had General Hayden, who had served as both the director of intelligence and the national he was the head of two organizations. And when the Russians had spent a lot of resources to impact our elections, General Hayden said, did it happen? Yes. Is it wrong? Yes. Did they get caught? Yes. He said, but as the boss of intelligence and national security, all this, if somebody would have came to me one day and said, okay, look, you can influence the elections of Ukraine, or not Ukraine, of Russia, that's espionage. That's what countries do. And he would have done it the same. It's war is the whole thing. But this is why I agree with you. Like when somebody says nuclear weapons, or when somebody says proxy warfare, you have to read through what message they're actually trying to give. And it is a real sign of weakness if Russia keeps this as one of their primary tools and their primary messages to justify their battlefield failures. Their strategic blunders in Ukraine, they need excuses. And the big one is they're not fighting Ukraine. Well, no, you started fighting Ukraine. And Ukraine has allies who agree with the global international order, who are providing assistance for them to defend themselves. But there's nothing in geopolitics that's very clear. But then the motives and all that get discussed. But let's start with the really the evidence and the clear stuff. This is trying to read between the lines of what Russia says 90% of the time, they're lying, or trying to convince somebody of a lie, like that they're not fighting Ukraine. No, Russian military I agree. Russian military are not fighting the Ukrainian military. The Russian military in Ukraine illegally are fighting the Ukrainian people, which the military is a small part of that, but they're fighting the entire nation, and that's why they'll never win. And even if they do multiple mobilizations, they're fighting the entire Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people do not want to live under tyranny and under Russian rule.
Thank you very much, John. Just a quick update from our troll. Oh no, he's blocked me now, so I can't go to. No, he hasn't. Okay. So apparently this is a neoliberal echo chamber. I might change the title to the space title to that. Actually, that's a pretty good space title. And apparently, John, you are a low IQ clown from the War Institute. So apparently, he hasn't Googled you. And he also very concerned about some tanky shitholes getting into bed with China and trying to get off the US dollar. So anyway, that's where he's coming from. So just to let you know, John, you've got fans, my friend. You've got fans. Shaggy.
Oh, I know I do. I know I do. The space allows some of them to come find me, but that's interesting.
Well, for those of you who are not in the know, Colonel John Spencer is one of a handful of people who is globally renowned as an expert on urban warfare. And I'd say, what, 4 of them are regular guests on the space. Yeah, this neoliberal echo chamber does host some very high-profile people indeed. Shaggy, you've got your hand up.
Yeah. Sorry about before. I was Shaggy 1 bar. Now I'm Shaggy 4 bars. So I have a decent connection. Hello, John. Hope you're well as well, and everybody else. Yeah, regarding this proxy war, I mean, the way I see it as a layperson is we signed the Budapest Memorandum. We said we were going to help provide Ukraine security for giving up nukes, and that's precisely what we're doing by helping Ukraine with material, not men, just material, to help them provide for their own security. We signed an agreement, the UK, US, and Russia, and we're fulfilling that. It's as simple as that. And I mean, a lot of these people that come up like that, I go into some of their spaces sometimes, and a lot of them are business people, and they just care about the money and whatever. So basically what they're saying is we shouldn't fulfill our obligations. We shouldn't fulfill our agreements. I mean, I wouldn't want to sign a contract with any of those people. They're just dishonest. It's not worth the paper it's written on, as far as they're concerned. So it kind of reflects on them and their morals, their business morals, as well as their personal morals, in a very negative way. And that's what I tell them when I go into those spaces. And a lot of the time it works, actually. A lot of vets who may be on the fence or whatever, as soon as I bring up the Budapest Memorandum and the honour of acting honourably and actioning it, agree. So some of them don't. That's all I'll say. So,
Thank you very much, Shaggy. John Spencer, please.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point, Shaggy. I mean, I wish we were upholding the Budapest Agreement. I mean, I personally, this is, I try to stay positive, but I'm also, I will call a spade a spade. I mean, Russia's incursion, its attempt to take Ukraine, both in just war theory, as in why you're going to war, and also how you execute the war, by committing genocide, all this. It's not putting the Budapest Memorandum to the test. I personally don't think so. Although it is putting nuclear de-escalation, nuclear disarmament, all of that to the test, and making nuclear deterrence really questionable. And what does it signal to any nation that doesn't have nuclear weapons? That is a different line. I wish we were just upholding the UN Charter. So Russia's war in Ukraine is putting every multinational organization in an agreement established post-World War II to ensure that this never happened again, never again, to the test. And they're all failing. I mean, overwhelming, like 134 nations voted, ceremonially, I guess, because of how broken the United Nations is, which is, again, the test that Russia violated the UN Charter, like 134 nations, and there's some that just abstained from, and of course, China and Iran and North Korea, that it is a clear violation of the UN Charter, what Russia did by signing the 4 Oblast into their country. Like, hey, I can't even fight those people, but that's Russian territory. That's just insane that the 134 nations then don't say it's a violation of the UN Charter. The UN Security Council is broken, and we now will have a General Assembly vote to stop this. I mean, it literally is questioning the entire, let alone NATO, which the rubbish that, hey, Ukraine is not a member of NATO, we can't come to their aid. Okay, fine. I don't like it. I don't disagree with it. But let's say the United Nations, which was it, League of Nations, all this stuff, it put it all to the test. So I really wish, yes, we would adhere to honor and to never again, and maintaining everything that every great leader who came before us, every great person in all of our countries said, look, we don't want this to happen again. So we're going to set up all these multi-international organizations and step in when and if needed. I think we're past that point. And it's really putting not just the Budapest Agreement, because there's a lot of controversy with who signed it, the wording of the actual guarantees, the security guarantees. I think if I was Ukraine, I'd be really upset about the fact that what's happened of that agreement, but it's much bigger to that in my mind.
Thank you very much, John. Other John Laria, you're up.
Thank you. Is my mic working okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Thanks. Hi, John. Thanks for being on the space with us and having us ask. I had a question about Belarus and the potential for them entering the war. I know it's very, very low, but at what point do we see, or will we see Lukashenko try to split politically more from Putin? I know they have this, and I'm losing the name of the deal that their two countries have, which kind of make them like a joint nation. But will we see him try and split from Putin at some point? Because he's going to come to this decision point at some point, I would assume. Or are we going to see him kind of become even more beholden to Putin? And
Yeah, it's a great question.
Introduce Belarusian.
Yeah, no. So the first part of the question, I do not think Belarus will introduce themselves outside of the support that they're giving with basing, training, maybe even weapons. But I don't think they can domestically. Lukashenko's control over Belarus is very loose. It is dependent on Putin and Putin's force and his capability. He's not the legitimate president. He's not the legitimate political leader of Belarus just by fact. I don't think he can risk actually sending a Belarusian force, if they would follow that order, across the border into Ukraine. That doesn't mean that he should be held accountable more than he already has for supporting and enabling the genocide that Russia has done in Ukraine. I mean, Bucha is 500 kilometers from the Belarusian launching point that he allowed to happen. But no, I don't think so. I think he will further, just like he has over the last year, solidify his relationship with Putin and Russian support for him to maintain control. All political leaders want to survive, and that's a really big aspect of international relations. The vital interest of a nation is survival. The vital interest of a political leader is survival as well. So he's going to continue to live in the gray of support, supposedly not support, but should be held accountable. I think I don't see any scenario that changes that. Really, I mean, even if Putin somehow tried to demand Lukashenko to order a Belarusian military force to even conduct strikes, I don't think that'll go well for him. But I'm not a Belarusian or Russian political expert at all. I have my thing, but that's my strong feeling.
And if it's okay with Tim and Mark, because I got a quick second question that kind of geared more towards. Thank you. So we saw the Ukrainians kind of retreat back to this. This is geared more towards your expertise. Kind of retreat back to the cities and hold the cities, and then the Russians attempt to pocket and reduce them. We saw that the Russians had a lot of trouble with that. Well, let's say there is a breakthrough on the Crimea line, whenever the Ukrainian counteroffensive begins. What's to stop the Russians from doing the same to the large towns and any cities in Crimea? And if they do, how would the Ukrainians go about it differently than when the Russians first began their northern axis?
Yeah, it's a great question. That is in my lane. Each city is different. Each front is different. Each force that you send to accomplish the mission will be different. Where Russia was relying on speed and mass, right? Even though they decentralized themselves and really attacked across 7 different fronts in the beginning of the war, which really reduced their capability to deal with a single city when you're attacking, 7 cities. The Russian, that's a very old style of warfare. But with a mixture of Western shock and awe, speed, which is not what we've seen when both sides know the battle is going to hurt. Now we've seen in Mariupol and Severodonetsk and Bakhmut, so the idea of maneuvering and then placing your enemy at a disadvantage, which again we get to see in Kherson, which was a very longer shaping operation to cut off the key terrain, the river crossing points, and all this that matter in each individual fight. So I think whether it's Crimea, whether it's in another location of a spring or summer offensive, you're going to see the Ukrainians use more maneuver both in physical and non-physical aspects, as in outmaneuvering with the Russian force, depending on the competence and disposition of the Russian military and the terrain they're in. To say that the Russian military could just pull back into the city, one, the Russians have shown that they're not that good at defending in general. They're really good at withdrawing, and I don't mean to be, the Russians have done some things good, but that's not a shot at them. They actually are good at executing military withdrawals. By definition, they're really good, but they haven't shown the capability to really think through and plan a really large defensive campaign that will hold against maneuver. And by maneuver, it can mean fires as well, long range fires against critical nodes and critical key terrain. So if let's say if the Ukrainians, even if it's Crimea, can manage a penetrating striking force that is supported by long-range fires against key objectives, depending on what their objective, and we talked about this, I think I was on the space last night, if their objective is an enemy base, that they're trying to destroy an enemy force, or is it a terrain-based mission where they're trying to take Sevastopol or take Mariupol or Melitopol, the approaches will be different, but they will not use, I don't think, at this stage of the war, the Russian approach that they did in the beginning of the war, which was speed, surprise, right? You try to attack with speed that surprises the defenders. They don't have time to defend. You can't defend everywhere. You have to defend the axis of advance. You have to defend the key terrain. That won't be capable for both sides. But like we saw in Kherson, you can shape the environment where it really puts, even if you pull into a city, the defender at such a great disadvantage when you cut off their resupply, their reinforcement, or withdrawal routes, that you can win battles without fighting battles, really. And this is the art and science of warfare. So that's what I see happening for the Ukrainians, is that they're going to employ a better fighting doctrine. And with that, I actually, Tim Mocker's Doman, I see Doman down there. I had to go head out to some great meetings for my research.
Thank you very much, John, for coming up. I was about to ask you what you're up to in Ukraine, but if you need to disappear, we don't want to abuse your time. So please do get on with your day. It's always a pleasure to see you here. And in my DMs, you have annoyed all of the right people. So you're obviously doing something correctly. Always a pleasure, Colonel John Spencer. Thank you. Decoding Trolls. I hope you didn't have a question for Colonel Spencer.
No, only answers. Yeah, two thoughts I had while listening to John's very interesting analysis. One is know thine enemy. So we know the Russians are addicted to what Fintan O'Toole called in his magisterial analysis of Brexit, the cult of heroic failure. And this is the celebration of the non-attainment of a goal. And we know the Russians absolutely love this, and they can reframe. As we know now, they've created a mythos around Hostomel. So in the average Ivan and Ivana's mind, this was a great victory. And actually, this was the beginning of Muscovy's great victory in Ukraine, which obviously sounds nuts. It's not I don't make up this stuff. Someone else does. And it interests me that Fintan O'Toole traces the presence of this phenomenon in the English ruling class to the charge of the Light Brigade and the celebration of the charge of the Light Brigade. And so the thought occurred to me, given that the charge of the Light Brigade occurred in Crimea, then Ukraine just needs to offer Muscovy an heroic failure somewhere, which it can then laud. So that's just kind of a smart ass thought I had on that. On the UN Charter thing, I looked at the nuclear non-proliferation. Yes?
Can I interrupt to
Sure.
to ask you a question to what you just said before you switch topics?
Sure, go ahead.
As somebody who's, just read the damn news, the Russians got that booty kicked at Hostomel to the point where when I can't pronounce his name, the head of the Georgian Legion ran out of bullets. He took his ride and he just ran over the Russians and killed them. And that worked, which shouldn't work against professional soldiers, but that's one determined man and they aren't that professional. So they got just worked at Hostomel. So can you please explain to the audience, and by the audience, I just mean me, how in the world they're claiming this is a victory? Because they're clearly not in Kyiv and they clearly don't control this airport that they claim is a victory.
Well, they've created a film which is really popular and has been on Hostomel, the heroic attack on Hostomel. And this is, I think this is mainly in the mode of, you'll often hear me talk about this shape-shifting. So Russian, this in folklore, shifts between David and Goliath is probably the easiest metaphor. And recently I discovered that Goliath in this myth, there wasn't actually a giant. Historically, Goliath was an Indo-European tribe, which interested me, given that Indo-European culture began in Ukraine. But anyway, so Goliath is Ukraine, ancient Ukraine. But anyway, aside from that, so they've created a mythos about it, and we should look into this a bit more because it is absolutely insane. And I've just read a few references to it in Russian and Ukrainian infospace. Obviously, in the Ukrainian infospace, they're just marveling at it with those eyes, as we are. But I think this shows the power of Russia's ability to change things around and to make a cult of heroic failure. Now, to what extent does this film demonstrate heroic failure in itself, which is then celebrated by the watcher as they enter into the perspective? Okay, I could probably do this film myself. We could get Constantine on it. And basically, it's going to be seen through the eyes of a young para who says goodbye to Svetlana in probably, let's put him in Buryatia. And but obviously he's Caucasian. He's not. He's a Slavic Buryatian, and he says goodbye to Svetlana, and then we see him coming to Hostomel, and basically he saves the day. He saves one tank or something and manages to get out on the last helicopter. That kind of malarkey. So I'm imagining that's what the film shows, and let's look into it more deeply. Or does it show that this was actually a victory? But I've come across casual references in Russian infospace to Hostomel being, not the absolute total and utter HIT show that it was, and that all of us know in the lore, the folklore of this war. It was clear from that that it was the end. And we know that Zaluzhny, I suppose in the sense, the first phase of Hostomel was a bit of a disaster for Ukraine, in that they knew they were coming and they fought with all their might against them. But there was a moment when, as I understand it, the commander of the forces there was ordered by Zaluzhny. So he went to Zaluzhny and said, look, we've got to withdraw because we just don't have enough thing. And Zaluzhny said, no, you've got to go right back in. And that's an account from the New York Times from maybe May or something. You've got to go back in, and they went back in. And as we know, they kind of won. So maybe the Russian film ends after the first phase. But as we know, you don't need much to turn into even if you can laud failure and turn that into a cult, which people celebrate. then you don't need much to go on. And Hostomel just, yeah, it's mad. But as I say, I don't make up this stuff. Out.
Thank you very much. On that bombshell, I will drop, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of Doman. It's been a pleasure co-hosting for you and with you this morning. Thank you to everybody who came up and spoke. Thanks even to our trolley friend Zeke. Was it Zeke or Deke? Zeke, that's the one. Who Spencer, and I guess that's something. Spencer, and I guess.
So my second point was about, goodbye Tim, was about the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, which I looked at the other day. And so I wanted to look at this allegation that it is unlawful to threaten, or what's the legal basis for the assertion that it's unlawful merely to threaten nuclear war, which I'd often heard. And the preamble of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which international lawyers amongst us will know, has no legal effect in itself. However, the preamble refers specifically to the UN Charter, and this comes from what John Spencer was just talking about, the UN, when the UN Charter is violated, and the preamble refers specifically to the UN Charter and the clause which makes it a breach of the Charter to threaten any other country with aggression. And this is that the UN Charter is obviously the basis, as well as customary international law, which is the practice for a long time, which is accepted as law, and aggression also violates that. And many customs which are accepted as law are in the UN Charter anyway, so they have a kind of a double-headed legal basis. But the assertion that it is unlawful to threaten, rhetorically to threaten, so the threat is rhetorical, which we hear every day. We heard it again from Patrushev yesterday, with his secret magic wand is going to annihilate America. And I know I go on about this a lot, but I just think it's so important, and I hope we can spread this to other people. This is not normal. It is not normal. No other country in the world does this, has done this, ever has done this. And yet every day, the people with control over Muscovy's nuclear arsenal are threatening again and again and again, right down the totem pole to the state broadcasters and propagandists. And every time there's a rhetorical threat there from a state actor, and we include Solovyev all the way up to Patrushev and Putin in that, that is a violation of the UN Charter, it's a violation of law. It amounts to persecution. It's a violation of our right to security, like mine, because I am included in the fallout from these things, and I have a right to security, which is just absolutely fundamental. And you can violate this right, we know, from the Rwanda Tribunal and the Yugoslav Tribunal merely through speech. So when 14 million Ukrainians left their homes in Ukraine, partly that was to do with bombs, but it was also to do with the speech acts of Russia. And those acts in themselves violate people's right to security. So you have multiple violations, but fundamentally, it's a breach of the UN Charter. And I agree with John Spencer. Something really clearly needs to be done, because the whole thing is in a terrible state of chassis, as an Irish playwright would pronounce chaos. And now we see, on my interpretation now, Putin is trying to strong arm Xi. So he's now trying to blackmail Xi into further supporting Muscovy, despite Muscovy's continued and escalating nuclear threats against the specific and public prohibition by China of Muscovy to do this. So the peace plan prohibits Russia from the moment that was published, that peace troll. Article 9 of it says desist from nuclear threats. And we know since Xi left Muscovy, Putin has now threatened Patrushev yesterday, and we're going through this whole thing again. And so I see that as an attempt. It's a blackmail attempt against Xi to basically say to Xi, well, what are you going to do about it? You're all in now. You're in my camp, and now I'm controlling you. So yeah, watch that space. It's a really interesting development, and a sign of Putin's desperation and of his need, and Petrushev's need, to counteract this anti-China vibe inside Muscovy, which is now, they're all going nuts that we've subjected ourselves to Muscovy. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. Right, let's go to finance. Then John, then Ming. Finance.
That's just a legacy of my mouth being dropped from hearing that Hostomel is somehow a victory in the Russian mindset. So I'm good. I'm just going to try to digest this this piece of. I'm just speechless. Just pass.
John.
Yeah. So my question to Decoding was: is it like a feature film that they made, or like a documentary?
Good question. Clearly, I'm in the running to direct the feature film. I don't know whether or not it was a doc. I have a feeling it's a documentary, actually, now that you make me interrogate that. So, so if anyone else goes out and makes this and uses the character names Svetlana and Ivan from Buryatia, and even if you switch him to coming from Yakutia, I'll know you copied it from me, and I'll sue you after it makes its first 100 million. Yes, I think it's a documentary. Saka, yeah. Yeah, no, quite as a Buddhist, I should call it Sakyamuni. I should call it Saka. But yeah, I'll look at having, I was only sparked to think about this. I take in all this data, and you only realize its significance afterwards. So I'll look more deeply into this, and hopefully other people here will as well. Out. Because it is nuts. I agree with finance. This is the epitome of nuts. This is worth a whole episode in my disinfolklore thing, actually, because it's just so insane. Out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't believe in consolidation of gains in the first place, then it doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, and also in their mythos, they weren't trying to take Kyiv, so this is still being promoted. So we heard Medvedev say 3 days ago, something, unless something, we're gonna turn to Kyiv. And he didn't say we're going to turn to Kyiv again, because in their mythical, there's no memory in their disinfolklore. It's kind of like every day you wake up like Groundhog Day. There's no memory there of the losses and everything like that. In their disinfolklore view of the past, they weren't trying to take Kyiv. And this is why it's incumbent on all of us because obviously many of their supporters in our countries go, oh yeah, no, they never meant to. It was all about the land bridge. It was all about Donbass, and et cetera, et cetera. If they wanted to take Kyiv, they would have. Now, we on this space all know, because we followed it day by day, and we actually have a memory. But in Medvedev, when he's saying that, he's also promoting this troll that we could still take Kyiv in 2 days if we wanted to, unless you do something. Now, the positive thing from this is, and I've noticed this in a few different senses, is the only audience for these trolls are the Russian internal audience, and obviously a small percentage of unreformed tankies and paid Russian shills in our countries. Whereas prior to February 24th, 2022, their audience for these trolls was, probably the majority of the foreign ministry in Paris, in France, in Germany, and in many of our countries as well. So at least we're on some advance, but it does disclose how insane they are there. But also the positive thing is that they can sculpt out of any set of facts any conclusion or lesson. And so that's hopefully Ukraine will give them a charge of the Light Brigade multiplied by 1 million, maybe in the exact place. I don't know where, Tim, this kind of thing, Tim will know where the charge of the Light Brigade actually happened, probably Balaclava or something like that. And so that's positive. So it adds to John's thing that and what's his name? Ben Hodges' thing yesterday. Look, this isn't a linear thing. This is, it's a whole, you basically create a miasma which magics them away. You don't need to push them out of everywhere, hopefully. Like Kyiv, one day the order for retreat will come. Should have come a year ago. Every day they spend in Ukraine adds a decade to the number of, or maybe every day in Ukraine adds 1 year to the distance between when Russia leaves Ukraine and when they can invade another country again. That's my kind of metric out.
Hello, it appears Dolman's having a yo-yo situation. Ming, go ahead.
Thanks, Mockers. Decoding, I'd be really interested to get your perspective. Sorry, I just had a phone call coming in there. I'd be really interested to get your perspective on how you might distinguish between how the Russians treat the narrative around Hostomel. And you mentioned, for instance, the charge of the Light Brigade. There's a whole catalogue of incidents in British imperial history and later, which are treated as sort of heroic defeats. The charge of the Light Brigade being one of them. The retreat from Kabul in the first Afghan war is another. Gordon of Khartoum it is another one. Isandawala against the Zulus, somehow redeemed by the defense of Rorke's Drift, but to this day celebrated by Liverpool soccer fans, with the in their stadium, a bit of which is called Spion Kop, and then on, of course, the last one, the heroic defeat being Dunkirk. What is different about that in your mind to what the Russians are saying about Hostomel? And I'd be really interested in getting your perspective, because you're not British, so you're much more objective about this than for instance, than I could be.
It's wonderful to see that the second retreat from Kabul, then clearly Dominic Raab was a great fan of 19th century British history, because while he sat around his pool in Greece, the second retreat from Kabul was equally chaotic. Yeah, I have to look more deeply into a thing. I mean, I expect it will apply globally to the entire war in Ukraine. And so, I mean, one thing is that at least Britain owned its defeats in these senses, whereas as we see Russian infospace and disinfolklore, it uses data, it uses the dead bodies of Russians and conjures them into the dead bodies of Ukrainians and says, Ukrainians are using barrier forces, and Ukrainians suffered this defeat. And it's literally using the material, those videos we see as evidence that that Ukraine is doing all of the things it's doing. So so that's one good thing. I mean, it's a really interesting phenomenon, and I think I wouldn't have got to it without Fintan O'Toole. I mean, he's brilliant on that. But the Hostomel thing, I have to look more deeply into it now that I've mentioned it, and I realize it is, because it's so insane.
But it will. What we're seeing actually, we're seeing early green sprouts of this, perhaps, with Prigozhin now denying that NATO is in Bakhmut, for instance, where the defeat is at the hands of Ukrainians. So yeah. But I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
Interesting. I wanted next time I have Tim, I need to ask him more about the Biafra war, and especially curious how China ended up on the other side in the Soviet Union. It was a bit before the split, I think. Let's. We only have one hand up, which is John with an H. We have a John without an H up. Oh, excellent. Also, so let's go to John with an H first, and then drop the H.
Thanks. I was gonna talk on I believe that was Mink's point. And he had mentioned like what basically what's the difference between these withdrawals. Hostomel, they didn't withdraw, they got decimated, and then they withdrew, or those who were left. And they I think the whole idea that, you're talking about decoding was talking about, this whole idea of a heroic loss, right? There was nothing heroic about the VDV's loss at Hostomel. They got shot out of the sky when they pulled up. The Ukrainians voluntarily pulled back because they realized the situation was untenable, and then they decisively counterattacked and decimated the VDV because, I mean, the elite VDV, because consolidation of gains doesn't exist. And not only did Russia not send them any follow-on units, they just thought they were just going to hold it with nothing. So typical Russian fashion, there's nothing glorious about this.
It's all a feint anyway, as they've made eminently clear. All right, John without an H.
Yes, actually, to play on to John's end decoding statement, I mean, these severe losses, it kind of triggered the question in my head, wondering, I mean, a kind of reality, of course, but if these losses, better yet, let me restructure the question. Could the World War II successes of Russia have occurred with today's technology, or would the Russian public have pushed back at seeing these tragic losses? And I'm going to parlay that question into my actual question. When I raise my hand, I'm going to step down after I ask this. But I'm curious how former Soviet bloc countries, or the people within them, or the governments, have re-perceived Russia in light of seeing Ukraine resist all odds from the 3 days to Kyiv assessment a year ago, and maybe how they're reevaluating their relationship with Russia. And I'd love to hear from the crowd. And at that, thank you.
All right, I'm very happy to take that. Sorry, just had to finish something up. Right, let's talk about this. So you want the former Soviet bloc, right? Not just the Soviet Union, just to be clear on that. Okay, I'm gonna assume he said Soviet bloc. Let's go with Soviet bloc. It's an interesting one, and I'm sure that Ming was going to have lots of contributions here, and Decoding is going to have lots of contributions here, which is obviously excellent. But I'll start it this way. It depends a little bit on where you are right now. Now, what would have happened in the past? What would have the zeitgeist been in the past? What is this? 8 years ago now? I'm not going to go into that just because it's way too speculative. But we can look at how the populations in different countries right now are responding to Russian just absolutely abysmal performance in Ukraine. Which has been rather on the dreadful side. Depends on where you go. So obviously you have on the one end of the spectrum you have Ukraine, but you also have all of these countries, say in the Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, that were sovereign states during the interbellum, that got their independence from the Russian Empire during the collapse of the Russian Empire. And they are standing as firmly behind Ukraine as literally anyone. Now, they're small, Their combined population is that of a large city in some other country. So in absolute terms, they can only do so much. But nevertheless, these countries are standing very firmly behind Ukraine. They are among the top, if not they are the top in support of Ukraine by proportion of GDP expended on it. Now you're looking at in excess of 1% of GDP now over the course of the last 13 months. But actually, they started a little bit before that, right? With actually shipping weapons and supplying Ukraine, just as say Britain did, for example, ahead of the full-scale Russian invasion. So there you have a vast majority of the population in each of those countries that is, looking at this and say, well, this is the Ukrainian war of independence from Russia. Russians are genociding Ukrainians. They have previously genocided our people. A few days ago, it was the anniversary of the deportation of the Estonians by the Soviets in the midst of the Second World War. And they deported vast numbers to Siberia at the time. So no, there's a clear look at this, and looking at Russia as a little bit of a not as a paper tiger, but also as we told you all they were a massive danger to all of us all this time, and secondly, not just that, but also they aren't as strong as everybody thought they were. So how much of a problem are they really? Now we see why for us being in NATO is important, because we're such small countries, but at the same time, look, they aren't the big scary bogeyman that everybody thought they were. Okay, so that's that. Thank you for fixing the title back from what Tim said it to. So there's that. Okay, so that's the first set. Then you have Belarus. Belarus is very complicated because it's basically a captured country, a captured population in a way, right? They voted Lukashenko out, but then Lukashenko stayed anyway at the last election. They don't want to be part of this. There have been questions put to the Belarusian people, do you want to be a part of the war? It's like 98% don't want to be a part of the war. They don't want to have their army invade Ukraine or anything like that, right? So that's pretty straightforward on their part. It's a confusing country because it is fundamentally confusing, but that's definitely moving things along. Moldova, another former, formerly a part of the Soviet Union. I won't pass judgment as to whether willingly or not, because generally not really. Is taking advantage effectively of the Russian invasion of Ukraine to be able to further its own European goals. Now, Moldova has the highest levels of Russian influence of any country in Europe. I'm pretty safe in saying that. I think maybe Serbia, and obviously not counting Belarus. Of all the members of the Council of Europe, it's at least top 2 in the levels of Russian sort of success of Russian influence operations, if not top 1. Moldova is basically in the state that Russia thought it had all of Europe in: energy dependence, strong influence operations through television, through media, through the internet, through sponsoring politicians, protest movements, buying off politicians, protest movements, etc. But nevertheless, right, the amount of movement that Moldova is doing now is, no, I won't say necessarily unprecedented, but definitely close to that. Okay, so that covers the ones that are, let's say, in Europe proper, like undisputably wholly and completely in Europe. Then let's look at the Caucasus. Azerbaijan is clearly seeing Russia as weak, therefore they're doing what they're doing in Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh, or whatever else you want to call it. In their territorial dispute, let's call it, with Armenia, but it's not really with Armenia. It's complicated. I shall shut up now before I get hate mail. You know what I'm referring to. They're seeing that Russia is weak. Armenia is a part of the CSTO. They're observing that Russia is weak. They're observing that they're not willing to actually fulfill the CSTO obligations. They see that the CSTO is a dead letter on paper. that Armenia keeps carving extra letters into the tombstone of the CSTO. First, by not signing the memorandum at the end of the last CSTO summit. Pashinyan refused to sign the closing declaration. Then now the Supreme Court has affirmed that they can ratify the Statute of Rome. The government already has pushed it forward, and now is just waiting for Parliament to do it as well. And then guess where Putin won't be able to go anymore? And he was just there a few months ago. Right? It was one of the few places abroad that he actually visited in the last year and a bit. And Georgia has just seen a spate of protests against a Russian appeasing government. And a lot of Georgia beats with the Georgian Legion, which is fighting the Russians in Ukraine, right? So basically, all three countries are seeing that. But Russia is actually much weaker than it was before. And then lastly, we have Central Asia, the five stands, so-called there, which are all realizing that Russia has a lot less power, is going to be a lot less useful going forward. There might be a little bit of a swing of them to both Turkey and China, especially China. Is that necessarily good? Well, grumble, right? We'll see. Complicated. But what else we can say is that Tokayev, the president of the largest of the stands, Kazakhstan, not by population, but certainly by area, has really stood up to Putin, right? He went to that St. Petersburg Economic Forum in, in June. He was one of the very, very few members of a serious country, let's call it, that showed up, right? And he basically showed up to tell Putin that no, they will not go with their whatever designs Putin had for any of the occupied territories in Georgia and Moldova and Ukraine. That they reject that outright, and then they had a big fight over some pipelines, over coal shipments. As of a week ago, there's something going on at Baikonur Cosmodrome that seems like Russians won't be able to use it anymore, and it's the best cosmodrome they had access to, right? Because both Vostok and Plesetsk, well, Plesetsk is only really useful for the polar route, not for the more equatorially disposed satellites. And Vostochny is not that good. Let's say it's not as far south. It's not as well built out. They've really invested in Baikonur much more than the other one. So yeah, that's kind of the attitudes there. As to the other countries that were previously, captives of the Soviet Empire and the Warsaw Pact. I think there's a general realization that Russia isn't as big and strong as they thought it was. Now, obviously, you have countries like Poland, Czech Republic, which are basically, putting a the victory sign that Churchill used. Imagine that rotated by 180 degrees. They're basically showing that to Russia very, very strongly, very propulsively. Then you have others like Bulgaria, where a little bit more clarity is descending onto them. Combination of these various effects, but as a general rule, A, we told you so. We told you that Russia's a problem, and B, it's not that strong anyway. So we shall now invest more into military. Romania and Poland are definitely leading on that. Other countries as well. Romania, Estonia, likewise. Ordering HIMARS is a very, very small country. It's less than 2 million people. Ordering a number of HIMARS systems, for example. So it's a mixture, but as a whole, you can say, well, Russian soft power is decreasing. That's the short version of this. John Hoover, how does that cover what you were asking?
Wow, thank you. First of all, thank you so much. That was phenomenally insightful. But I believe one of the things you mentioned, and these countries that are bordering Russia and China, I think you mentioned the country with Kasim-Jomart Tokayev. And I'm curious if the leaders of the important countries, if you would, I don't want to misuse your words there, if they are being forced between trying to side with Russia or siding with China or siding with the West, or if that's a false position that they're being put in. And if you can elaborate more on that, thank you.
That's an interesting question. So, okay, so no one's being forced, outright to do anything. I think that's pretty clear, right? Nobody's being really genuinely forced to do something or do something else. I think they're more taking the advantage of being, very reliant on Russia. Let's focus on the Central Asian republics, because I think that's where it is, frankly, the most interesting case. And let's look a little bit at the economy of the Central Asian republics. Now, Kazakhstan is more straightforward. Kazakhstan is by far the richest on a per capita basis of the Central Asian, of the 5 Central Asian republics, because it has oil, pretty much. That's kind of the big thing. It has lots of mineral wealth. It doesn't have that many people. It has a lot of mineral wealth. It's had a lot of investment from foreign companies. They're seen as relatively trustworthy. Their problem is, of course, they're landlocked. And it seems like the first shipments across the Caspian to Azerbaijan, and then onward from Azerbaijan, are now happening. And that's both interesting and significant, right? Because it means that Kazakhstan doesn't need to ship stuff through Russia, for example, to get to Europe. And that's a big deal. Okay, so Kazakhstan is kind of the most straightforward because it has these abilities. If you look at, for example, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, they're the most, let's say, trapped by Russia. What do I mean by that? Something like a quarter, maybe even a third of their GDP came from remittances, almost entirely from people working in Russia. What are remittances? It's someone goes to another country, different from their country of origin, works there. They don't immigrate there forever and ever, or sometimes they do, but generally they send lots of money back home, right? And the general setup that you saw in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan was, a young man soon after reaching the age of majority, or around that time, so sort of an 18-year-old, 20-year-old, goes to Russia, works in usually the construction industry. Not always, but the construction sector was usually a big one for that, right? Because what do you need? You need physical labor. You need young men to lift things, move things, etc. That's kind of the usual one. But there's also other roles, anything from cleaning streets to working in industry to all sorts of stuff. But that was kind of the canonical version was construction. And they make more money than they would at home, and they save it up, and then they go home and they can, build a house, get married. They have they have the financial standing that allows them to get married, or build a house, or start a business, or buy a tractor, whatever. But that's kind of the concept. And also, send some money to support their family at home, or even after they got married, they still go and work in Russia and send money home. But what does that do when a quarter, maybe even a third of the GDP of a country is dependent on remittances from one country, right? It makes it very important for the poorer country to stay in good relationship with the richer country, right? Because otherwise the economy kind of collapses. Now imagine, because Russia has this magic wand, which basically says, no more travel, no more work visas, no more whatever, no more bank transfers, no more money transfers from Russia to Kyrgyzstan, and suddenly Kyrgyzstan's economy is devastated. Now, look at how it feels like when the economy shrinks by 2-3% in a year. Imagine how it looks like when it shrinks by 20%. It's not good, right? It's really, really not good. And this is why it's so significant that they're now kind of taking this this opportunity. That they're kind of taking this opportunity to step a little bit further away, and their reorientation a little bit more towards China is, they're more taking the opportunity of seeing Russia's actually pretty weak. For once, Russia doesn't have this power over us, but Russia had more ways of controlling them. And if you listen to these, and if you kind of think about these, they kind of had the same pattern always, right? It was energy, energy, energy. Now, the Soviet Union produced a lot of natural gas. It produced oil, which they exported, got foreign currency in. That's how they actually funded a lot of the build out of their military in the late 60s and in the 70s. They also started the gas pipelines, but the natural to Western Europe. But natural gas was always really a byproduct of the oil industry, right? Because they're co-located, they appear together. So natural gas was thought of as kind of, oh, it's it's free, it's abundant, it's great to be reliant on this. And actually, a lot of energy in countries like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, right? They have hydropower because mountains, water, which is good. But a lot of the rest of the energy actually comes from Russia. A lot of the rest of energy, for example, comes on gas pipelines. And they can't just reorient in a matter of, in a matter of months very easily, and in that way they were kind of trapped as well. And the third component is grain. Right, Russia is a net grain exporter. It wasn't always. In the 80s, you might remember when Soviet Union was short on food. But lately, Russia's been a grain exporter. Major export market was, of course, by sea through the Black Sea and onward to North Africa, for example. But another big export market, and one that they kind of cared about, not for money reasons, but for control reasons, right? Because just like with gas, they were basically selling grain at a discount to places like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. And that also allowed them to exercise a degree of control over those countries because, remember the Arab Spring, for example, remember how when the price of wheat went up, that led to discontent generally. Well, same would have happened also in these countries. So there's a level of control there. And if they see a way kind of out of this, it's helpful. Now, what I would say is that the collective West, but US, EU, aren't putting enough of an effort into getting these countries to make a different decision and align themselves, more closely with the West. But part of the reason why they're not doing that is because most of them aren't exactly democratic countries. It would require certain reforms, changes in governance, for this to be, more palatable to the West, because they in very realistic terms, they just don't have the same sort of stuff to offer as some other countries where it's easier to turn a blind eye, or at least say, well, but the benefits, whatever. So that's kind of where they stand. And Turkey's a big player. They do this whole Turkic nations relations thing. Their languages are quite closely related, and they're the third player there from the outside. But obviously, Turkey is facing its own set of problems with inflation and economy and so on. So they don't have the same strong hand as China does, especially as China borders 3 of them by land as well, which is helpful to them. So there we go. That's my kind of rundown, John. I hope that's good enough for you, because I can't really give you more. But we have Richie, and then we have the other John. Richie.
Hello, good morning, Doman. Thank you, as always, for your interesting, intelligent take on what's going on in different areas. Thanks for running the group today, Mockers, all the team. My question really, I suppose, maybe you've covered this. If you have, then I'll just shut up. But basically, my interest is in how deep Belarus are involved in the instigation of this war machine of Putin. And I suppose in some respect, their country, their people, the Belarusian people, are under a regime. Lukashenko effectively is a criminal, really, in a lot of respects. He's stolen the leadership of that country from underneath the people. Is there, would you say, if the people really wanted to, is there a chance for some kind of revolt to take place? Because I know from speaking to various different individuals online and through other media means, a lot of Belarusians are disgusted by Lukashenko and hate his regime, hate everything that they stand for. They're not happy. So there is a significant number of Belarusian people that are against their state. I wondered if maybe they had the power to rise up, similar to what the Georgians did, and topple the dictatorship power of Belarus. What's your intelligence on Belarus in their involvement in this as a whole? We know that they allowed the Russians to move through the country in the early stages of the war to take all their machinery and everything else. I'm just interested, just slightly to see what your take is on that, and yeah, I'll pass it on to someone else. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So the Belarusian situation is, let's call it interesting in an academic way. There's a big disconnect between what the government leadership wants, which is very heavily reliant on Russia. Remember that Russia has been the reason as to why Lukashenko is still running Belarus, right? At least in part, they certainly helped with that. So that's one component of it. The other component of it is that the people seemingly really don't want. That the people of Belarus really don't want to be governed by Lukashenko anymore. So Lukashenko now for many months has been walking on this very fine line between doing enough for Russia so that he doesn't get a very special cup of tea served next time he goes to Moscow, and at the same time not going so far that the population would revolt fully, consistently, thoroughly. They kind of did back in what was it, 2021 was the election? Was it 2020? Or I keep forgetting, I'm sorry. At the last election, right? You would only see much more of that. If the Belarusian army was actually pushed across the border, if they went on their own, what are the chances that they wouldn't have actually revolted on the point when they pushed across the border and actually joined the Ukrainians and go then the other way? Who knows? But there's a reason why the Belarusian military has not been joining in. Are there Belarusians fighting on the Russian side? Almost undoubtedly, there is probably a handful of Belarusians that fight for Russia. There are probably more Belarusians, many more, fighting for Ukraine in Ukraine. There are very many more still who are already in exile outside of Belarus, who realize that the best way for Belarus to democratize, for Lukashenko to go, is if his sponsor collapses, right? If Putin is no more, if Russia no longer has any power, any ability to maintain the situation in Belarus, that's probably their best way forward. And there seems to be a lot of support for Ukraine to defeat Russia in Ukraine, because if and when, let's call it when, as far as they're concerned, if, but we shall call it when here, when Russia is defeated in Ukraine, that might be an opportunity for Belarus to make a difference. There's plenty of Ukrainians who say, Belarusians should do more. They should do more now, and in order to affect change more actively. Some activities obviously being pursued, such as, for example, Belarusian partisans destroying some railway switching and signaling equipment in Belarus to limit the throughput of railways as they move Russian personnel and material through Belarus. It's a complicated situation. They're not really doing everything anybody wants them to do. I think there's a strong realization that they don't really have a way of stopping the Russians from using their territory. Not easily, not straightforwardly. Organization is somewhat lacking. But no, there isn't an interest for them to go. There's no popular interest for them to go and invade Ukraine. There was a poll done by Chatham House almost a year ago now. I think in April, either March or April 2022. So very soon after the start of the full-scale invasion. I think it was exactly 12 months ago. I think it was before the big retreat of what they called a feint on Kiev, and the response was basically like 2% of people were happy with joining the war against Ukraine and Russian forces using Belarusian territory, and everybody else is like, no, we don't really like it. To yeah, we can't really do anything about it, but we would rather if they didn't, and this very sort of middle of the road response. But there certainly isn't anything like an enthusiasm. And if you look at it somewhat historically and culturally, you see a big difference between also the way, if you just look at the way the domestic propaganda works in Russia versus Belarus, right? If you look at domestic propaganda in Russia, what do you hear? What do you see? You see, Russia's great. It's a great empire. It is just absolutely the best. It's tremendous. It can do all of these things. It deserves this great position as a great power, great country, whatever. Let's not mention that you don't have running water. Let's not mention that a third of you use a toilet outside of your dwelling. And yes, even in the winter, when it's minus 30 outside. And it doesn't really matter which scale we're using, because minus 30 is really cold in both Fahrenheit and Celsius. But you see where I'm going. Whereas in Belarus, the messaging was always very different. The messaging in Belarus was always, be happy with Lukashenko, because look at all of these protests and wars, and look at these riots in Paris and London, and whenever there's discord in a Western capital, they make massive hay of it and show it and say, look at how peaceful it is here in Belarus. It's all quiet. Maybe we're not very rich, but at least it's peace and quiet and serenity and calm. And obviously, it's not true. Obviously, the Belarusian state has, for all of these decades, held, secret police and prisons and imprisoned dissidents and whatnot. Obviously, they were doing all of that, but the messaging was different. The messaging was never imperialistic. The messaging was never, we shall go and expand for the glory of the Belarusian or Russian nation. So obviously, when the Russians started their invasion of Ukraine to expand their territory and whatnot, there's no interest at all by the Belarusians to what? So we shall go to fight for the greater Russian Empire. If anything, now this messaging that Lukashenko's regime has been employing for all these decades is, really not helpful if you're trying to galvanize people for an offensive war, for an invasion, let alone a genocide against their neighbors, because they're really not interested in that. And yes, of course, there will be some who join up either the Russian army or Russian, these alternate groupings, let's call it, alternate groupings in the control of the Russian army, or of the Russian military, that have a slightly separate command structure, often designated as PMCs, be it Wagner, be it whatever the people Shoigu's using, be it the ones of now Gazprom has its own. The head of the occupation authority in Crimea is apparently starting his own. Lovely, isn't it? But there will be some who will be joining that. There will be some who probably be joining up the Russian army. Maybe for economic reasons, maybe because they just want to go and kill and destroy and steal. And there's always a few such people, but no, by and large, there is no appetite for anything like this in Belarus. We actually hope that covers it. Excellent. John?
Thanks. That was you made a great your list of all the countries prior to the all the prior bloc countries question was extremely exhaustive in a good way, and extensive, and thank you for that. And my question was related to that answer of yours. You were talking about how China, I think it was China, but also Russia as well. Basically, essentially, if I were to boil it down, forgive me if I'm not using the technical terms, but you could call it holding a country economic hostage, right? And infiltrating their economy to a point where now you control certain key elements of it, and then letting them and then basically providing them with this either you can align yourself to my geopolitical stratagems, or it. And so you were saying that, and I vaguely remember Lithuania making a statement about Taiwan, if I remember correctly, and China's reaction to the Lithuania by threatening a bunch of certain things, and then and that's when it became kind of this idea that China has a bunch of money in Europe. Is that kind of what you were talking about when you were talking about like holding a country like economic hostage, or are you talking about maybe something more nuanced?
No. So the Russian model of getting to keep a country as an economic hostage is different. Let's say they rely on one, energy, two, also food exports in some cases, and then three kind of non-economic measures, right? But Moldova is a particularly awful case because they also control very directly a chunk of Moldova, where a lot of the energy infrastructure is. Very complicated. Not going to go too far into that. But what I will go into maybe is, again, say the case of Kyrgyzstan, right? Something like a quarter of their GDP is remittances. So if Russia prevents Kyrgyzstan people from Kyrgyzstan to travel to Russia, to work in Russia, suddenly a large proportion of their economy evaporates. Secondly, a lot of their energy is sold at, let's call it under market price, comes by pipeline, natural gas primarily from Russia. Right. So if Russia says, oh, and now you have to pay higher prices because we're a monopoly provider, they don't want to be in that position. So stuff like that. And then thirdly, also saying Kyrgyzstan, it's a question of food, and it's just a question of where they can get anything from and through. It does then really say, well, you kind of need to get stuff through China then, if not from Russia. It is the only other real option. So that's what Russia tries to do. It tries to make a country, it tries to make it difficult for a country to say no to them, and with fairly hard approaches. And when you're looking at, okay, so 20%, 25% of the economy comes from remittances. If they up energy prices, if they up food prices, we've lost another equivalent of 10, 15% of GDP. Wait, Russia can erase somewhere between a third and half of our GDP overnight. And they can do it because we're a small country of a few million people, and they have a much bigger economy or a much bigger country. They can really sustain that. That gives them a lot of control. It gives them a lot of power in this relationship, and that's kind of the difference between one set of people and the other. And that's what Russia was trying to achieve with the rest of Europe, especially when it comes to energy dependence. The problem was they didn't get quite far enough. If they got, if they had another half as much to another time as much, if another half as much to another time as much energy was coming from Russia, it might have been more difficult for Europe to figure it out. A combination of a relatively warm winter and planning things out pretty well. Was it perfect? No. Was it pretty well done? Yeah, absolutely. Made that a whole lot easier, though. For Europe. Moldova was probably in the toughest position of any country because they got so much of their energy from Russia. And were it not for very concerted action of Romanians, but also Ukrainians, and that's because of the way that the infrastructure looks in the region. Quite a lot of electricity that Romania was sending to Moldova, was he gifting to Moldova or selling it below market prices to Moldova, had to be transferred through Ukraine. So, for example, when there were these terror bombings of Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, lights also went out in Moldova. Right? Moldova was very tied to that, and Russians were also leveraging that, then additionally to promote protests through their proxies, like Shor's party, and limit the ability of the government to frankly govern. And they do this in a very cynical, very very rough way. But you can't really do too much about that in the very short term. I will say, I think, luckily, in the shortest of terms, this is changing. Perhaps much more quickly than most anyone had previously expected, and I think that's quite impressive. Also in Moldova, even if it's going actually slower in Moldova, which is not at war. Well, depends on how you count the situation in Transnistria, because they do have a large chunk of their territory occupied by the Russians. Despite Moldova not being in war, Ukraine has still been able to perform reforms more quickly, per EU reports. When was this? Early in February, when they had bilateral meetings with both Kyiv and Chisinau for European Union accession. But nevertheless, a lot of people kind of thought, Moldova maybe someday, we'll see. But things have been progressing a lot more quickly than was expected, I think, and that's pretty impressive. I don't know. Did that kind of cover what I mean by getting countries economically dependent?
Definitely, thank you.
Decoding, what do you think about this all? This was what I keep thinking is Russia had these long-standing designs, long-standing plans to affect not just Ukraine but other countries in their vicinity, in their surroundings, in very particular ways. I think that's something that was ignored too much. That was that wasn't allowed to be understood in many capitals, or maybe just wasn't understood, was ignored, to the detriment of the free world at large, but of course specifically countries like Ukraine.
Thank you for asking. First, magisterial survey, and I use the word magisterial in its proper sense, magi, as opposed to minister, who is the minister for the magi. A couple of thoughts sparked by it. One, I remember Svetlana, you'll be able to pronounce her second name. She once liked a tweet of mine, which is one of the apex of my time on Twitter. Svetlana Shlaya, the legitimate president of Belarus. And I remember she was quite clear in her election campaign. We just want to be between. We're not taking sides on this West versus Russia battle of ideas or ideologies. And that was her mandate, and probably her private view as well. And with no data, but I'm interested by that Chatham House survey you mentioned. With no data, I would project my own desire, but also whatever. I'd like to think that now Muscovy's complete disaster has made it clear that Belarus, to Belarusians, that the choice, that freedom lies with the West, not with Muscovy, and taking a neutral stance on this. So I foresee a similar strategic disaster in Belarus to the strategic disaster over Finland, Sweden, and everywhere else that you listed there. Anecdotally, I know Central Asian friends of mine who don't live in free societies, and I was always very aware of that, and in some ways that motivates the work I do online, because I do live in a free society. I live in several free societies, actually, whereas I know they don't. But I noticed a change in their language since it became clear the disaster of Muscovy's invasion, in the sense that they I'd sum it up by saying, look, they kind of see that actually the devil isn't that scary. And it seems to me that in certain Central Asian states where where freedom of speech now includes the right to basically support Ukraine and criticize Muscovy and see Muscovy as it is, as we all see it. And that's interesting because I don't think they genuinely felt that way, and B, I don't think they would have felt free to speak in that way because many of these places aren't still that free yet. The content of what you can and can't say legitimately and properly, and I'm using their conversations with me as a proxy for what they might talk among their friends in the nomenclature in their countries. So that interests me as well. Yeah, the Overton window for what it is possible to say about Russia and criticize them has opened and changed. So I think they're not scared of the devil. They see the devil actually is rubbish. And in fact, it was the very same, those 2,000 parachute regiment troops who swooped in December 2019 into Kazakhstan were all massacred in Hostomel, which is a kind of a, I mean, RIP and all that, but it's almost like a fairy tale like lesson to them, that the big bad wolf is literally dead. All the ones that scared you into subservience are dead. So those are my observations on that. I did have another observation, which on your magisterial survey, on the use of the migrant thing. Yeah, in fact, that was my first. It was a crisis, international crisis, whatever that crisis group people. It was a report on Tajikistan from 2013, in which it was mentioned. This was my first encounter with the idea of using mass migration as a hybrid warfare tactic. I learned about it first, and that, as you're saying, Dom, and Muscovy was constantly threatening to return 1.5 million Gastarbeiter in Muscovy to Tajikistan, which many of us might know, has a huge deficit in males being there because the males all go to Muscovy and do as Doman said. And then that helped me understand what Muscovy did with Syria and provoked 1 million migrants into the Balkans, which in turn had a knock-on impact and fed the disinfo vectors which were used to promote Brexit. And now, thankfully, the idea of using mass migration flows as a hybrid warfare tactic is mainstreamed, and the former Irish Prime Minister, I was always gratified. He always, in reference to Ukraine, he was always trying to teach people, because this idea is just so mad. It's so outlandish. And I remember thinking, when I first encountered it, and even to this day, many Britons, many English people don't understand the 2015 migrant crisis, how it was purposefully stoked by Muscovy's escalated intervention in Syria, specifically to troll them into this kind of, and give them content for their fairy tale like vision of scapegoating migrants for all their problems. And many, particularly leftists, found the treatment of migrants in Greece by the EU as a reason to withdraw from the EU. And yet, of course, that whole thing was purposefully stoked, provoked by carpet bombing by Muscovy in Syria with this purpose in mind. And so this widening of our understanding of hybrid warfare tactics from the information space to the interaction between carpet bombing, mass migration flows, and the information space, and it's just twirling around. I'm really happy that now there's more people understand it, because of course with the, and we see it with the Russian propagandists with their attack on the energy infrastructure in the autumn. So that one of the main disinfolklore vectors which they used to justify it was to provoke tens of millions. They wanted tens of millions of Ukrainians. They weren't happy with 8 million Ukraine. They wanted tens of millions more Ukrainians to flow into Europe, because Europe was rich enough to deal with them. And this would then put pressure on Ukraine to, one of these crazy, mad ideas, which seems to dominate their thinking. So that was another reflection I had on what you said about Dom, about how the threat of migration flows is used as a main tool of foreign policy. And I think for most of us who come from normal countries, or relatively normal countries, for all their faults, this idea is just so mad and bizarre that the thought would never have occurred to us that someone would threaten to do that and to use that as a tool of foreign policy. And my final reflection actually goes back to while you were saying, I remember Douglas London, one of the times he was on here, and where he talks the main difference between the way Western intelligence agencies work and Muscovy's intelligence agency work is that Muscovy's intelligence agencies work through exploiting vulnerabilities and coercion, and it's all negative. It's all a negative thing, and that Putin and his apparatchiks understand the mechanics. They don't understand human nature or what it is to be a human, but they do understand, if I push this button on this electrical charge, this person will feel pain, and that will make them more susceptible to being intimidated. And I often reflect on this, how this idea of coercion, the only way you can persuade people to do things is through coercion, is through this hostage dialectic, holding something hostage, then you'll do this. And it's really fascinating that this each individual in that structure, from Putin down, is imbued with this ideology. And in their daily life, so in the micro, in the daily life, this is how they operate. It's all on intimidation and force. And if you don't force, then you're not a real man or not a real human. And this is also reflected on the meta and the macro on the state level, where they're not trying to, like the European Union, or like we're all trying to do in the European Union, which is rise the tide, and everyone will rise up, and this is just good for everyone. We're all going to become richer, and it's positive. It's a positive thing. Whereas everything they do is just based on force, whether it's their occupiers forcing passports on people in Melitopol, or, coercing parents into sending their children to these mad camps. And it's trickery, deception, and coercion from the micro to the macro. And so I just marvel at its consistency, and how the individual ideology is reflected in the state ideology, and it's so consistent across the world and what they do in their intimidation. It doesn't seem to occur to them that they might be able to build a society that would attract people from Central Asia or what have you. And hopefully that's dead. That's the main conclusion from this war, is that if the big bad wolf is no longer scary, and that was the only reason you as your country was joining with them, then they're finished. They're absolutely finished. Interesting to see what's going to happen with Armenia. So now Russia's threatening all sorts of things because Armenia is approving the ICC thing. But again, they should have just paid. They owe them hundreds of millions for these arms. They took the money, but they didn't deliver it, according to the Armenian Prime Minister, which again, mind boggles. They do everything the opposite of what you think they do to try and build trust and build relations. And that is, for us, I'll conclude saying that for us and for Ukrainians, is a gift in many respects, because they're so incompetent out. Oh, and another thought which I've had is, which is, they've really taught the world how different Ukrainians are from Russians as well. because the Russians are so extreme in this intimidation, provocation, logic cycle stuff that they were able to convince, before people understood Ukraine, everyone just thought, oh, they're just the same. They're all the same. But now I think it's more or less basically mainstreamed that Ukraine isn't like that, that they're different. And now we see the German parliamentarians, hopefully, I think on Friday, they're going to vote for this extra 15 billion instead of 3 billion or 2 billion on weapons for Ukraine. And these are huge victories in the changes of perceptions and how Ukrainians are different from Russians. Out.
100% decoding. And I really have to say, I find it fascinating, frankly, how Armenia actually kind of is making these steps at a government level, and they still have Russian forces in their territory and whatnot. But it'd be kind of like saying, say the NATO summit was held in Albania one year, and so some year it will be. But imagine that Albania wouldn't sign the closing memorandum at the end of it because they were like annoyed with the Americans. It's not happening, is it? It just isn't happening. And yet, that's kind of what the Armenian president did when he refused to sign. Was it Prime Minister Pashinyan? Which is he, President or Prime Minister? When he refused to sign the end of the CSTO summit memorandum, he just said, "Well, no, it's not working, right? No, we're not actually agreeing with all of this." I think it's quite an interesting one. Yeah. All right. Shall we go through a couple of announcements real quick? It is now coming on noon in Kiev, Ukraine, in 6 hours. We will have the Dish with Fish this week. Joining Colonel Fish is Lieutenant Colonel Trevor Gertson, former Top Gun intel officer, and I think they'll be talking primarily. I don't know what they'll be talking about, but I think they'll be talking about primarily the state of the Ukrainian Air Force, some insights into Ukrainian Air Force, and I understand that Colonel Gertson is involved in getting Ukrainian pilots some equipment. Getting them some more flight suits and fire retardant suits, stuff like that. I think it'll be very insightful. I always enjoy it when we have these more air war oriented segments, because this is what is slowly being built towards, right? And then after that, 2 hours after that, so 8 hours from now, we'll have the second edition of Biljana's Battlefield. Dr. Biljana Lilly this week is being joined by Samuel Bendit, who's an expert in all things uncrewed, unmanned. So all drones, the ones that fly, the ones that go on the sea, the ones that drive on land. And he's also a researcher of Russian weapons development and in the space of artificial intelligence. So I think it's going to be a little bit more tech-oriented than influence-oriented this week. I think it will be very insightful. I'm very excited that we're getting Sam here with us. He had some Twitter problems, just like our own dear Colonel Spencer did, but luckily now they're both back, so we can enjoy their presence, and we can learn from their commentary. So very much looking forward to that. So in 6 hours, we'll have the Dish with Fish with another Air Force officer, and then 2 hours later, we'll be talking about things unmanned, uncrewed technological developments. What Russia's using, but also what Russia isn't using, and some things that are happening kind of on the fly now as the war is progressing. All right, that's the announcements. That's the end of the announcements. And if any of my friends from the Nordic countries want to hop up and talk about Finnish ratification, well, the Hungarian ratification of Finnish membership of NATO, I know I missed it all yesterday because I wasn't around yesterday afternoon after it happened. But I'd be very, very excited to hear from people. If now that they got Hungary, if they're also going to get Turkey, We'll see. Stealing that joke from Eric Adamson from the Atlantic Council, who I think should have officially won the internet yesterday with that one.
Done, my lovely. Have you seen the numbers today? Would you like me to go through them?
I've actually not seen the numbers today. I would absolutely love that. I hope so, anyway.
Excellent. Well, so some of them are most joyous, actually. Let me just find my linky where it's gone. There it is. So, we seem to have an awful lot of equipment still being taken out. See what you think. So we have 570 personnel, which
it's not that many.
It's not, but it does lead you to believe they've stopped these big pushes that they've been doing. But 7 tanks, 13 armoured personnel vehicles, 15 artillery systems, 2 MLRS. We have 19 UAVs because there were 15 used in the drone attack overnight. 14 of those were shot down. 9 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 more special equipment. So artillery systems again, very high with those, and 20 vehicles there taken off the battlefield in total, 7 tanks and 13 armoured personnel vehicles. I think they're still doing very well.
I like the 15 artillery pieces. I think that's a big deal. Getting Russian tubes out of and off of the battlefield, I think, is very significant. It's not something that's often, thought of as, why does that matter so much? Let's get rid of the tanks and then what will happen afterwards. But I think that's very significant, and that specifically is very, very interesting. Seemingly, let's see. Maybe Samuel today will have some comments about this. But I really think that there's a good combined use of Ukrainian now new counter battery radars, as well as drones for observation and targeting. Right? We've heard this several times now. That, in modern warfare, you don't just use a counter battery radar and target off of a counter battery radar. The way you do it is you take a counter battery radar. It tells you roughly where the thing is that you're trying to target. You get eyes on it with a drone of some sorts generally, and then use that for actual targeting. So you see, if they've moved, if it's an SPG or if it's a towed gun or whatever else. So it's a combination of all of those. But I think it's really meaningful, and it's really important that these guns are being taken off the battlefield. It really needs to be. It really needs to be done in order for Ukraine to be successful at the end of the day, right? And at the end of the war, it's not necessarily imperative. I don't know if General Hodges touched on this at all yesterday. It's not necessarily imperative, but it's a good way of limiting Russian capacity to affect battles. The Russian army is an artillery-first army. If they don't have just vast quantities of artillery, they can't really do anything. No, they can't really do anything. So taking out these tubes, whether they have enough shells or not, but taking out the tubes is one part of this equation, and it can really limit the ability of the Russians to continue either defensive or offensive operations. 15 guys. If they would do 15 guns a day, for a month, that's 450 guns. If they could average 15 guns a day, like it was 15 today, right? Okay, that is yes.
Mike, yes, it was. Yeah, 15 today. It was
Right.
19 yesterday, I believe.
Well, there you go. If they could average 15 a day for a month, for 2 months, that'd be 415 a month, 900 in 2 months. 900 fewer guns on the Russian side is a whole lot less area of fire. Just think of this. All of the West combined delivered what, 300 howitzers to Ukraine? I think something like that. Let me check Oryx's data, because now I'm not 100% sure. But if we look, okay, so 375 pieces of towed artillery, 385 of self-propelled artillery, thereabouts. So let's call this 780 altogether. 780 altogether. 760 altogether. I apologize. 760 guns altogether. But many of these, a large proportion of these, were, of course, of Soviet type calibers, or they were the smaller 105 millimeter howitzers, right, as opposed to the 155. This includes many dozens of Gvozdika and the Dana Soviet caliber guns as well. So you're looking at, if they were to average 15 a day, that would, in less than 2 months, that would have done away with the equivalent of everything that the West has collectively delivered. That's a big deal. That's a big difference. That makes a big difference. And it would also force them to put more shells through the remaining ones. Barrels can only sustain for so long. Barrels can only do so much. So in a situation where Russians would be forced to use smaller number of barrels to still put the same number of shells through, that puts extra wear and tear on those barrels. It makes them it makes it easier then for those barrels to die off more quickly, and then you don't even have to destroy them. So I think that's another that's another component here, which I don't think should be ignored either.
Would you also like the MOD report?
Yes, please. Let's do it.
I know, we're so polite this morning, aren't we now? Here we go. The Ministry of Defence intelligence update for the 28th of March. So, in recent days, Russia has continued to prioritize an operation to attempting to encircle the Donetsk Oblast of Avdiivka. However, Russian forces have made only marginal progress at the cost of the first major new formation that Russia stood up in order to support the invasion of Ukraine since August. They've been stood up since August. Okay, so numerous open source accounts suggested that the Third Army Corps has been particularly dogged with problems, with ill discipline and poor morale. Who'd have thought it? Despite a likely period of training in Belarus, gymnastics training, the formation still appears to display limited combat effectiveness. Who'd have thought it? The 10th Tank Regiment's losses have largely been due to tactical, flawed frontal assaults, similar to those in other recent failed Russian armoured attacks, such as around the town of Vuhledar. It does suggest that they struggle to learn from their mistakes, doesn't it, Doman? And I apologise for all the ad-libbing there, but it was necessary.
So wait, are the UK MOD saying that the Russians are not succeeding at Avdiivka, but also that they're committing lots of forces at Avdiivka, where all they do is die at Avdiivka?
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, the name Avdiivka is going to strike fear and cold into the souls of these soldiers for the rest of their lives, I would imagine.
I'm sure it is. I think by now they might be even slowly already aware of it. Right? That's. I mean, this isn't too much of a secret at this point, is it? And if you're told yes, you need to go to Avdiivka now, then can't be a very positive response. Yeah. Both Vuhledar and Avdiivka, Russians have done pretty much one thing, which is not necessarily the best the best performing army ever. Has there been a lot of discussions of a beaver last night? Just need to check.
Is that a particular attack in a trench there, which the Ukrainians seem to have a little bit of trouble dealing with that one, didn't they?
Yes. So for anybody who's missed it, there's a beaver somewhere in Ukraine that really likes Ukrainian trenches, and really insists on being inside of the trench rather than not inside of the trench. I don't know why they didn't just leave him in the trench. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world to have
a beaver rocking around your trench.
Guess, I mean, could be worse, right? Beavers are quite nice animals. I don't know.
Well, whatever was going on, he obviously felt safe down in that trench, and he was like, "Don't you dare! Don't you dare! I'm just going to get back in," and he did.
I think I know what's going on. I think this one. He really he heard from his cousins. Now that they went on the special Canadian beaver course, and he thought, you know what, I'm gonna go where the soldiers are, because eventually somebody will pick me up and recruit me for the special Canadian battle beaver course. But yeah, I guess the problem is the sergeant from this unit just didn't know about it. That's a big army now. That's 1 million people. It's hard to know everything. It's hard to know about all the programs. And, they have all of these other important things to do, like fight the Russians. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I hope all the best wishes to the beaver. I hope he makes the course and can go join the engineering battalions up in Volyn, Zhytomyr oblasts to prevent. To cause further flooding and prevent more Russian forces ever to come from the Belarus direction. That's my thoughts about it.
Ioana, what do you think?
Well, about the beaver, I don't know. Have you seen the teeth of a beaver? He likes to chew on everything. So he's kind of a bioweapon. The Ukrainian soldiers should put him in a Russian trench. I think he will be very worthy. And also, we know about the beavers that were building dams in the northern Ukraine, and thus making it very much a marshland. So beavers are good value weapons in Ukraine. But I raised my hand to do a very poor joke on Russian training. You talked about Belarus, but right now they will be much better trained because Steven Seagal is in, and he will train them to fight in karate style and something like this, but also in combined arms. Have you seen the video with him performing something and combining his arms in a very particular way? So I guess the Russian soldiers will be trained in combined arms like this. It will be very funny to look at. I told you it's a poor joke.
Now, the real question, I think, Ivana, the real question is, who will do it better, and who will do a better job in training Ukrainian acrobats? Will it be Steven Seagal? Sorry, Russian acrobats. Sorry, that's what I meant. Will it be Steven Seagal, or will it be the Belarusian VDV? I think the Belarusian VDV have a clear advantage in flag waving.
And smoking them, yeah. They use a lot of smoke, and also, you know, they are breaking things with the head. So yeah, I think the Belarusian have an advantage there. But you know, they preserve the soldiers better. If freezing didn't work very well, maybe smoking will work. I don't know.
Like a smoked soldier, like a.
Yes, they will keep for longer.
So you're saying like you smoke like fish, you also smoke a soldier, you preserve him, make him more. I get it. I think it makes sense. So that's why they're doing that. See, I thought they were only ever doing that to you know, just make them look more cool and more intimidating. But I never thought it would have a preservative value. Klaus, morning.
Good morning, or god formiddag, as we say. Is there English word for the...
There is no English equivalent. So what Klaus is talking about is morning ends not at noon in some languages, but it ends at sort of
9
a.m., 10, depending on who it is, right? So there's a special time, kind of like a late morning, pre-noon. You know, we have the afternoon, but like the pre-noon, but not the morning. Morning is when you have breakfast. Pre-noon is when you already do serious things, right, Klaus?
That's correct. That's correct. And I heard that the English say good morning all the way to in 4 o'clock in the 4 o'clock p.m. or something like that. Is that correct?
Something like that. It depends on who you ask as well.
Yeah. I would agree with Iona that it's the Belarusian VDV because, as I said yesterday, Steven Seagal is the Russians' secret weapon, so he can't be sort of jump out of the closet in such a situation. Thank you.
Are you generally worried of him jumping out of your closet? Is that like a Pokemon, like a monster under the bed kind of scenario, or?
No, it's because Russians said that they had a secret weapon that they sort of threaten with, and since we all know that they have exhausted many of their real weapons, I assume it would be Steven Seagal that would try to come Russia to the rescue. So, but I don't think that he will make it. He's getting quite old as well, so, and fat. I think no, enormous. You can't say fat. You have to say enormous. So, thank you.
Well, he is very, very talented. I think we can all agree with that. Then, John.
Yes, god förmiddag. Doesn't make sense.
Go formiddag.
Yeah. Actually, we don't use that as a phrase of greeting someone, but yeah, förmiddag it is for another 50 minutes or 49 minutes. Yeah, about the Russian super duper wonder weapon. I think they do have one. I'm going to be cynical now. I'm going to be very cynical. They have one, and it's called the installation, is that a word? They instill the fear of escalation weapon, and it's working quite well actually.
On whom is it working?
It's working well on the people in power.
Some people.
Yeah, some people. I agree. I agree. Not everyone, but yeah. I know it's a little cynical and maybe controversial, but to some extent it has worked as a weapon, holding us back actually. Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I think it definitely held some people back. I think that it's kind of like a two-way street, though, right? It's not a two-way street. That's not the right term. It's one of two prongs of what held people back. I think what held people back is, in some decision makers back, is thinking, we don't want Russia to commit more. But also, I think what failed people a little bit as well is saying, but what if Russia loses too quickly? What if this leads to Russia losing too quickly? And then what happens? And then what happens in Russia? And then, will I be responsible for a giant civil war in Russia afterwards that's going to be, absolutely horrendous? And then we'll have to deal with that. I don't want to be responsible for that. I think that's the other fear. That frightened some decision makers away from much more decisive action, if that makes sense. I think it's a combination. It's kind of both of those. They didn't want Russia to do more, but didn't want more stuff to happen in Russia as well. And that's it's a bit of a problem maybe as well. I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah. If I can respond, yeah, obviously, I mean that's another reason. And also there's probably the line in the pocket reasons as well. Go back to normal as soon as possible, which I think is has formed a lot of opinions. And also, I mean, if they do have a weapon, they have weapons, of course. But one thing that they are overlooking by that statement is that yes, it could be correct if the US or whoever wouldn't defend themselves. They're slightly overlooking that fact that maybe countries would defend themselves if they tried, and then it wouldn't go well for them.
That's a very, very good point. Let's go to Klaus, and then I want to ask you, then John, about your your neighbors changing their front yard a little bit. Klaus?
Thank you. I think that then John is right in that the politicians have had a sense of we need to keep on to this military hardware if the Russians were to attack us in some form or another. And we've known for a while that the Russians aren't able to do so. If only on a very small part of a new battlefront. And that would quickly be quelled. We saw yesterday that there's a rumor going on that France may be buying back 40 Mirage 2000s from the United Arab Emirates. And if that is indeed true, France is also sort of turning against Russia, which they have been very reluctant to do, except for supplying howitzers like Caesar and giving this fund where Ukraine have bought this very good radar. But giving fixed wing to Ukraine would be sort of this very distinct act to sort of finally embracing Ukraine's future 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. And that's where it needs to be, right? That's where it needs to be. Shaggy?
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, I also liked Iona's Steven Seagal joke, because I thought about that the other day when I saw him waving his arms around. I always imagine him with one of those ribbons like they do in the Olympics when they have that ribbon competition on the floor, the dancing. I always imagine that. Anywho, I got a technical question. So regarding GPS coordinates and the accuracy of them, so how many decimal places or what do the decimal places kind of mean? So if you've got like 3 decimal places on the GPS number, what size square does that go to? And 4 decimal places and 5 or whatever. I'm trying to figure out how many decimal places you need to do to actually hit like an artillery piece of equipment, which is about maybe 2 meters square. And that's a question.
I'll ask you back, Shaggy. So when you say decimal places, do you just have degrees and you have, say, 46 point degrees, or do you use minutes and seconds?
Oh yeah, this is a good point. Oh well, take your pick, really. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, didn't think that far ahead.
Okay, so I can tell you 1 second of latitude, right, equals about 30 meters, I think, roughly.
Okay.
So there are 60 seconds to the minute. There are 60 minutes to the degree, right? So for every 3,600th of a degree, that's about 30 meters of latitude. So in other words, every what are we saying? Every 10,000 roughly of a degree is 10 meters. Every 100,000 of a degree is 1 meter.
Brilliant.
Does that
Thank you
give
very
your
much.
answer?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much, Dermot. Have a great day.
There we go. Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, things can change a little bit with longitude, but it is how it is. Then, John, how did you like that bag of the snooze box? I don't use that. I'm sorry, but anyway,
you should. It's very good, because snus is actually less damaging for health than tobacco than cigarettes. So you should quit smoking.
Yeah, but I don't smoke either. So
yeah, but assuming you did, so just, Anyways, one thing about this accuracy of GPS, I think my understanding is that those weapons that are using it as way of targeting, maybe it's not down to the accuracy of the signal or actually the receiving end of the guidance in the missile. Maybe it's down to actually countering I don't know, crosswinds and other things, because they are traveling quite high speed, and all they can do is adjust fins, not on neighbors to the east, the fins on the missiles or bombs, and that's is not really, a lot can happen when you're traveling at speed of sound and faster, which is unforeseen. And yeah, just want to put that out there. I don't think it's down to how many decimals they're using from that point of view. I'm not bashing Shaggy here. Just I've been thinking about this. That's why I said.
So I think it's kind of both, right? I think that if you're let's say for a second, let's imagine that your GPS would be only precise within 100 meters, right? Then whatever else you had, however good your control mechanisms were, it wouldn't be good enough, would it? Because it's still missed by a lot, regardless of what it was you were targeting. So it's still important, but I think yes, you're right, because let's say that the whole GPS thing, unless it's being disrupted with some electronic warfare approaches, which I think that's really the interesting question of how this GPS jamming really works, because does it just like cut out the signal altogether? Yeah, close enough to the jammer. Yeah, probably does, right? it cuts it out altogether. But I think in some more peripheral regions, it kind of makes it just work less reliably, less precisely, a little bit off maybe. Do you know more about that by any chance? I'd be fascinated to know, to understand that better.
No, I don't know anything about it.
But you see what I mean, right?
Yeah. No, I
Because
understand,
then you actually get into the regime possibly where it is a lack of precision of the GPS that dominates, rather than the lack of the ability of your whatever it is you're using, your device to follow the GPS, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah. So what I mean is that, say you could get the projectile or rocket, whatever, to understand exactly, down to square millimeter. This is where I'm going to hit. I guess he wouldn't do it because of external factors. Even if he tried, he wouldn't hit. He could possibly, but most likely not, because there would be a gust of wind, or there would be, differences in temperature, whatever, density of the air, and so on, which is not, it can't calculate everything, and it doesn't have to, because if the bomb is big enough, it doesn't really matter. But as you say, I mean, if it was given a grid of I don't know, square kilometers, because that's what it was given, then that would also that would make it miss even more. So yeah, I get your point, Doman.
Exactly. And the only little thing I'll say before I get a million messages is, yes, I'm aware of what an inertial navigation system is. Yes, I know they also use that as a backup for when GPS, is being not working because of electronic warfare or whatever, because it's internal and inertial, so it doesn't matter. But nevertheless, I'm just saying it is a little bit less precise then, because it is an inertial navigation system, and generally, at least to what is public, they are less precise than the GPS ones. Otherwise, guess what we wouldn't be using then, John?
GPS.
Exactly. Right? If the thing that you already have there, you could just get rid of one of the two modules to make your precision weapon cheaper. Of course, you wouldn't then have it if you really didn't need it at all.
Yeah, and
that's just my conclusion.
Yeah, and inertia navigation is even more sensitive to external factors, right? Because the thing doesn't know where it is in relation to a fixed point. It just knows I have traveled this much, and did this turn here and did that turn there. But if you went through thinner air or thicker air or whatever, then it's not precise anymore. So absolutely, the whole thing with GPS is that the projectile knows where it is in relation to a point, and it's trying to steer to that point. The inertia system doesn't do that. It just knows the way there. But if it comes off course, it will be off course.
Quite, and I like to liken that, and I know it's not entirely precise, but when you see a plane like on a training on, if you ever live close to an airport that doesn't have much actual traffic, you'll often see like a jet training there and just doing loops kind of broadly over the airport, right? And you look at it on flight radar and like, why are they doing these loops? Well, these loops, for example, they're not GPS defined really. What they do is they time it, right? So loop is like, every 2 minutes you make a 180-degree turn or something. But then the size of the loop depends on your speed, which I think is quite interesting. And the same kind of goes for inertial navigation system. You don't have this outside information correcting, where you are, where you should go. Anyway, Christa, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and your backup sensor. Yes.
Disable that. Yeah, I wanted to comment on the GPS. I think that we're probably a bit underestimating the Russian capabilities of building something like that. The thing is that one of the first things that struck me, I am I'm a big fan of aviation. I fly scale models of replicas of mostly World War II warbirds, but been playing a lot with drones and so on. So what struck me first is that they're all on 10 drones were using a modular engines, something that I would consider buying for one of my planes. And the thing is that we now have absolutely open source systems like ArduPilot, like Betaflight, and those systems can work with GPS modules that cost like $5 from AliExpress. We have $6, $5, $4 gyros, and you can place in a big drone like this. You can place 4 of them, and I'm honestly I'm puzzled. How come they're not using such cheap components? Because they're available, everyone can order it. China doesn't care about whether you import them. They're very small, and I think we're gonna have problems with that at some point, because the technology is out there. There are a lot of Russian developers who are contributing to those projects, and I'm sure they're aware of that. And it is zero problem to come up with a mission. First, you do basically how it works is you have to go through a calibration procedure. Basically, the device has to know where it is, as the person before me said, and once it's there, it calibrates the surfaces of the vehicle, and it knows what movement to perform in order to correct the course. And so once it goes through a initial calibration, basically, even if it loses the GPS connectivity for a certain period of time, it can just continue with the mission until it gets connection again and corrects the course if it's off course. But those things can be pretty precise. I can make a drone that can go like 300 kilometers and crash into something, and without doing anything, extraordinary or stuff like that. And the only thing that I think is stopping them from doing that is that those platforms have to fly relatively high in order to reach their goal and to avoid certain anti-aircraft systems and so on. And that out temperatures are pretty low. You can you fly it on a commercial airplane. You've seen the stats outside that they usually pop it up. It's like -40, -50 or something like that. So probably that's one of the few issues that they have. I'm really puzzled about all this. They can't make drones because of the sanctions. I just hope they keep on digging washing machines and stuff like that, and not hobbyist websites, because literally I can make one a drone, and those units are very cheap and very precise. You have something like 2-4 meters of precision, and even if it's 10 meters, it's much more precise than all the Russian crap that we've seen. So honestly, I'm scared that at some point they will come up with a drone platform that will do damage, unless they lose the war before that.
All right. I guess the question for that is how much of the how much does the electronic warfare environment affect whatever you can do with this? But also on the other hand, what's to say they're not already using it, right? What's to say they're not already actually using these and say the Iranian loitering munitions and such as it is?
You can geofence regions. What people were complaining Elon Musk is doing, right? You can say GPS will not work. It will not work over Russia. It will not work over the battlefront. But unless the device has some sort of military stuff, they doesn't use the commercial GPS. But I'm not sure it's done. I hope it is done. That the entire GPS service is disabled for entire Russia and for the battlefront. Because otherwise, nothing really stops them from there. There is no electronic warfare that can stop something flying 10,000 meters above the clouds and communicating with a satellite. Only clouds, and it doesn't need to communicate with anything on the ground. You don't need live connection. You just program a flight path, which is basically you go 100 meters north at that altitude, 200 meters west at that altitude, etc., and it goes there. And you don't have anything between the drone and the sky and the satellite. So I really hope that GPS is completely turned off there. Otherwise, they could easily do this with publicly available stuff.
Well, again, this is why and where not every environment is the same. Now, what I can say is on the plus side, today you're in Bulgaria, right? So at 8 p.m. today, we'll have the next edition of Biljana's Battlefield with Dr. Biljana Lilien today. She's bringing Samuel Bendit, who's an expert in exactly that sort of stuff, basically uncrewed, unmanned systems, which aren't, populated with a pilot or a driver or whatnot, and Russian military development. And I think that this is one of the things that will be quite heavily touched upon. Different things that Russians are actually using with their Orlan 10 drones, with whatever else it is they're using or might be using, and hopefully a little bit on the effect of sanctions on that. So we can shelve it until then, and then in 7.5 hours, 7.5 hours, we can get more into it. Then, John?
Yeah, just reflecting a little bit what Risto is saying. I mean, I agree. Without deep knowledge, I understand. I mean, all this knowledge is available, for hobbyists. So of course, it's available for the Russians as well. But the thing is, even if they build those drones, and no one is saying they haven't. Maybe they have, but what are they going to use them for? I mean, there's nothing tactical in it, unless they have the intelligence, on command posts and so on, which they might have or might not have in great detail. Because I mean, what we have seen is really potent weapons like the calibers and other things. They are not using it to defeat the enemy. They're using it to destroy infrastructure. So yeah, they could probably send thousands of those cheap drones with a small, pack of dynamite in the tip, blowing up more civilian stuff, infrastructure and so on. But would it really give them a tactical advantage? I don't know, but anyway, it's there. They can probably build this, and they're probably doing it. Question is how they're using it and what they get out of it.
Well, if I may comment on that,
please.
You can use a drone for a lot of purposes. They can. One of the biggest problems of the Russian force is that they don't have enough small drones like the DJI Mavic that is constantly being used by the Ukrainians, for example, to correct artillery fire. you can use reconnaissance functionality drone, like a fixed wing thing that flies on a bit of a higher altitude and covers a lot more space than a quadcopter. And about their tactical use, I think they have puzzled us with how stupid they are. Because honestly, I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday. If the Russian army have used all these long-range rockets on military targets, they might have actually succeeded in certain advances. But instead, they try to shoot a farm somewhere to terrorize peaceful citizens and to attack the electric grid of Ukraine. So yeah, you can actually achieve military goals with drones and rockets, but you can't if you're stupid. And I guess that photo is super valid. Thank God they're so stupid. And I will cycle down. Thank you.
I was thinking a little bit about this, their use, their employment of cruise missiles, for example. I think it's, at least in part, a lack of good intel with how they employ them for a period. But also, it's a consequence of some of their other approaches not having been successful, right? Had their cyber attacks on the Ukrainian utility grid, electrical grid, been successful, then they wouldn't be going and expending cruise missiles to take it down, because it'd be already be down. They wouldn't have to go do that as well, and they'd have a lot more cruise missiles available for them, launch slots available for them to use them against other targets. But the other thing is, even though before they started their campaign of launching cruise missiles against Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, they were already not targeting just military targets. Now, the first night, the first few days, they targeted quite a lot of military targets, or at least where there used to be military targets. I'm sure in some cases they thought they weren't. They weren't anymore. But after that, they did it really, truly just occasionally. There were a few places that they struck with cruise missiles that we know of that were very clearly military targets. For example, those barracks in Mykolaiv, where they got intelligence from, I believe, a cleaner in the barracks that said, this is the one building that's actually occupied, all the other buildings are not, all the other buildings are empty, and they actually hid the correct building. This was a month maybe after the start of the full-scale invasion. So it makes me think that if they actually knew where more of them were, they probably would be hitting more of them. So it is, at least in part, a question of intelligence gathering as well. But again, it's probably not a simply explainable setup. It's probably not a simply explainable system. So I guess we can wait and have a more comprehensive look into this on some other occasion, because it probably does deserve a very comprehensive look at it. But that would require the analysis of hundreds of missile strikes that actually landed, and obviously we don't have all of the confirmation of what all they managed to hit. But also, and we won't until the end of the war, probably well after the end of the war. But also what the intended destinations of all those many hundreds of cruise missiles that have been intercepted were. And obviously that's very difficult to evidence unless you see Russian plans. Even within that, and this is maybe more on a technological side, I think you see kind of different regimes of behavior of Russian cruise missiles. You see some that very clearly hit, at least in a very tight grouping, but you see them hit something that they probably intended it to hit, even if it is just a civilian object. You think, oh, why did they hit this? For example, the buildings in the downtown of Venezia, right? Which was straight up a terror bombing attack. But they very clearly intended to hit that because it's the big building right in the middle of the city. No, there was nothing else around that they would have necessarily wanted to preferentially hit. So sometimes their targeting is very good. In other cases, you see missiles landing just the middle of the field, completely off. So whatever situation with the precision is, either it's being heavily affected by Ukrainians, and that's probably some sort of electronic warfare that's being used. Who knows? Again, we won't know for a long time, probably. To cause these, large deviations, and in part, it's probably just complete failures of the navigational system. And that's the other thing that's probably happening, right? Because you see cases, when they target something with several missiles, and they kind of follow a reasonable-ish distribution of what you'd expect their precision to dictate. And then you see these really massive outliers, and those I bet are affected either by, or possibly a mixture of both, failures of components internally.
Yeah, two points. Two points. I hope we will never find out because when this is done, there should be nothing left of that mortar. Nothing left to this kind of information. All the memory should be gone. But that's a dream, a wet dream. And then regarding the purpose, if there's any strategic value in what in this terror bomb, I think there is one actually, and that's to show others that don't mess. I mean, don't mess with us, or this will happen to you. The clear example is the warnings they sent to Georgia during the protest. That look, you really want to go down this path? Look how it went for or look what Ukraine went through, having done what you're doing now. So maybe that's that's a point they're trying to make as well.
Krista?
I just wanted to add a bit on what you said. I think that there's
I think you either got a phone call. Yeah, you're back.
Okay. No, the mic's turned off all by itself. I don't know how. Anyway, I think their main problem is the lack of satellites. We've seen they had a number of failed satellite launches, and one of the satellite that they actually managed to launch before the invasion actually fell and burned in the atmosphere. So the latest information I read yesterday was that they have only 2 optical satellites functioning, and they are not in geostationary orbit, which means that they're doing flybys. And they have 7 hours between of gaps between a flyby, and those are old satellites. So they don't have the optics of the American satellites, for example, that they can see how many sugars you're putting in your coffee if you're outside. But this is old stuff. This is 90s stuff, and that's probably one of the reasons, because they simply don't know where the military targets are, and because they don't have the satellites to observe that. You can see that the language they're using is including the bullshit about nuclear weapons in Belarus. We will place nuclear weapons in Belarus. we will make a better than Elon Musk's Starlink system, and we already have 2 satellites in the air, and we will launch the next. And everything is in future tense, so they don't have shit in the sky. They don't have satellites, and I think that's the main reason, and I'm very happy about it that they can't do that. And we've seen a lot of examples about this. Like, for example, if you remember, in the initial phase of the war, people found maps, literal paper maps from the 80s, and one of the versions about those morons digging trenches in the Red Forest near Chernobyl was that they had maps that were dated before the Chernobyl accident, where the Red Forest was not marked as dangerous. And that was one of the reasons they dig trenches there. So imagine if you rely on such an old map for your troops. I don't think they'd have anything much better to guide their strikes.
Yes, that I'm mostly in agreement with, and that also fits what I was saying about the lack of intelligence, right? Not actually knowing where stuff is, not actually knowing what military targets are, and this partially explains. I read that article as well. I think I still have it somewhere deep in my open tabs. Now describing basically the Russian satellite program to be a real mess, and not being anything like even it used to be, let alone what they advertise to the outside world that it is. And I was asking Colonel Jeff about it yesterday. And he said, they seem to really have not just failed to progress, but also have actively regressed in recent years when it comes to their ability to see what's going on from there. So that's a big deal, undoubtedly. And the other one is a lot of inconsistency, right? Let's call it inconsistency. Inconsistency of one unit to another. Right? One unit will show up with maps from the 1970s. Another will actually have something relatively modern. There's a very considerable lack of consistency in Russian operations. And you'll go from anything from this is actually pretty reasonable equipment, and to these guys were all issued stuff that was probably made in the 1950s, not just designed in the 1950s, but made in the 1950s. So it's a great degree of variability and variation in all of that. Then John.
Yeah, maybe we have exhausted this topic now. You had a question for me. You mentioned when I came up, Roman.
Yeah, I'm curious. Now that your Eastern neighbors are only 1 vote away, unlike yourselves, who are 2 votes away, and the other one probably is forthcoming for them, but not for yourself. What was the response to that in Sweden? First of all, I'm quite curious what the policy and media response to the Hungarian vote for Finland was. And also, what reason was given for Hungary not having okayed Sweden?
Honestly, I haven't seen much response in media. I've seen a few articles. One, well, this was like an opinion, where they said that Turkey, well, both Turkey and Hungary is doing this to humiliate Sweden, because Sweden has always been riding on the high horses of being the bearer of the peace message and the democracy and so on. So it's kind of trying to humiliate us. But apart from that, I haven't seen much actually.
Are you happy that at least your big buffer between Russia and and yourselves is soon going to be no longer even theoretically by anyone. There's practically, it wasn't really, was it? But even theoretically, traversable by the Russians.
You know, Doma, this is a terrible situation. Say now Russia will attack the Baltic countries or Finland, then the evil NATO, they will have to occupy Swedish territory to defend the NATO allies. So yeah, I think it's terrible, terrible for us, really. The threat is now from NATO, not from Russia. And there's irony in that, or sarcasm in that statement.
And I still think that by the Vilnius summit in July, both will be let in, so it won't really be a question or problem anymore. But certainly, if that can be expedited, that would obviously be for the best. I see that the Swedish and Finnish militaries are, aligning well already with the new commitments for small arms and the new service weapons, right, being now purchased. Are they being purchased jointly? Did I understand that correctly? Do they just happen to be exactly the same stuff?
No, that's a cooperation on the purchasing. So yeah, it's jointly. That's my understanding.
Right, and this sort of alignment, just like the Nordic Air Forces alignment, and all of this, is not just helpful, but also serves a purpose to some degree, right? And none of these would likely be happening in quite the same way were it not for the more or less imminent NATO accession of both of those.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there were some things in the works between Sweden and Finland as an alternative to NATO, but yeah, obviously this is speeding things up. Sorry for the noise in the background. I had a water leak in the house, so we're working on that here.
Well, hopefully that gets fixed up quite quickly. Now, interesting news coming out of Bulgaria. Do you know what the hamsters have been up to, then, John?
Hamstring?
Yes, indeed. Right, but now they're finally putting all of that historical hamstring to good use. So the reason why I say hamsters, and I'll explain this for anybody who's not heard it before. During the Warsaw Pact days, especially after 1968, Bulgaria was, of all of the non-Soviet Union countries, of all of the smaller countries in the Warsaw Pact, Bulgaria was probably the most heavily militarized country in itself, right? Not with Soviet forces stationed there, but with its own, let's call it, military setup. So because it bordered two NATO states, both Turkey and Greece, there was a constant atmosphere of, let's say, fear, concern that something might happen, that NATO might invade, and they might invade through Bulgaria. So it was very important. It was incredibly important for the Bulgarians to be incredibly well armed and genuinely armed to the teeth. The idea was that in a country that had maybe 7-8 million people, something like that, that you would be able to put more than 2 million people under arms within, was it 48 hours, 72 hours, and not just put under arms with everybody gets a knife and maybe a rifle. No, under arms like with tanks and self-propelled howitzers and MRL launchers, all sorts of other stuff. Full heavy armored and mechanized units, and they had these vast quantities, genuine vast quantities of tanks, of IFVs, of in the many hundreds, sometimes in the thousands. Artillery, especially these 122 and 152 as well, but especially 122 guns in just ridiculous quantities. So that's a very large component of what of what Bulgaria had. So when the Soviet Union dissolved and the Warsaw Pact was no more, and at the end of the 80s, at the beginning of the 90s, Bulgaria was left with these just immense quantities of arms, and also with quite a large weapons manufacturing industry. Now, a lot of that industry fell apart somewhat. Remember that it was kind of impossible for Bulgaria to keep all of that huge industry running when there wasn't a vast domestic demand anymore for the for all of these arms, for all of this ammunition, all of these weapons, right? But they still kind of had quite a lot of the manufacturing components for it, a lot of the factories and so. Right now, this is very useful. Guess who, then, John, now needs a lot of Soviet caliber ammunition, for example?
Could it be Ukraine?
Indeed, it is. It is Ukraine that needs a lot of Soviet caliber ammunition. So already at the start of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, Bulgaria was part of the reason why Ukraine could resist the first few months, especially before there were the first Western howitzers, for example, delivered to Ukraine, the first 155 millimeter howitzers. Now, quite a lot of the ammunition was coming from Bulgaria, both from private companies as well as from the government. Now, Bulgarian political scene is a little bit complicated. What do I mean by complicated? It's a little bit difficult for the Bulgarian government to very openly do an awful lot. Why? Bulgaria is one of the countries that are particularly strongly still influenced by Russia through various of their influence operations. There's a large chunk of the population that has quite strong sympathies for Russia. Quite a large chunk of the population that isn't so sure which way to go. But this is to a great degree because of a strong penetration of Russian-sponsored and Russian-created media in Ukraine, not in Ukraine, sorry, in Bulgaria, as well as the attitudes of some of the people who tend to be in high positions of government, including the president of Bulgaria. Now, normally, the president of Bulgaria wouldn't really matter because normally the president of Bulgaria doesn't really have a whole lot of decision-making power. For example, to give yes, has some specific duties within the role, but largely a ceremonial role. However, because Bulgaria has not been able to put a proper government together that would hold for more than some number of months, some single-digit number of months, the president of late has had quite a lot of power because while there is no government, while they have election after election after election, after which a coalition cannot be constructed, it is in the purview of the president of Bulgaria to nominate a so-called caretaker government. Caretaker government doesn't really make much in the way of decisions. It's limited in what it can do in the first place, but also it's limited in what it would want to do because the president is one of these very, very, or at least somewhat pro-Russian oriented people. Next election is on Sunday. Let's hope that after this election there will be a formidable coalition, especially one that will be cognizant of the current problems that face Europe, that face Bulgaria, that face the entire Western world. But even in the absence of that, today there's some very interesting reporting out, including in Ukrainska Pravda, where they're documenting that even in the absence of that, Bulgaria may still be sending a whole lot more ammunition to Ukraine, both from the government stocks as well as from private production. The government stocks get routed through private companies and then third countries and then eventually to Ukraine. But this way, the more pro-Russian, pro-Kremlinite politicians can keep a straight face in front of their part of the voting public, and stay within it and keep on supplying Ukraine nevertheless, even if they don't really want to. The apparatus at large gets to. And on top of that, only a few weeks ago, Thierry Breton, who's the European Commissioner for, among other, industry, had just visited Bulgaria, as he had also visited a number of other countries recently, including Slovakia and Czech Republic, I think, who also produce quite a lot in the way of ammunition, especially the Soviet caliber, so 122 and 152 millimeter guns, which likewise is very important and very necessary. I still don't know, has Bulgaria joined the EDA yet? I think they might not have had. Sorry, they're part of the EDA, of course, but I think they've not perhaps joined the new ammunition production initiative, and I still haven't had time, even though this is now 4 or 5 days old, had quite the time to look into what this means specifically on the ground, and whether they would need to join it in order to benefit from any spending that would be done by other countries in this context. So I think that's still an outstanding question, at least as far as I am concerned. So in short, regardless of what happens on Sunday, it seems like the correct things are being done regardless when it comes to Bulgarian supplies of ammunition, of weapons to Ukraine, which is always good to hear. Axel, good afternoon.
Hello there. Good afternoon.
Which country with white, green, and red in their flag would you rather talk about, Bulgaria or Hungary?
Oh, we can start with Hungary, if you like.
It is lunchtime, isn't it?
Very fair.
So, would you rather touch upon their final ratification yesterday of Finnish accession to NATO and somehow forgetting Sweden in the process?
Well, obviously, it's all deliberate, and in its tone and process, that deliberate slight and this deliberate nihilistic approach showed itself very well and very clearly, because it was anticlimactic. So this was all about winning time for Putin, nothing else.
And they didn't even win any time, probably, right? Because the Turks probably wouldn't have accelerated anything to any degree.
No, they did win time because they gave Turkey an out. Otherwise, the pressure on Turkey would have been unbearable beforehand, and it had to be done in concert. This is a coordinated activity. Turkey, Putin needs Erdogan to be continuously on the throne in Constantinople. And for that, he needs time and arguments. And Hungary was what we would call Steigbügelhalter, helping them onto the horse. It's simple. It's not difficult to understand.
Now, Axel, I'm very happy, specifically very happy that Hungary finally ratified Finnish accession to NATO. And I'm particularly very happy.
I know that, but you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's a sign of weakness of this US administration not putting excruciating existential pressure on Germany, on Hungary, on Turkey beforehand. That's exactly what it is. It's a complete and utter failure in national security policy. It's a complete and utter failure in perceiving what is possible. It is passive. It is reactive. It is exactly what the likes of General Hodges or others have said in the past in a slightly more diplomatic wording, as good old generals tend to do, but I don't have to be. It is evidently a failure of the National Security Council and the lack of understanding as to when you need to intensify your effort and deter, respectively strike the bully. This is our own fault. This is on us. This is on this specific administration.
Well, what I'm particularly happy about is the way that the ratification came. Do you remember back in, I think it was late October, when we were discussing how the Hungarian ratification would come about?
The thing is how it should have come about and was about to come about. They just played it out as a theater, as a consequence of our leniency and our failure. That's all there is to it. At that point in time, I have to say this, I still had high hopes that at some point in time, Mr. Sullivan would already been applauded away to another job somewhere covering a China policy in the new, whatever, Asian form of NATO. But then again, it took too much time for the likes of Kishida-san to actually make up their mind as to how to intensify their support. That's fine. That's Japan for you, and that's okay. But it is exactly this. It is all about Sullivan.
No, I meant how it was to come about within Hungary.
No, it doesn't have to come about. No, seriously. This is the procedural argument for the parliament is completely irrelevant. Constitutionally, it's not a necessity. If they had been pressed, the pure, straightforward constitutional path could have been chosen. The theater they have come about is because we allowed them. We should not have allowed them. I thought that we wouldn't. You believe that they would try to, and we allowed them to do so. Yeah, so what? It's wrong. It's our fault. That's what I'm trying to get at. And it's, I had higher hopes for this administration. I'm sorry.
Oh no, what I'm trying to get at is, I remember there was a case of Tokai on it. Whether Hungary would go for a performative parliamentary vote.
Doman, that's not a problem. It's completely fine. I already indicated to you yesterday what kind of Tokai, if you remember.
Oh, I missed that. I think, sorry, I wasn't looking at my all my messages.
What? You missed that? I replied to you even publicly.
Yes, I know, but that's why I missed it, because it was public and all the notifications get overwhelming
I shall
sometimes.
leave you in peace that you don't read my messages.
No, I read your messages. I don't read all the tweets that end up in my notifications.
It's definitely
there are too many.
It's a Wille Baumkauf. Wo ein Wille da ein
yes.
Wo ein Wille da ein Baumkauf.
Perfect. Excellent. The other thing, let's go to some. How about some better news with relations to Hungary, which isn't a done deal yet, but I think would be.
You do know that the president still has to sign it, right?
Of course, they need to sign it.
That he hasn't.
But they needed to.
And they haven't scheduled the signing. No, his office hasn't scheduled the signing because Orban hasn't. The president's office has not scheduled signing that. That's go as far as that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's nihilistic.
So the office of Katalin Novak hasn't scheduled the signing of the ratifying document yet. Oh God.
Of course not. What would you think?
Yeah, they'll drag it out another few days until Turkey votes, and then they'll be like, "Oh no, we've done it." Oh no, great. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, in much better news, there is now a proposal by the Ukrainian government for who the next ambassador to Budapest should be. And I think
Shandor.
It's perfect, isn't it? So people might remember a year ago, there was a Ukrainian soldier on the front line in a position. I don't think it's technically a trench, but in a dugout position, teaching his university class over the internet, while in full gear on the front line with a gun in his lap. And that university professor is a Hungarian Ukrainian. Is that the way to say it correctly? He's a Hungarian-speaking Ukrainian citizen, a member of the Hungarian minority in Ukraine, and it seems like he might be Ukraine's next ambassador to Hungary. Now, this isn't just a nice gesture, sending somebody who already speaks Hungarian to go to be the ambassador to Hungary. It is very important because Orban and the Hungarian government have been abusing, frankly, the Hungarian ethnic minority in Ukraine for their own designs, going as far as suggesting that, if when Russia takes all of Ukraine, Hungary will go into Zakarpattia, Hungarian army will be sent into Zakarpattia to save the Hungarians there. As opposed to, say, I don't know, helping the Ukrainians repel the Russian invasion. Just a thought. As well as saying that, or suggesting, people associated with the government very publicly suggesting that Ukrainians were picking out members of the Hungarian ethnic minority to send them to die at the front lines at higher rates or some such nonsense, which is really projecting what their friends further east are doing to various ethnic minorities in their country. But it is how it is. And talking a whole lot about the discrimination of Hungarians in Ukraine. It would be an excellent message to send such a visible, such a publicly visible member of the Hungarian minority in Ukraine to go and represent his country in the neighboring country whose language he speaks very well and whose culture he understands exceedingly well. And it would be a big, not victory sign, but kind of victory sign inverted to Orban.
Yeah, but the same
the
thing
press.
should go for everyone else. The Romanians and the Slovakians should immediately change their ambassadors at the same time and do the very same thing. Take a prominent member of the Hungarian minority who has served the respective country as a citizen well. Take a leading light and send them to Budapest to advocate to those in Budapest who still don't believe it, that the freedom of movement in a free Europe is the only peaceful means going forward, and that they are insanely nihilistic.
Exactly, but if this happens, this will.
And according to everything we know about him and all the interviews he has given, Shandor is an absolute patriot and a leading light of civil society. And a great teacher.
Yes, maybe with his not just Hungarian language skills, but pedagogical skills, he might be able to instill some better understanding into Hungarian political class and society at large.
But we should ask our Croatian friends whether they could jump over their own nationalist hurdles and zealotry and maybe do the very same thing. So if we could get everyone to do this, send someone from your Hungarian-speaking minority in your country, a leading light as the ambassador to Budapest, and force Ms. Novak and the Orbanites to be confronted with civil society, just for the fun of it. I'm quite sure the Germans, if they had any cojones, they would find the same thing, because we do have Hungarians who are descended from Hungarians who had to emigrate after 1956, who live in Germany, who are fantastic patriots. They're great citizens of the country. We should send, for the next couple of years, only those people over there. That's exactly that. Maybe we should ask the younger of the Wille Baumkaufs to take that position. Let's put it this way. That would be fun. And by the way, the Canadians have fantastic Hungarian emigre professors. the Americans have the very same thing. I'm quite sure we can find them in pretty much every nation. I know that the French will never do this. That's fine. Let them be exceptional. Sorry, unusual, extraordinary, whatever you want to call them. I don't care. But please, just imagine if we were to do this. Let Orban suffer at the hands of liberal democracy.
Yeah, I think it'd be a terrific idea. No, let's have Ukraine start this movement. I think they deserve it.
Because his greater Hungary does not exist. But the great Hungarians exist everywhere. Because the Soviets came to subjugate the country.
They don't even have to send a water polo player. Some people might recall the story of the 1956 Melbourne Olympics and blood in the water, but maybe that's a story for another time. Hunter.
Hi guys, good afternoon to you. Good morning here in the United States. Great treatise in connectivity with stacking the diplomatic core with Hungarian bases to get the point across for support. Axel, and great point about the delay that Putin wants Erdogan in power as long as possible. Do you think our U.S. delay or lack of action, as you say, that failure of administration is purposeful? Because it sure seems like it. We're sending weapons, yes, we're sending material and intelligence and everything else, but in some cases, in some spaces where we are delaying something. And you call that a failure of the administration. But do you see any evidence from both of your points of view, because you have much more background in the political sphere than I do? I'm the guy that walks into the room with the political grenade and drops it in the room and goes, "Hey guys, here's the truth." Boom. That's what one of my state representatives told me. So my diplomatic skills and political science background are pretty weak. But I would love to hear the perspective if you believe that it's purposeful on some cases.
Never assign intent and coordinated planning or a grand scheme and concept to what stupidity, passivity, and weakness can lead you to.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying.
And in that context, what I think is very worth thinking about is, what engenders passivity, what engenders inaction, and it's never just one thing, right? It's a multitude of reasons. It's a multitude of sometimes partial interests. If you have a large organization, you'll have different people kind of cheering for their pet project, saying, no, but we really need to focus on X, or we really need to focus on X instead, or we can't do everything, therefore we should do nothing, or oh, but what if we get blamed for whatever unintended consequences something might have, even if it's the right thing to do? And all of those things together, engender a little bit of passivity, and sometimes a lot of passivity, and cause things to happen more slowly. Now, sometimes that's good because it prevents bad things from happening unintendedly if it's too much of a knee-jerk reaction. But very rarely do things need to be slowed down to quite the degree that they are. And in some cases, when very serious things are happening and things should be very seriously accelerated, in such cases, it's a very bad idea that indeed they are. In the specific case, at least in some circles, maybe a little bit less so in the US, but also in the US, I'm sure that Russian nuclear saber rattling and the threats of escalation, and often, which is probably the worst bit, the self-imposed threat of escalation, right? The threat of escalation that comes kind of from within, when it's not even stated by, say, Russians, and yet so many people come to the conclusion of it themselves because it's something that exists in theory books, but it doesn't really, not quite in this way. But but could it? And that question of but could it is then what can limit action a lot. So that's another component of it. It's not just what is it, but why that what exists, which I think is sometimes deserving of an awful lot of consideration as well. Because if you address the why, if you address the systemic reason for it, you can better prevent it happening in the future.
Yeah, I truly believe that there are so many scenario runners, like the sky is falling kind of idea, right? There's so many people that spin out of control in that mindset, that they're so worried about the nuclear button, but they don't understand wholly the process that it would take to get there. Instead, they skip all 27 very complex steps in the complex minefield of politics and control and checks and balances and all of those backdoor committee meetings that stop it from happening, that have more level heads that have experience. Instead, they just go off the handle, or they use their space for worrying about that when there really isn't a context where it's going to happen. And I see too many people doing that without a level head and without enough information and knowledge to truly understand what it would take to get there. So I completely understand that what you're talking about. I have a lot of self-education to do, and I find this space very informative and pushing me to learn a lot more and understand a lot of things. I've gained a tremendous amount of knowledge and information about how European politics work and how we interact with it over here. And I thank you both for that.
Thank you, Hunter. Nick, how are you?
Hi, I'm only here briefly. We're going out to buy wine later. I just had I saw the update this morning about the hilarious fake video of the Ukrainian soldiers pulling over the quote Ukrainian soldiers pulling over the woman who was driving at the checkpoint, and apparently the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has given up on it and has pulled it, but the Russian embassy in the UK still, as of 2 hours ago, had it up. So they're keeping the faith. Something I hadn't seen reported at the time was that part of the conversation was that the woman said she was a Muslim, and then the Ukrainians proceeded to be even more nasty Nazis on her for being a Muslim. So I presume this was a Ramadan special by the propaganda ministry. Anyway, all extremely hilarious, but it is pretty funny that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs took it down, and the embassy in the UK still had it up. So Russia continues to be pretty clown-like on the propaganda front. I don't know what would be the most successful propaganda stunt that they've got away with for a few days so far. I mean, they usually fall apart pretty quick when the open source people start scanning the maps, and I must say the speed with which they identified this bit of forest was fairly impressive. But I mean, there seems to have been a whole series of these, and they seem to last about 3 hours before somebody forensically takes every pixel of the video apart.
I mean, I can't really think of any that maintained a really long time. I guess the ones that are less meaningful the ones that just kind of fly by, those are probably the stunts that we don't notice as much, or the ones that are just so absurd that we here would dismiss them, Nick. But some might actually think, oh yeah, that's actually a thing, right? Maybe then, maybe those are the ones that stay for longer. Ones that are, I think all of these stage videos, like all of these get taken apart immensely quickly. Bellingcat were one of the first to start with that. Back in around 2015, I think, when Russians started staging quite a lot of videos like this with people getting shot in cars and whatnot. And they were some of the first to do this a lot. But then I think plenty of people kind of learned from that and figured out how to do it as well. And that's a really good thing because they just don't get to get away with their utter nonsense.
I think it's funny how much yellow tape the alleged Ukrainian soldiers are always wearing. It's like, hey guys, here's a camouflage uniform, but wear the equivalent of a high-vis jacket, to combat with it.
Yeah, that's a part of it as well. Also, I don't think that normally they wear tape unless they're actually, engaged or about to be or expect to be. I think usually, or at a frontline position, I think that in the back they tend not to, unless they're on the way to or from. Very much.
I presume it doesn't. Yeah, I presume if it's just tape, it probably doesn't last all that long. You put fresh on each time. So yeah. Do we know what do the Russians have similar? Do they have like blue tape or something? Or
yeah, there's different colors of tapes used at various times. So Ukraine seems to use yellow and sometimes green, and then Russia tends to use red, and then also apparently blue, maybe white. Sometimes I forget what all it is. Some people who look at videos a lot are very good at this. I just don't look at videos nearly enough to.
I think if I was Ukraine and I knew the Russians were using red, I would probably avoid green. Just because about six. It turns out about 6%, particularly men are more susceptible to color blindness, and in particular red-green color blindness. If you ever need to put up a graphic in two colors and to minimize the number of people who won't be able to read it due to a color vision issue, I'm told that blue and orange is the way to go. So I guess the Ukrainian flag is most of the way there. But blue and orange are the two best contrasting colors to use. There are still some people who are colorblind, but the various forms of colorblindness, red-green is the best known, and blue-orange is the, if you're just making something, then you want it to be as accessible as possible, blue and orange.
So you're saying the state of New York is doing it right?
Is it?
I think New York has a it looks like the French flag, but with orange instead of red, right?
Blue, white, and orange. There's a country that has that too.
Well, there used to be the Netherlands, but they shifted to a red one. There used to be South Africa.
Yes, it was the old South African.
No longer a thing.
The old South African flag. That's the one. Yeah.
Is there another one that currently uses it? I don't think so. I can't think of any.
And then the South African flag in the middle of it had the Dutch flag.
The three flags.
Yeah. What was the third one? The British, the Dutch, and the.
I don't know what the third one. I think it was like the East India Company. Maybe is that what it was?
I'll have a look. The Dutch East India Company. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, South Africa now has one of the coolest flags.
Or was it one of the independent territories like Orange or Transvaal or something like that?
You can imagine. I'll go and look it up. But South Africa now has a very cool flag. But the trouble with flags is the cooler they are, the harder they are to draw. So I'm extremely pleased that the Ukrainian flag is so easy to draw, because you can do it in three. Well, you can do it, as we saw the other day in London, in two strokes of a wheelbarrow, or two strokes of two wheelbarrows. The only problem is you see it upside down remarkably often. I run a Twitter account called Upside Down Flags, which has about 8 followers, and I post when I see British and European flags upside down. And I tried once to post. I was in the Netherlands, and I was at the town of Zandvoort, and they were showing their support for Ukraine massively, but all the flags were upside down. And then I discovered that the town flag of Zandvoort is yellow on top of blue. And so it wasn't actually Ukrainian flags upside down, it was their own flag. So I made a bit of an idiot of myself by calling them out with my flag account. But both the British flag and the European flag are extremely easy to fly upside down because they are both slightly asymmetrical, and most of the people who fly them don't know which is the right way up. If you want to know the right way to put a British flag up, then look at the Australian flag or the New Zealand flag, which contain the British flag in a corner for handy reference. If you want to know how to fly a European flag the right way up, the stars
should point up.
All point up. Yep. And roundabout in France, outside, I think they must get instructions, because in France, every town hall has the European flag outside next to the French flag, and I never saw one that was wrong. And I think they get a little flyer telling them how to do it. But in many other places, you'll see people go, "Oh, let's put a European flag up. That's a nice thing to do," upside down. We'll be walking around a town somewhere, and if I disappear for a few seconds into an office building, my wife knows exactly why I've gone in there to tell them that their European flag is upside down.
You know what? I have a couple of stories here, but I will leave them. And let's go to Stephen first, because he might be short on time, and then we can talk about upside down flags.
Thank you, Dom. And I just want to be really anal and talk about the old South African flag. The flags in the middle, you have the British flag, the Orange Free County, I think, and the Orange Free State, thank you, and the South African Republic. And those are the three flags within the flag of the old South Africa. Anyway, that's.
I'm looking at it now. You're right, because what I thought was the Dutch flag actually has a green band on the left.
Yes, indeed. Sorry,
Yes.
I was just being incredibly anal, but flags are. I love flags. Anyway, I will drop off now. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. That's good information. We were almost there, Nick. We were close, but not quite there. What did I want to say? Yes, you have your follower. I'm your follower number 18 on Upside Down Flags. I will check it every day, so you better put lots of content up. What I wanted to say is related to Ukraine. A couple of years ago, this is just not long before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a football game. And Nick, you know how much I know about football, right? But I remember this. There was a football game between Ukraine and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I think it was played in Sarajevo. I'm pretty sure it was played in Sarajevo. Maybe it wasn't. And the Ukrainian fans waved a Russian flag that was turned upside down. So instead of white, blue, red, top to bottom, it was red, blue, white, top to bottom. Now, Nick, do you know who has a red, blue, white flag?
Nope.
Serbia.
Okay, I just knew the old Yugoslav flag, which was blue, white, red.
Yes. Because of that, and actually I have a fact about that as well. So because of that, there was a fight, because the Bosnians then thought that the Ukrainians were taunting them by waving a Serbian flag, and there was a fight. But they weren't waving a Serbian flag, they were waving an upside down Russian flag. And that can be, you can easily tell that because it didn't have, a crest or an emblem with the
although a lot of people have use informally, if your flag has that, the Spanish flag has all kinds of stuff in the middle of it, and people just draw the lines, and the Portuguese flag ditto. So I can understand that. My favorite story of the Yugoslav flag was a bus company, a French bus company, tour bus company. It was parked across the road from my place of work one day, and they had it was a local company, and they used to have very sort of ordinary buses, and they decided they were going to go full European. And at the time, there were 15 EU member states, and they had the flags of all 15 painted at various angles along the side of this bus to show what a Europe-wide bus company they were. And 14 of them were correct, and the 15th one was the Dutch one. And because they were French, and in French you think bleu, blanc, rouge. You think of blue as the first color. When you think of if you're French and if you ask French people what the Dutch flag looks like, if they know, they're quite likely to get it the wrong way up. And sure enough, they put the Yugoslav flag, although I think without the red star. Although actually, did Yugoslavia for a while, did sort of post-communist Yugoslavia, but in between after the fall of communism and before the fall of Yugoslavia, was there not a version of the Yugoslav flag that didn't have the red star in it? It was just blue, white, and red. Anyway, they got the Dutch flag upside down. So I told them that's the Yugoslav flag, and the driver laughed because he said we spent so much money on doing this, and it was within the company it was pretty controversial. How much are we spending on our buses? And the marketing people said no, we must show what a great bunch of Europeans we are. So he said I'll find a way to tell the boss. He said, but it won't be me telling him.
Yeah, this is a funny one. So, Yugoslavia was always blue, white, red. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia was blue, white, red. Then blue, white, red got a big red star in the middle.
Yep.
And then during the dissolution of Yugoslavia, they kicked off the star, and it was just blue, white, red without the star. Right. So you're right. So under Milosevic for most of the time, the 90s, right, it was a blue, white, red without the star. And then the various federal republics also had their own orders. So, for example, the flag of the Yugoslav Socialist Republic, the Socialist Republic of Croatia, the SR Croatia, Socialist Republic of Croatia, instead of having blue, white, red with a red star, it had a red, white, blue with a red star. And Serbia and Montenegro, I think, had the same flag minus some trivial difference, because it was, the red, blue, white of Serbia with a red star in the middle. I think they were identical. Maybe there was some difference. I think there was some difference. I forget what. And I think the size of the star might have been minutely different. And then Slovenia had a white, blue, red with a red star. Now, obviously, you said, many countries such as Spain and Portugal, they kick off the emblem. If Slovenia or Slovakia were to do so, it would just look like a Russian flag.
The Spanish flag is interesting because there's if you're not fully up to speed with with the heraldry in the middle of it, which has a couple of columns and a shield and the king's crown, there is a version which in addition has a black eagle, and that's the Franco flag, and that is banned, but you occasionally see it at sneaking into the picture at rallies of the far right party Vox and other similar groups, or to use the wonderful French expression groupuscule, sort of small fringe groups. And so there are still a few people in Spain who've got one of those in their attic. But it is acceptable. It is considered acceptable in Spain to just fly the red, orange, and red version of the flag.
So when the embassy started reopening in Kiev, after the brief exodus of many of the ambassadors in February and March last year, Slovenia was one of the first ones to return their ambassador to Kiev. They had a slight problem because the flag was they put a flag up, and then people thought it was a Russian flag, and so the Ukrainians stationed a police officer there until they could fix the flagpole a bit, so the coat of arms would always be nice and visible, something along these lines. So for about 36 hours, they took down the flag, and then for the next week or so, they stationed the Ukrainian police officer just so in case there were any misunderstanding. No, it's fine. They're friends. It's okay. It's just flag just happens to look the same. When it comes to upside down, also I will say, Nick, and maybe this will this gel with your experience or not. But I find that when there's a the sort of flagpole with a bit of string on the side of it, the flags tend to be upside down much more often, because you need to affix the flag to the little string with which you pull it up, and there's no obvious way of how to do it. Whereas the sort of flags that are usually stuck on the side of an administrative building come on a stick, right? And there's the little stick holder. So the way those flags are designed is you can only put the stick from one side, and that kind of prevents them being flown upside
because
down.
yes, there'll be a sort of tube along the side of the flag, and you stick the stick in it. I mean, I don't see why the flag manufacturers can't put a little, wine
this
glass.
way up.
Yeah, which I was amazed to discover. Whenever you see that wine glass symbol on a box, I used to think it meant fragile, but actually it means this way up. And they decided that the glass, when people see the glass, they can tell the glass is upside down, whereas an arrow needn't necessarily be pointing up. So I always used to think it meant fragile, but there's another symbol for fragile. But the wine glass that you see on boxes is what means this way up.
Well, fragile is the broken glass, right?
It's broken something, yeah. Don't get me started on laundry symbols. All right, enough flags, I think. Well, I'm looking at the Slovenian flag, and it's true, the coat of arms is in the top left, and so it is quite near the pole.
Yeah, you need a stiffer flag, is basically what that says, right? You need to starch it extra so it's more visible.
You need the rod along the top, like the ones they used when they faked the moon landings.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Nick, did we ever figure out, and by we I mean you, did you ever figure out whether the European Defense Agency ammunition plan requires countries to be members and invest into it for their industrial manufacturing capacity to be used?
I didn't, but basically the thing we were talking about the other day is part of these things get so complicated if you don't keep the tab open. There are three aspects to it, and this one, as far as I can see, is really about saying it's partly about using the existing manufacturing capacity, but it's also about saying if you're thinking, are you thinking of starting an ammunition factory? Are EU procurement rules putting you off? Well, worry no longer. The rules are about to get simpler. So I think because we were talking about and then it came down to what does it mean? What does it mean if the factory is located in Hungary but it's owned by Rheinmetall? I don't think it changes very much, because it just changes the purchasing rules. That section, the fund to buy it is already set up, and the EU, I suppose, can spend that anywhere in the EU it wants. So I don't know if it formally says that it can only be spent in member states that are contributing to the fund. I suspect probably not, but again, what does it mean to say we're spending in a country? If the company is owned by a company from another country. If I'd kept the tab open, I would be in a position to go off and look at it. But I didn't then go off and try and dig into the texts. So what I will do is I will pull up that tab, and over the next, after I've got back from my afternoon out, I will have a look at that. What it came down to was, is there anything to stop this being spent in Hungary, right? Or indeed
exactly.
Or indeed Bulgaria, but it seems we've got the other story about Bulgaria today.
Yes, well, because Hungary joined it, right? And this was kind of a surprise to some of us. So I was wondering if it requires them to be a part of it or not.
I mean, generally speaking, if there is money to be made on an EU project, Hungary will join it. On the other hand, that doesn't mean that if there isn't money to be made, that Hungary won't join it. So, but generally speaking, that would be the way we'd expect to go. It is interesting when one tries to make what we know about the political behavior, try and align it with syllogisms. But I'll try and find that page back and see if see if I can go. But it's probably in a very obscure document. I'll have a look later.
Thank you, Nick. Then John.
Don't mention Hungary, please. Can we refrain from mentioning Hungary?
As long as you don't mention the war.
Exactly. And I mean, I bought like 2 kilos of paprika powder, so it didn't help. So don't mention them, please.
Does paprika go well in Surströmming?
It does, actually. No, maybe not Surströmming, but pickled. There's so many variants that you can actually become a pickled herring connoisseur, like, you know, wine connoisseurs. There's a opening there, Doman, if you want to widen your domain or add domains to your current domain.
I worry if one might interfere with the other, so that might be a consideration here. Then John, do you want to share the good news about the new arrivals to Systembolaget?
Oh yeah. Actually, I didn't look into the details, but I assume it's correct. So the Swedish Systembolaget, which is the monopoly for alcohol, you know, we are quite held back on that front in Sweden. We have to go to a certain place during certain times. We want to enjoy everything above 3.5% alcohol. Anyway, so they are actually widening the selection of wines with Ukrainian wines, which is quite a nice touch. I think. I mean, honestly, this is not. It could be a mix of you know, helping Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, and also I think the interest is big in Sweden for Ukrainian wines. So this is now in the. It will not be in stock, I think, in the smaller shops, but it's something from the orderable selection. So you can go there and order. They will bring it home, and you get it. Was that
excellent?
Deep enough? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I can attest. I've tried a few Chabot wines. The bubbles are pretty fun. You know, they don't quite show as many months in the bottle, the Reserve Brut, as they state. You know, it's not very obvious that it's been so long on the lease. But hey, you know, it's comparable in price to stuff that is frankly much less interesting and much less good. So bubbles are definitely fun. The Cabernet I was pretty impressed by. The Chardonnay could have had a little bit more flavor, but you know, that's just how Chardonnay is. And I'm not familiar with the other ones that they haven't stocked that are not from Chabot. Maybe I should investigate some. We'll see.
Yeah, no, actually, I've seen other mention of Ukrainian beverages. If we can include vodka into that, vodka and beer. I mean, it seems to be possible to get hold of those stronger variants as well, like vodka and the weaker beer in Systembolaget. But I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there's also some Horlivka that is now on Systembolaget shelves, which I think is pretty good. So, you know, do you reckon you can call it even? You know, Finland gets an extra ratification, Sweden gets Ukrainian wine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good trade-off, isn't it? And yeah, actually, that's good because now we can buy this stuff. We can, you know, we can invite our Finnish friends for dinner, and they will stay on our side. So yeah, it's a win-win.
Excellent. Fancy pants. What do you think?
It took me a while now to come up. I'm in the office fetching some coffee. That's what I'm thinking. But I had a question for you guys, which is about United States and Ukraine. Did I read this properly? Like yesterday or the day before yesterday, that Biden ramped up the aggressiveness towards Russia. We're saying we need now to help Ukraine win fast and win solidly. I think he changed a bit the tone, right, in terms of support for Ukraine.
I've not actually seen it. Sorry, fancy pants. So if anybody else has, because this seems important, please come up and
Yeah,
tell
I
us
have
about
seen
it.
it.
Have you? Excellent.
I didn't, but the thing is, I didn't see the original source. But someone was quoting what he said, and exactly like Fancy Pants was saying that it's our goal for Ukraine to win, which is different from we're going to stick there to the bitter end, or stick with them till the end. They said before, but let me dig that one up again. We can analyze if it's trustworthy or not.
And Doman, to use this time to deviate a bit from wine conversations and from flags. What about the 40 Mirage fighters? Is that news solid that there will be Mirage fighters supplied to Ukraine? Or is this also just some chatter that was made into news and is not as solid yet?
Right. So I don't know how solid it is, but I can say the following. In the press that came out around Mirages, when that first appeared, about a week and a half, was it a week ago, week and a bit ago, about Ukrainian pilots are training on Mirages in France, and then it was like no. And in Le Figaro, the dismantling of that communication came out saying the Mirages, the Ukrainian pilots are not yet being trained on Mirages in France. They very clearly said yet, not yet. Now that implies, Fancy Pants, what does that imply to you?
To me, it implies that it's being prepared, but not given away yet. Concrete dates and terms on the delivery.
Exactly, right. It implies that they're not being yet, but sometime in the future they will be, and that's an important component, I think. Let's stress that maybe. So in that context, it makes perfect sense to me that they would be getting these Mirages, and if the UAE has a bunch of Mirage 2000s, they're getting rid of because I think they're buying Rafales. I might be wrong. They could be repurposed, and they still have lots of hours on them, and they were well maintained because I think the UAE usually kind of just buy in maintenance from the French or some such. And they were not in too bad an environment, frankly. If you're a jet, a nice dry desert is a pretty good place to be for your for everything to keep working well and not to have problems. I think that's a pretty good idea. What do you reckon, Fancy Pants? It makes sense to me.
Makes also a lot of sense to me. One thing that I was wondering, because I'm not so well in the knowledge on aircraft and airframes. So the MiG-29, they were more for air-to-air roles, as far as I understood. The Mirage what is their tasking usually. And the second thought which I had when I read that they come from UAE kind of took a weird role in this war so far, right? I mean, they are harboring a lot of Russians, a lot of sanction evasion, and money is running through the UAE. So can we really count on the UAE selling those Mirage or giving them away in helping Ukraine, or can we probably anticipate that Russia might pull off some weird shit in the UAE to get them to block it in some form or other?
Right. So their attitude, the UAE attitude, was even more than Turkey. I think is even clearer, which was, we are staying out of this. This just isn't something we're concerning ourselves with at all. And in that context, returning aircraft that are outdated for them, that are getting replaced to the manufacturer, especially since I'm pretty sure that they're replacing them with Rafale from the same manufacturer. That kind of makes sense. That's not really an issue, right? Because you just say, well, we bought these, we operated them, we don't need them anymore, we gave them back to the dealer. It's like saying, well, we bought this Renault car, we drove it for 5 years, and we're gonna sell it back to the Renault dealership in town, and we're gonna buy something else. No, makes sense. And it really keeps them out of it. It's not anything that it matters too much. I'll just say one thing about the role and pass it to Ming. Role wise, they're kind of similar. They're sort of multi-role fighters. The good thing about the Mirage is that it does have some better air-to-air missiles. Sadly, just the French ones, but nevertheless. But also crucially, it can carry air-to-surface missiles, specifically what's called the Scalp or the Storm Shadow. It's the same thing, just the Brits call it Storm Shadow, French call it the Scalp. I think I don't know, the British one was brown sauce and everything. The French one, I don't know, has a garland of onions around the side, while in storage to keep it nice and happy, something like that. That's about the only difference, right? Is the name. So that's kind of important, because that would give Ukraine an aircraft that's capable of launching 500-kilometer range cruise missile, a cruise missile that can hit Ingles Air Base from Ukrainian, if launched in Ukrainian airspace. Yes, there's different versions of the Scalp. There's the expert version that's shorter range. There's the normal version that's longer range. But even a small number of these, and it's been strongly suggested that Britain might be sending some. Even a small number of these would make a big difference as to the strategic positioning, and that in itself would be useful. They are of a similar age, a similar generation, the Mirage 2000s compared to the MiG-29s. It's useful. It's not useful. I hope I said the right number of knots there. Anyway, and before I tie myself into knots, let's go. The joke is I can't actually tie myself into knots because I'm not myself circular. I can only tie myself in pseudo knots. Ming? That was for the mathematicians among you.
Do you think Ming's run away or passed out while waiting?
Hope not.
I'm a tiny bit worried about him now. However, I have been sending him things about aircraft. Oh, there you go. He's reconnecting now. See, I had a feeling something was going on. He's usually very polite, wouldn't ignore you. Yeah, I keep sending him stuff about aircraft anyway, so we're keeping him busy, at least.
I really appreciate the aircraft commentary, including the commercial aircraft commentary. So finally, on my screen, he's not reconnecting. It should just stay the speaker. So that's it's fascinating, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it says connecting for me. He appeared twice, jumped up and down a few times.
Now he's jumped
Obviously
down.
not normally, and then connecting. So, yeah, it would appear that
Now he's gone altogether for me.
yeah, that my
Mystical.
phone and your phone are obviously seeing things at different times. Very good.
Okay, while we wait, Fancy Pants, what are your thoughts now that we've walked through these mirages that might or might not appear a little bit?
I think I'm getting more optimistic that the West is properly helping Ukraine to clear its land from Muscovy invaders, as aircraft play a huge role, right, in reestablishing air dominance, and also Ukraine will have a lot of cleaning up to do once the counteroffensive starts. And I do hope that some of the aircraft being supplied by the West to Ukraine make it in time for the offensive. I hope we see a few pleasant surprises, but I'm not sure. So the mix, they're already there, right? The other aircraft, maybe there is going to be some big surprise. One thing also that's had me very interested was that U-24 was raising donations for drone fleet of kamikaze drones, where Austrian NEFO AT was also supplying or collecting for 2 of them. So there is a lot of kamikaze drones being readied. Also, did we not hear that Taiwan or some other country intends to supply kamikaze swarm drones to Ukraine? I think it was Taiwan. I'm very curious for that, if that will play a role in the offensive in one or the other shock and awe manner.
There was something about Taiwan sending them. Yes, I saw that as well.
By the way,
famously, Ukraine bought out the whole supply for this year, pretty much, of FPV, first-person view drone components from China. So Russia can't get any. And by the way, in 6 hours' time, we'll be joined by Dr. Biljana Lilly and her guest, Samuel Bendit, and we'll be talking about exactly this sort of stuff in much greater detail, I think.
That's fantastic. Hey, I just wanted to add, I found at least one article which contains exactly the headline that I read about Biden's shift of tone, which was the times.co.uk. I don't know that newspaper. I'm trying to break through its...
Oh, the Times of London.
Okay.
Huge newspaper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to break through their paywall. But they write, Russia-Ukraine war has Joe Biden's endgame changed. Despite alarming nuclear threats by Moscow, NATO has become bolder. To read more, I just opened developer mode of Chrome here. So stay put, or if someone else has
Check
access.
your DMs, Fancy Pants. I sent it to you.
Okay,
It's
thank you
that
very
one
much.
is open.
Oh, the magic of the internet. Yeah, and you can work through that a little bit. Good. Let me know what you discover. Oh, I've been told it should be an apparition of mirages. That should be the collective noun for mirages. Well done. I enjoy that. That's a good one. Then John?
Yeah, as a Swede and the Mirage, of course, that's a very good thing that I will get it. But comment on the design of Delta Wings. They have things to learn about it, like that.
I mean, sure. I do think they do have one drawback, and that drawback is I don't think they have fuel gauges. So
that's a bad thing. Yeah.
It's not a good thing, is it?
And also the aesthetics. I mean, how to design a Delta Wing? They should ask someone who knows.
Someone like the designers of the Vegan.
Yes, and even Draken.
Drakens were gorgeous. Yeah. Okay, for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, we're talking about old Saab aircraft from the Cold War. Viggen is the relatively modern one from like the 70s and 80s. Draken is its predecessor, interceptor aircraft. Best design of any aircraft ever. And there's a picture somewhere from above or below, I forget which, of the Austrian Air Force Draken, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's all red with a diagonal white stripe, or kind of looking like the Austrian flag. It's absolutely tremendous. It's one of the nicest looking jets ever. And the Swedes, just like with furniture and buildings, also before they were good at designing furniture and buildings, they were good at designing really good looking planes. Cars took a while to come along though.
Oh. But actually, on cost, Domen, I think we've seen a shift with Volvo, right? With the latest V90s and XC90s and so on. And if I'm not wrong, the chief designer is actually ex Mercedes-Benz designer. So yeah, they're getting more and more German.
I wouldn't particularly know or mind or care. Fancy Pants. Now that I think you've had a chance to quickly scan through that. What do you reckon? How much of a difference is it really?
Yeah. So as I read the article, to me it appears to be de facto state of affairs, like what's supplied to today, or what will be being supplied, the battle tanks, and that the MiG-29 has been delivered, and an interpretation thereof, also of the statement that the administration has made though in the past already, that they are there to help Ukraine win back its territory and defeat Russia. But to me, that doesn't read very much like news. It's more an interpretation or take of the offer on what the current help and supply means for the end game, or what the target is. So I think it's mostly an interpretation of current state of affairs. What do you think?
I think so too. I think it's a look at what's happened, and I don't think it's really moving anything. I think as a general rule, there won't be an awful lot being moved on any fundamental changes. Because what would be a fundamental change? Either either the end or substantial decrease in supply, below sustainment. I don't think that's happening, or a very substantial increase to the tune of now we're sending quadruple digits of this or the other. And is that useful? Sorry, is that likely? Probably not. Right, that's a shame. But you see what I mean? I just don't think there will be a big realignment, really fundamental realignment. There will be a step up, more stuff. But
100%, I concur with you. So it basically is just stating the obvious, right? That we have observed here for weeks and months already. Maybe they're just playing catch up with what many already knew. It's so what I see currently, the strategy of the West continues to be the boiling the frog method, and I do wait for a pleasant surprise in change of strategy. I hope for shock and awe against Russia in the upcoming offensive. I do hope for it, but I'm cautious. I think it could be more of continuation of boiling the frog method. One thing that concerns me, to be honest, is the news about the losses of important Ukrainian heroes that we heard in the recent weeks. I think it might be also just some continuation what has been happening in the past, but I wish that this unnecessary loss of Ukrainian lives would end sooner, and we would rely less on Ukrainian human capital being thrown at the problem and more of Western hardware. Yeah. So unfortunately, I think this boiling the frog method that we chose as the West comes at the cost of Ukrainians, and I wish that at some point we see a change and shift in strategy there, that Ukrainians get the hardware to finish off Russia on its territory, and sooner than later. One thing that really, and I think I said it last week on the space, one thing that pissed me off was when Stoltenberg said we expect like a long war. And I know, Doman, you said it was maybe more targeted to the European audience to kind of get them ready for upping the defense over a long period of time, for investing into defense over a long period of time. But I do have the sorrow that maybe that's just NATO strategy in terms of helping, that they're not ready yet to help them to finish Russia fast. But what do I know? I do hope for a quick victory. And how does one say, right? Let's hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
Absolutely, and maybe Vyshniakovsky, maybe it's also in part a realization that it's one thing to deal Russia's strategic defeat. They've already suffered that, but they're not budging just because of that, right? And it's kind of like when you're doing something, you need to do it thoroughly, you need to do it completely, and it seems like Ukrainians will actually need to remove them pretty much from every bit of Ukrainian territory, and due to the sheer volume of all that they need to do, it has to actually be done, right? Due to the sheer volume of Russian equipment and personnel in the field, they actually need to be gotten rid of in a very prolonged, protracted manner, and maybe you just can't do it that quickly. I think that's a part of it, right? Maybe that's a part of what's going on here. But I do sincerely think that the bulk of the rationale for it, the bulk of why Stoltenberg said it's going to be a long war, is for appropriate funding decisions, appropriate purchasing decisions to be made in the first place, because they need to be made. And you know how it is with political decision making. Anything that could possibly not be needed at some point desperately necessarily would then be considered as waste, and politicians don't want to be attacked with that, right? They don't want to be told, it's it will be then impossible or some such, or what is it even necessary to go and invest so and so much into artillery ammunition production, for example, if the war will be won in a couple of months, and then what are we supposed to do with all of this ammunition? Where are we going to put all of this ammunition that we're never going to need again for anything, right? And they want to avoid that sort of situation. And luckily now, with the Joint European Purchasing Initiative, that will be helped along rather. So I think that's that's a part of it as well. Well, we'll see. Maybe there just isn't so many quick solutions, and I agree. You know, what I want for Ukrainians is actually fairly straightforward. It's actually fairly simple. You know, 1,000+ Bradleys, of the 6,000, 7,000 that there are in US stocks. It's not that bad. 1,000+ Bradleys, a few hundred ATACMS, which again, they're stocks. They can be deployed, you know, within 36 hours of the decision being made. They can fly through the air. I mean, at Russian positions, because Ukrainians already know how to use them, because they know how to use the HIMARS targeting system. And what was my third one? Oh yeah, DPICM, cluster munitions. Because cluster munitions could make a really big difference here in both defensive operations, also offensive operation, but especially defensive operations, because they would therefore require fewer shells to be used, less wear and tear on the barrels, and fewer barrels needed for defensive tasks, right? Fewer tubed artillery barrels needed for defensive purposes. So they can concentrate them more on the offensive, because they simply don't need as many, because one shell does a lot more effect. So those three things, you know, would make a huge difference, and they're all deployable immediately. Either the Bradleys might need some extra training for the Ukrainian troops, but not that much, and it'll make a huge difference very quickly. And it's deployable, it's deliverable, and it doesn't have long lead times like training on fighter jets and such. So that's kind of my suggestion. You know, if you really want to speed it up, those three factors. And I don't think any of them are, you know, what they would think of as escalatory, what Western publics would think of as escalatory, what even the most, let's say, most questioning, most indecisive Western politicians would think of as really escalatory, because, you know, Russians already use plenty of cluster munitions. I think Ukrainians use some Soviet-style cluster munitions as well. All this are cluster munitions with fewer side effects, is really what they are. The DPICM ones, right? Fewer duds, fewer leftover unexploded ones in the field. Okay, ATACMS maybe a little bit. Bradleys is just more of the same, you know, just an order of magnitude more volume. So it really shouldn't be really that much of a problem. Come on, let's just do it. Let's get this done. Jens.
Yeah, good, what is it, afternoon? I think I've come to see boiling the frog as a 3-course meal, where Kherson was the appetizer, then the main meal was the winter stalemate, and for dessert we'll have some Crimea. Several months ago, Biden went out and said something that the White House had to pull back, and now he's saying something similar again. And I think maybe this thing that is being perceived as hesitancy has simply is a long-term plan, where there is an emphasis that we cannot allow ourselves to panic, that we have to plan to win. And part of that is this coming summer's offensive, where whatever hit Sake and whatever hits Kerch Bridge might hit very hard again, and maybe hit in larger numbers, combined with a lot of tanks, a lot of IVs, and maybe also, hopefully, some aerial surprises. So I think when we hear this, I don't know if what Biden said was attributed to him or a spokesperson. To some extent, I feel like it is in tune with the long-term plan that this would probably take a year to get all the ducks in the row for a hot boy summer in Crimea. So I'm kind of changing my mind about this. And I think when we talk about Russia's terror bombing, where everybody is confused, why are they not hitting targets? Why are they targeting, civilian targets. I think maybe because some of the targets, they are parked in Poland, and they are being lined up and painted and ready for something that may be, as I think Solusny said, something we haven't seen before. That is at least my hope.
I would really, if this is the way it goes, be like, yeah, this is fantastic. I will be a big fan of that if it happens exactly as you outlined it. And I think there's a chance that it does actually go that way. I certainly won't say it's not going to go that way. There is, no real need for this to continue, right? There is no real need for this exactly as you outlined, more or less exactly as you outlined, not to happen. We'll see someday when the Ukrainians go on the counteroffensive. We will see preparatory work, shaping operations. Hopefully, we will see some very long-range fires as a part of said shaping operations. So, fingers crossed, absolutely. And I think this would make perfect sense. If it goes exactly as you described it, it would make perfect sense that it goes that way. There's no reason why it shouldn't go that way. Absolutely. Ming, I hope we have you connected this time.
Yeah, no, sorry, Damon. I had a phone call there, so I had to drop for a moment. But let's just go back to the French formulation about not yet training on Mirage 2000s. That could be hiding a multitude of sins there. So they could potentially be in the classroom, or they might be on simulators, but not actually on the physical aircraft itself yet.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Pilots are training how to fly Mirage, but they're not training on Mirages. I think we need to go back and look again exactly how they phrase that. That's a good bypass there. I like that. Yeah. Let's go to Jens, and then Ming. I want to ask you about how commercial aircraft work, and where the fuel should go, and trivial stuff like that, kind of an introductory course. Jens.
Well, I just want to say, obviously, for all of us, this has been a long year, and it has been tremendously painful, and we're all aware of the costs. But I do think that it is important that we get stuff lined up for something that can end this thing this year. And maybe the war doesn't end this year, but there's a difference between, having to, clean up some remnants and then, biting off Crimea, and then we can shape a front that is more eastbound and then push them out. So I am, I'm very affected. Also, when we see Bakhmut, there's been a lot of voices that wanted us to retreat from Bakhmut, but it really did serve a way to fixate Russia the entire winter, and in this sense that if you're waiting for a build-up for a counteroffensive, you also don't want to give up too much land. So for me, I think some of the things we've been wondered about what is going on. To me, I think I see a red thread at least, but that is just my limited point of view.
Thank you, Jens. Well, I do agree that there's been quite a lot done of late. I think that's important to remember, right? There's been quite a lot of progress being done, and that matters. And a lot more needs to be done. I think the realization has come that needs to be done. I think that the European joint ammunition procurement is a good indicator of that, and it can only go one way, right? It can go. There's several paths. It can only go one direction. I say there's several ways to get there, but it can only go one direction. So Ming, I have a question for you. When you're trying to fly commercial passenger aircraft, and you put the fuel in the fuel tanks, right? Because the plane needs the fuel to fly. Where should the fuel go for the plane to fly the most efficient way? Should it go into the engine and then combust, or is there some extra engine combustion that can help it push it along more quickly?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking here, Damon. You have to give me a bit more color on this.
Well, now imagine. Now, if you do it the usual way, because I think usually what planes do is they put fuel from the fuel tanks into the engines, and then in the engines it combusts and then pushes the plane along, right? But could the Russians figure something out, how to maybe put some fuel outside of the engine as well and set it on fire there? And then maybe that can be even more effective.
Oh, I see, some sort of wild afterburner type setup where
Afterburner, underburner, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something truly dramatic that only the Russians could pull off in the spectacular fashion that we've become so accustomed to. If you're talking about my thread from yesterday,
yes, I am.
Yeah, no, look, that was interesting from my point of view, because that's not a rare, but that's not the kind of occurrence that's rare but happens to a lot of airlines. That's a Russian thing. That's definitely maintenance.
So what happened, Ming?
Well, so what happened was it's I forget which airline was it. Did you?
Nordwind.
Nordwind, that's right. So it's the Aeroflot subsidiary. It looked like I didn't know exactly which aircraft type it was, but given what the report said, that it had 190 passengers on board, that has to be a 737-800, because max seating there is at 189. So maybe they had an extra crew person in a jump seat or something on a positioning flight. So it was at night. The video is showing basically huge amounts of fuel pouring out of the bottom of the plane. The two interesting aspects about it: so they delayed the flight for an hour, fixed it somehow, we don't know exactly how, and an hour later they took off. And then on top of that, the report, and of course, keep in mind, this is a Telegram report from a Russian source, says that they did not report the incident to the Russian aviation authority, Rosaviatsya, or Rosnavigatsya, whatever they're called. So, all in all, it's just adding more into the mix of, Western-built Russian aircraft are looking increasingly ropey and unsafe as their maintenance capabilities erode.
And I think that's exactly it. I think it is the Boeing 737-800. Also, looking at the video, the bottom of the engine nacelles look, slightly asymmetric with the top, which would fit the 737 NG, right?
Yeah, the real tell would have been if the bit where they cut in the video where they cut down and look at the wing. If there's a winglet on the end of the wing, that would have been an 800.
Oh, that's a good one. it's a good idea as well. I didn't think of that.
But you can't.
Not all
you
of them
can't
have
see
it, right?
No, that's right, and you can't see it in the video, unfortunately. The wingtip.
Yeah, always problems, aren't they? Always a few problems there, but that's just the way it is, which can be frustrating, of course. No, but I think it's good. It's good to see that things are flowing well at Russian airlines.
And with their extortionate price of fuel these days, it's all good.
Oh, absolutely. Do you reckon this is something that's quite easy to fix, or is it something that's a little bit less trivial to fix?
To be honest, I don't know. Look, I'm not a technical specialist on aircraft. I mean, I know enough to know what I need to know to deal with the value of them. But there was a guy who responded in the replies to that thread who seemed to know exactly what was going on. If we could dig him out, he might be able to fill us in.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious about that because I'd like to hear more details on it. Also, did it seem that it's the engine that's faulty, or something else that doesn't work that doesn't work quite right there? So you know what I mean, right? Because engines are tricky to produce sometimes additionally.
Sorry, I'm just looking for that guy who responded in the thread, just to see if I can dig it up, and because he actually had some obviously technical driven insight into exactly what was going on. Just give me a sec.
Absolutely. No, I think it's an. I'd really like to see if it's the engine that's problematic, right? Because obviously the engine they can just replace if they really need to. The reason why I think it's particularly interesting, if it is that, is because engines are in somewhat short supply, and if it's something different that they can repair or recover a little bit more easily. It's maybe a little bit more or less problematic for them. But if it were something that they had some trouble with, let's say, and if it were something more involved, like an engine, maybe with a few more going out, this could spare bigger problems in the longer run for the Russian airline industry. In other positive news today, it seems like the Slovak defense minister is increasing or is announcing an increase of Slovak shell production to 150,000 a year. So at least 100,000, but possibly with some time, up to 150,000 a year. And that would be excellent news as well. Now, there's a lot of space here for the Western world at large, especially countries in Central and Eastern Europe, to provide a whole lot more shells to Ukraine. And there seems like there's a good chance that they will be able to do so in not too long a time period as well. And that would be absolutely fantastic if they actually managed to do that. Now, already a while ago, it's been indicated by said Slovak defense industrial sector that they'll be able to increase it very substantially already. But any any additional improvements to that would be additionally helpful. Ming, did you figure out what's up with the play?
Yeah, so I found the reply. Just give me a sec. I'll read it to you. It's from looks like a Estonian Finnish guy, Tamansika, and he says, "Good thing is that hardly any fuel is ingested into the engine. Seriously, a little more and the whole thing would have gone bang. Fuel is coming after the HP engine pump, so that's the high pressure engine pump. Line is likely cracked or a seal done. I've had that happen. It comes out with quantity and force." So that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about and could analyze the situation quite effectively.
Excellent. I hope whatever this is difficult to fix. I hope he'll tell us likewise. Very good. Pauli, good afternoon and congratulations.
Good afternoon, Domin. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you remember, about 10 days ago, we discussed our president going to Turkey, and then also Orban traveling to Turkey at the same time.
I do recall. I hope it means that there might be well, no, I hope. I'll put it this way. Maybe now we are more sure about our speculation at the time of what this meant and why it was being done.
Yeah, and I think we had a prediction that with NATO, something is going to happen soon. It's not going to be just a fun trip to talk about the proper design of baklavas. And I think one thing that I'm also quite certain, although this is yep.
Pauli, I'm sorry, I need to ask you this as someone of the legal persuasion. Is the proper design of baklavas something that's constitutionally in the purview of the president in Finland?
According to my knowledge, it is currently not. But I'm a simple guy. I don't know any like every small detail. So just a wild guess. But yeah, one thing that has come into my mind during this week is that I'm quite confident that they have also discussed about the ramping up the weapon production, and of course unofficially, how to say, bilateral or multilateral weapon buying and production programs, because we're getting more and more news now that they are actually starting and launching. And I don't know, yesterday you might have noticed that our manufacturer Sako made a deal with the Swedish armed forces and Finnish armed forces, and Sweden made an order for 875 million kronor, so that's like maybe 90 million euros worth of rifles from Sako. So that was good. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. Things are moving forward slowly, surely.
Pauli, I want to know a little bit more about those rifles and what that actually means. So I understand that they look like super high quality arms, obviously, but what does this mean? What the delivery timeline is? When the older ones might be getting decommissioned because of it, but also why is this significant? Obviously Finland and Sweden upgrading their rifles, modernizing their small arms across their militaries, but why is that significant? Because I think for some people it might be evading them a bit.
Yeah, so just briefly, although we share like brotherly rivalry with our neighbors Sweden, we have had a joint program regarding the infantry, and enhancing this also means that we have a cooperation with the rifles and producing precision rifles, I would say from the best manufacturer in the world. That's Sako, and that's actually owned nowadays by Beretta. Makes a lot of sense. So we can jointly test and produce a lot of good rifles for our armies. There will be 5.56 and 7.62 caliber rifles. They look a bit like AR-15s that are in use. They have the rails that you can, well, tactical rails that you can attach multiple different things. And I think they will come in semi-auto mode and then also automatic mode, if I had to guess something, with longer barrels and shorter barrels. So to fit every occasion and situation. So in one sentence, it is a cooperation with our Swedish neighbor to enhance our infantry capabilities, and that's a good thing. Thank you.
Excellent. And there's a lot more of these let's call them joint efforts being done between Sweden and Finland specifically. I, for one, am a big fan. Daniel, I'm sorry you didn't get the positive vote, but at least the war between you and Russia is strengthening.
Yeah. I mean, we'll wait with our Turkey. I was thinking about what Pauli said. We had some discussions yesterday, me and Pauli. I can add to the weapons that actually was a week ago. I think they announced that Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark have decided on a new uniform system where all four countries will go with the same uniform, only different camo patterns. That's the only thing that's going to differ between the different countries. So that also sort of emphasizes the closer cooperations between all these countries. There's a lot of these kind of things going on. When it comes to the Sako weapon, there is a little bit of a controversy in Sweden because this is actually three different versions. There is the sniper version, and then there is the one 556 caliber, and then one 556 556 and 762. And the 762 is, of course, then much heavier, and the ammunition is much heavier, so you can carry less. There's been a lot of sort of grumpy voices in Sweden saying that that's really the wrong way to go. And now it was announced also that the 556 version was going to be procured for, I don't know the phrasing, but it's more like a defensive weapon for drivers and stuff like that. So it's not going to be the assault weapon. So the soldiers are going to have to carry a heavier weapon with the pluses and minuses from that. But it's important to state that there is some controversy, but it's not about Sako, because Sako is doing a fantastic weapon.
All right, thank you, Daniel. See, these are details that I wouldn't have garnered from the little bit of reporting that I did read about it. But I think that, well, let me ask this: have Finland and Sweden ever previously coordinated on purchasing of arms like this?
Not that I can.
CV90.
CV90. Okay.
Well, that's not really coordinated. I think actually the CV90s were something that Sweden built themselves and then tried to sell, and Finland and Norway and all the others liked it and went with it, and then we have coordinated sort of upgrades and stuff like that. But it's still not coordinated from the start like this.
It's a co-production with Patria Hägglunds, and then well, they didn't run the same version, so we have the 1930 and you have the 1940, and I think Norway has 1935, if I'm correct. Yeah, but Patria has been in the process. If they weren't, they couldn't produce it.
But I just add that it's a very good step to take, because this I think it probably makes it cheaper to buy material like this together, but it also makes it easier to maintain and be able to share knowledge, share maintenance and so on. So I think it's really, really good that they do this in different areas, and hopefully we'll continue with other areas also.
Do you think this would not? Sorry. Do you think this would be happening without the impending accession of both Finland and Sweden to NATO, which is around 1 or 2 corners?
Yeah, as far as I know, this is a project that has been going on for several years. So it's not, as far as I understand, induced by the full invasion of Ukraine.
Got it. So it's not a question. It's not an issue of that would otherwise be that would otherwise be an issue. So understood. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, what's the public response to in Sweden or Finland now getting the okay from Hungary, but it's still but Hungary not yet approving Sweden?
Mostly crickets, I would say. I mean, as far as I saw, there was stated the facts that basically that Hungary did this, and I know that before the vote, there was some controversy where the Swedish prime minister, I think was first the defense minister, and then later the prime minister, that went to see Orban. They demanded an answer from Hungary about why they are separating Sweden and Finland. So it was sort of a stern way of saying that we don't like this, but we can't do anything about it, and that's basically it. That's what I've seen. And then, John, have you heard anything else?
I think Dendron already left us. So basically, because nobody was expecting a ratification of the Swedish application, it didn't garner nearly as much echo as it would have otherwise, right?
Exactly. I don't know how much it would anyway, because I mean, I think Swedes are sort of quite calm, and if we can't do anything about it, we can't do anything about it. It's not like people are going to go out on the streets and demonstrate. There will be some sort of articles, debates in the media, but not more than that.
And would I be right in guessing, Daniel, that the overwhelming reaction is, well, better at least Finland be in it, because at least then we can be sure that Russians would have a very tough time to getting to us in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the commander-in-chief or someone officially actually stated that this is good for Sweden. Oh, maybe it was the prime minister. That when they concluded that Finland were going to go first, they said that okay, this is not good, but it's better for Sweden that Finland goes in, so we are more secure anyway. So yeah, I'm just afraid that we are about to be surrounded by NATO. So I guess we have to start looking for some smaller country to invade, because that seems to be the normal reaction.
Yeah, you're surrounded by NATO. The problem is, where are you supposed to go at this point? There's literally no escape. I think you'd need to go by sea. Closest one you can get by sea, Daniel, Ireland.
Or Kaliningrad?
Don't think that's a country, not yet. But I think Ireland it will have to be. So the Irish have to get ready. It's been a while since the last Viking invasion, but I think they'll just have to get ready, and what will happen, right?
Yeah, but those were Norse and Danes. We went eastwards from Sweden.
Don't nitpick. This is the only choice, right, Pauli?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but taking Kaliningrad and then quickly joining NATO, I think that's my cup of tea. We have similar ideas with Daniel. Just really quickly take it. Just kidding.
May I just ask one thing when I'm up here?
Please do.
I had a small fit personally here in just a couple of days, and I just thought I wrote it. Some of you responded on my timeline, but I mean, really, I'm getting really tired of this. This is so unnecessary, and I mean, I don't know what to say really, but I have an idea, and that's if NATO just gave Russia a deadline, 48 hours, 24 hours out of Ukraine, and otherwise we will bomb you to smithereens, and then just do it. What would Russia do against it? Nothing. I mean, we're arguing about sending weapons to Ukraine and what we can send and what cannot be sent and where we can buy old aircrafts and so on. Why not just do this fast? We will save Ukrainians' lives, we will save Russian lives, and then we will be over with it. Really, what's the argument against, to be honest? Well, I know, but yeah.
Huh? You know exactly what the argument against it. All I'll say is it might just happen anyway, and I think this is what we should be hoping for, right? That it might just happen anyway. It's not impossible that the volume of what's being supplied is actually greater than what's being publicly stated, at least, you know, at some margins, such as what was being sent from Finland, right? I have a hunch it might have been a little bit more than just the 6 demining versions of the Leopard 2. I have a hunch it might have been, you know, a few extra. When it comes to Leopard 2 F4s, there might have been a few extra sent. You know, who's to say that it is really just 109 Bradleys instead of, say, you know, 309? At some level, at some point, at some volume, it becomes awfully fungible, doesn't it? It becomes awfully easy to say, you know, yeah, there's 100 here and 100 here and 100 here. Who's to say? Who's to say? So I sincerely hope that's the case rather than something else. Same goes for DPICM cluster munitions. Same goes for a number of other things, and maybe we just won't know until the invasion has the counteroffensive has started. Right, the counteroffensive to liberate large swaths of Ukrainian territory has started. Yeah, Daniel, what do you think of this Mirage story? Is it but an apparition, or will something actually materialize? There's a story that came out yesterday: 40 Mirages to be reacquired by France from the UAE. I think they're replacing them with Rafales. Is that right? And they might be just redirecting them to somewhere else.
I mean, it's not impossible. I'm not sure if it's. I mean, the article said I actually posted it and then removed it yesterday. And the article says that France is looking into buying them, which means that it's not really happening right now. It might happen. I'm not sure. I would be glad that if it happened. At the same time, I'm wondering a little bit. I haven't really deep dived into it, and the question is, do they really have 40 available? I'm not 100% sure that that's a number that actually fits with EUA's own numbers, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd like it. I'd really like it. Any aircraft is good sent to Ukraine, and if they are able to get them in some reasonable time, why not? I still think the F-16s need to come really soon, and it's primarily because no other aircraft has fully integrated harm that we can get to Ukraine, and they really need that. So everything else is a good complement, but it needs to be F-16s.
It's really time for that, isn't it? I also don't think that the French would be looking so strongly at getting 40 Mirages back from the UAE, you know, unless there was already a concrete plan to deliver some number of Mirages themselves. So, for example, imagine Ukraine would get, say, 20 straight from France, and then another 40 from the UAE via France. We're really from France, obviously, right? The UAE wouldn't seem to be involved. It's just a way to get more numbers. They're just returning it to manufacture, after all.
What is positive, I think, is that the narrative seems to be all the time that way going on. That is a positive, because that reflects some kind of attitude, at least, that this is something that we want to do and we are going to do it.
Yeah, I think we need to reread that Le Figaro article and really find out, what was it that was said, what was specified in the in that article with the French denial that they're not doing it yet. What exactly is it that they're not doing yet? Ukrainians flying Mirages or something else? And hopefully they are flying Mirages. F-16s would, of course, be a big difference. There are certain capabilities that F-16s have that Mirages don't. One thing, Daniel, that I quite like about the Mirage is something that the F-16 can't do, which is the delivery of Storm Shadow, also known as the Scalp, right? The French call it the Scalp. But these 300 plus in the export version, well over 500 kilometer range in the original version, cruise missiles that Britain has kind of intimated they might want to deliver anyway. And if and when the Ukrainians would get those, it would substantially limit what the Russians could do as freely as they can now. We heard from a number of staff officers, general officers before saying, Russia should not have a safe haven. Safe haven, is that what they called it? Something like that. There shouldn't be anywhere in Russia where that could where the Russians could feel safe, right? Where the Russians could say, here we're not going to be attacked. Here we can feel very safe. We're not going to be in a position where the Ukrainians can strike us. And Storm Shadows would be one step towards that. I think they would be a strong step towards unlocking the ATACMS as well. For if there are Storm Shadows in Ukraine, why not also ATACMS? It's kind of a 2-for-1. So I think that'd be really useful. And for that, they need a way to deliver them. And Mirage is one such way. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That would be great. Even if they got just a few of them. At the same time, I can't really say that I understand how the very hard for me to really grasp and understand what kind of logic they are using for it, and might that be sort of loosened up by some other weapons coming to like the Storm Shadow with a similar range coming to Ukraine, then that's fantastic. I don't know how many Storm Shadows there are actually, and sort of what the capacity of it is, to be honest. It is a little bit like the Taurus, right? The Germany have.
Maybe. I'm not even entirely sure. But the point is, right, it's something that was already suggested by the Brits. The Brits might be sending. However, obviously, they need a way to actually launch them. Forrest.
My question was kind of right along those lines. You started hitting at it. What weapons packages that they have now would be able to be integrated, and can the AMRAAM be integrated on the Mirage?
I don't think it can. The French tend to produce their own air-to-air missiles, so I really don't think that there's anything that the AMRAAM can be. Sorry, that there's anything really other that the Mirage can launch. So the Storm Shadow, the Scalp, is a joint project of the Brits and the French. That's why the Mirage can launch it, as well as some British aircraft can launch it as well. But I think in other cases, I just don't think it works out, and I think that they wouldn't be able to use non-French missile stocks. Maybe there is something that they can use, but I don't think the Mirage can launch an AMRAAM first.
Doesn't that throw off the harm as well, and some of the other stuff that they've already gotten?
Correct. The thing is, Ukraine already has a capacity to launch harms, at least in a reduced reduced flexibility, let's call it, right, with some limits, because the Americans and the Ukrainians have jointly figured out how to fit it on, I forget which airframe, but one of the Soviet era airframes that Ukraine operates, and that's because it doesn't really need to be aimed, the harm, because it kind of does the aiming itself to a great degree, right? Because it's radiation seeking. But something like an AMRAAM, I think, needs a lot more communication with the radar that either the plane is carrying or some other radar, and that's much harder to then integrate in the same way as the harm was. Colonel Jeff, is that all right? You need a lot more integration for an AMRAAM or an air-to-air missile generally with the airplane's own systems.
That's correct. So the harm is a launch and leave weapon system, right? So it has its own seeker, it has its own ability to actually operate autonomous, can actually operate autonomous while it's still on the rail and run on power from the aircraft until it has to switch to battery power. The AMRAAM, it's really there's three sensors that need to all agree before the missile leaves the rail, and that is the missile needs to kind of see the target, the aircraft's radar needs to see the target, and the pilot has to have some kind of cueing from one of those systems to agree that everything's kosher before he's going to release that missile. So I mean, it's not insurmountable. I mean, we just learned that that they're doing JDAM ER, so it's not insurmountable. It's just a lot more work. But and I don't have a lot of time, Doman, but I did want to come up because I saw some news today, and I'm starting to put some puzzle pieces together. And I will tell you that if the puzzle pieces I'm putting together are correct, I would tell you that Jen Solenberg very well may become Times Man of the Year this year, or win a Nobel Peace Prize, because I think what you're seeing over the last few weeks develop is a clear and consistent message of NATO cohesion, right? You have Slovakia that is dedicating aircraft. You have Poland that is dedicating aircraft. You have France that's now potentially coming out and doing old Mirage 2000s. You have Bulgaria coming forward and buying old Soviet missiles. You have Russia delivering through on Leopard 2s. I mean, it's amazing, right? I mean, this is truly something that I think in a couple of days you're going to see leaders of NATO come forward and say, thank you, Vladimir Putin. There's no one who has solidified NATO more than you in the last year. I mean, I think this is a very concerted effort. You don't see duplication of efforts. You see a lot of individual things putting all the puzzle pieces together. I could be wrong, right? But I think it's a beautiful message, even if it's not intended. But I'd venture to say that someone at NATO has been kind of handing out homework assignments to all the nations and saying, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this, and we're all going to come together. Very impressive if it's orchestrated.
And let's step beyond that, right? It's not just Slovakia and Poland committing planes. For example, what you're also seeing is, for example, Slovakia getting a very hefty, 65% discount on AH-1Z attack helicopters that are being supplied by the US to Slovakia. Now, after it has sent the MiG jets to Ukraine. Now, talk about a concerted effort and talk about everybody being on the same page, right?
Yeah, I mean, if this is just happenstance and it's happening this way, then NATO's probably the luckiest organization to exist, right? So, but I wouldn't think that. I mean, NATO meets every day, and I'd like to believe that, you know, Jens Stoltenberg and other senior leaders of the NAC, right, the North Atlantic Council, have kind of in the background kind of said, hey, dude, you work on this, and they've got a strategy of announcement releases, right? That all these things are kind of being notified and coming out in a very measured kind of communication, information operations campaign, to where it is hard to argue that NATO is not solidified right now, that NATO is not a cohesive alliance. It's really hard to argue that.
Exactly. And, you know, it's also a good incentive, I would say, right? You get rid of your old Soviet stuff, you get much better Western stuff at a very nice discount. I think it's a good incentive for others to go and do that, and a good incentive for some more countries to maybe move on from some of their older equipment now when there's a time of need.
Right, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Slovakia F-16 purchase accelerate a little faster. I mean, the money's already spent, so it's not like they're going to get a discount on it. But I know they've been waiting a long time to get those F-16s. It would not surprise me if they, if somehow that finalized and they were, you know, fully operationally capable before what the expected time frame is.
I'm definitely a fan of that. Daniel?
I was looking a little bit at the sort of what weapons capabilities of the Mirage 2000. It was a long time since I looked at that at all. And I was a little bit unimpressed, but depending on versions, there seems to be a capability to carry the French air-to-air missile in French 530. And it's, from what I read, it's a really impressive missile if it's available, because it's not in production anymore. But it has been deemed as one of the sort of longest ranged air-to-air missiles available, up competing with the Phoenix. That would be a capability that would be really good to have for Ukraine. I guess Colonel Jeff would agree with me, right?
Yeah, I don't know much about the missile. I mean, I actually did a lot of mission planning back in the Balkans for Mirage 2000s. And I would tell you the other thing that the French are very good at, they're really good at electronic warfare. They have their own internal systems. They don't rely on NATO systems. They don't necessarily share their technology. So a lot of their ECM systems are very good, right? And their radar warning receivers are also very good. So yeah, it's a 3.5 gen fighter, right? I won't say it's third gen, but I also won't give it full fourth gen capability. But I think putting asses in cockpit seats is really the important thing for Ukraine at this point. And again, I had the discussion last night with General Hodges. I questioned him point blank. I'm like, how is it the only Russian system out there that is still the boogeyman after this war has started is the S-300 and the S-400? Every other system that Russia's brought to the fight has underperformed, or it has not met the capability expectations of the West, whether that be tanks, whether that be artillery, whether that be armor, whatever it be, right? So the S-300 and the S-400, I mean, I don't want to be the guy that goes and flies in the threat ring, right? I mean, I'm a little old, and the airplanes I flew would never survive in it. But I'd like to say that there's some pretty aggressive fighter pilots out there, and a couple of them actually been in the press and come forward and said, "Hey, dude, I'll go fly my Viper in that threat ring," right? And that's the kind of guy you need, right? So, yeah, there's old pilots and there's bold pilots. There's not a lot of old, bold pilots, and I'd like to think that I'm one of those guys, right? So I'm a little over the hill. G-forces hurt my body now, so I'll leave it to the younger guys.
Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, my sort of feeling about how the Ukrainian Air Force is fighting right now, it's a little bit like fencing with a rather short saber, while the opponent has maybe not a very good saber, but it's longer, so you really have a hard time reaching them. So what they really need is to have some longer range weapons, and then maybe they can start to actually do some damage towards the Russians, because the Russians haven't really shown that they are really, their weapon systems haven't shown themselves to be really good in any area. But when it comes to the air-to-air, my impression from what I've read is that since they have that longer range, they have actually been able to poke the Ukrainians quite severely, while the Ukrainians can't really poke back, and that's that they need a system that actually can do that, and AMRAAMs or this Super 530 seems to have 40 kilometers of range, might actually help them a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you know, it's as a war planner guy, this is somewhat frustrating, right? Because if we track this war and we know that Russia, you know, in the initial phases came down from Belarus and tried to do the whole, you know, chop off Kiev, and they failed, and they failed for a number of reasons, but one of them was the logistics line was too long, right? So we know that Russia's Achilles heel is logistics. They actually pulled that entire effort out, and they've gone to rely back on their old logistics structures. And the one, if you know logistics is a weakness of your opponent, one of the missions you want to plan and that you want to do is called interdiction, right? You want to interdict. Hold on, buddy. You want to interdict the enemy's logistics lines, and if you can start severing and actually making logistics even harder for them, you really can bring them to, you know, to where they're in a bad place. But as you all can tell, I have other issues that I need to deal with right now, so I'm gonna have to let you guys go. I'll see you guys all in a couple hours for the dish.
Let's just do a very quick plug. In 2 hours and 45 minutes, give or take, Colonel Jeff will be hosting Lieutenant Colonel Trevor Gertson, a former Top Gun intel officer. Colonel Jeff, I'm presuming, like yourself, U.S. Air Force?
Of course.
All right, excellent. And I don't know what they'll be talking about, but I think they'll be talking about the Ukrainian Air Force, what the Ukrainian Air Force needs, what the Ukrainian Air Force has been doing, just how good a job it's been doing, and what the Ukrainian Air Force hopefully should be getting in short order.
Yeah, so real quick foreshadowing on this to give everyone so Trevor's actually in Poland right now, right? And Trevor makes trips into Ukraine. He's been working closely with the Ukrainian Air Force. He knows Juice personally, the MiG-29 pilot who's fairly infamous and in the press a lot. And he's doing God's work, right? So he's leading a nonprofit effort called Flight Gear Ukraine. And he's working with a bunch of guys that he worked in with the Air Force who are retired like me, and taking our old flight gear and our flight, our gloves, our jackets, our flight suits, everything. I mean, I know it doesn't sound, I mean, it's kind of shocking that Ukraine they need everything, man, right? So if old flight suits or old flight gear can make it to the battle space, that's great stuff. And he's going to have some awesome insights. He's going to plug his effort, and I love that. And I've done my homework on him. I've checked with some other of my Top Gun bros. They all say he's legit, so we don't have to worry about those things, right? So this is good stuff.
Excellent. Looking very much forward to it. And I always like to learn more about the state of the Ukrainian Air Force, and what they need to be even more effective than they've been thus far. And according to the Russians, the Ukrainian Air Force is now in it's about 9th incarnation, seeing that they've shot down about 8 times as many planes of the Ukrainians as Ukrainians ever had. So you know, they're doing pretty well. Apparently, they're all cats, very cool cats at that. Both the planes and the pilots. You know, because cats have 9 lives. Yeah. Daniel, question for you. You mentioned that the French missile that can be launched from the Mirage, and apparently it's pretty good. Any more information on that? On, say, the range, capabilities of it?
No, I mean, I actually just Googled it, so I can't say I really had this knowledge since before. But it seems to be, I would guess it's a semi-active missile since it's from that generation. But it says that the D version, that seems to be the one that Mirage 2000 is capable to carry, has a range of 40 kilometers. And if my memory is not failing me, I think that is sort of on par with the AMRAAM, which means that it's not fantastic today. It probably was when it was manufactured. However, it's quite old. So it says, it doesn't really say when they stopped, but I read somewhere that they actually stopped producing it. So I'm not really sure if they even have them still. But it would be really crucial to have that with the Mirage 2000, because otherwise it seems from what I read that the Mirage doesn't have that much of a air-to-air capability. But maybe I'm looking at the wrong sources. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it comes to kind of what Colonel Jeff just said, right? You need volume. You need planes in the skies. You need pilots in planes, and you just need quite substantial numbers of that in order to be able to continue, let alone win.
Yeah, absolutely. But they also need to have the tools that makes it possible for them to. I mean, of course, it's always, everything is better than nothing. But I think that if you're going to see a situation where the Air Force can redo real sort of use, from my limited view, you actually need to be able to force some local temporary air superiority to actually not just lob in rockets from your controlled airspace and then have a sort of rudimentary precision on them, and it's hard to really do any useful that you can't do with the artillery, for instance. I mean, Air Force has a third dimension that they can work with, and right now it feels like they are more or less have their hands sort of on their backs, because they can't really do that full out, and they need the tools to be able to do that, not just the numbers. Of course, numbers are good, but you need both.
Got it. I agree, naturally. Thank you, Daniel. I'll give Ryan a forewarning that I want to ask him a little bit about how he's doing. But first, I have a question for you, Daniel. If I told you that there's a Boeing Stratotanker of the U.S. Air Force flying loops between Öland and Bornholm, what do you think that could be because of?
I would either there are some other aircrafts like we saw a couple of weeks ago running around Kaliningrad or something like that, because then I also think we had a tanker up them, or it's an exercise, and it's good things, both of them. We had some B-52s doing loops over Sweden also a couple of weeks ago, so it might be something similar. I haven't read anything about any new exercises right now, but I wouldn't. I will at least the Swedish and Finnish Navy have been exercising or are exercising right now together, but I haven't heard anything about the Air Force.
Let's see how it goes. I sent you a link to that one though. It's not showing anything else. Yeah, Ryan. Good afternoon. How are you, Ryan? Been a while.
Good afternoon, Doman. I'm doing just fine. Actually, working on my sock laundry right this second.
Excellent, which means you can talk and fold at the same time, I think. So, Ryan, first of all, how are you? You're probably at home base, right? If you're dealing with socks.
Correct. The weather's less than ideal today. There's been precipitation since last night, so things are kind of muddy and wet. And it's a perfect day to stay in and organize some of the stuff we've got and just take care of the regular day-to-day life routine. It does not stop even when you're in a war zone.
Very good. Ryan, I want a van update from, what was it, Friday night? Saturday night?
Oh, I think that was Friday night, but I don't pay that close attention to the days of the week when I get over here, so they all kind of blend together. Whatever the case, it was a couple, 3 days ago. Surprisingly, a lady came up to our driver who had witnessed the accident, told him that she noticed it wasn't his fault, and if he needed any help or somebody to attest to that, to let her know. And then she mentioned that she knew a mechanic in the town where the accident occurred, and she had already called this gentleman before she even came over and spoke with our volunteer. So she let him know that a local professional was en route and was going to come assess the damage and see if he could offer any assistance. They offered an amazing amount of assistance. They actually assessed the problem, found someone to tow the van to their shop, procured the used replacement parts, fixed the van the same night, and then insisted on bringing our volunteer home so they could put some food in his belly. They exceeded everyone's wildest expectations. Actually, Patrick attempted to pay them a few times and then sent us a message telling us that he felt somewhat ashamed that they wouldn't take his money. I was left without words, to be honest. I do know the name of this shop, and I want to promote them and send everybody within a 100-kilometer radius to their shop for repair or inspection services, because they did a phenomenal job. They're great people, and little things like that go a long way to restoring my faith in humanity, even when you see how inhumane some people on this earth can be to one another.
That's amazing. So in a matter of in a matter of hours afterwards, you had it done, and that's really terrific. Back on the road.
He got into an accident. I want to say it was 3 or 4 that afternoon. He sent us a Mayday message in our group ops chat, and I had to tell him, hang tight, we see your message. We will get back to you as quickly as possible. Julia's doing an interview with someone in the Polish media, so let's get that done. As long as you're safe and nobody's hurt, we'll be in touch with you. And then he started basically sending us updates, let us know that the authorities had come and done their accident investigation, and he was looking for repair shop, but he was not at all optimistic that he was going to be able to find anything. The one shop he managed to get a hold of, that was on a Saturday, actually, now that I recall. That was our concern, was a lot of mechanic shops aren't open on a Saturday, and definitely not on a Sunday, so we were thinking we would be stuck for a minimum of 2 days. He managed to get a hold of a mechanic, and they told him, shop's backed up, we can get you in on Tuesday. So he was fretting, to say the least. The reason he headed to Poland was because we were supposed to meet a volunteer group from a university in the Netherlands who makes routine or regular trips to Warsaw and relocates refugees that are currently in Poland that would like to go somewhere else, presumably because they're staying at a refugee center and there are more permanent housing options available for them in the Netherlands. But also when they come down, they always bring us as many items as they've managed to gather in donations. And sometimes they go and buy some food at the local stores, or gather up stuff that they've had offered to them locally and provide that to us as well. So it was a logistics problem as much as anything, because we didn't have somebody to receive in Warsaw as planned. And one of the first things Patrick did after he got into the accident was call one of his friends in Warsaw and tell them, hey, I don't know what you're doing, but drop it. Go meet these people at the refugee center. they've got some stuff that I was supposed to pick up and I can't. So we also got pictures from Patrick's friend of his personal vehicle stuffed to the freaking brim with all the donations that should have gone in one of our transport vans. So the donations were secured, taken care of until he could get to Warsaw. And then, much to our surprise, he managed to get everything solved same night instead of having to wait 3 or 4 days in the little Polish town I've never heard of before last Saturday.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. I remember now. It was the weekend. I thought weekend evening. That's not going to be good, but somehow. Daniel, please.
Yeah. Now I feel a little bit stupid here. This is probably a part of an exercise in Sweden called Aurora 23, which is the largest defense exercise in 25 years in Sweden. I remember reading about it like several weeks ago, but that didn't just went out of my head. They actually started with a mobilization call in one of the radios, national radio channels. So it's a quite big deal, and it's going to be a lot of air exercises also during this. So they are most and the air area where they are flying is actually just around that area. It's up. Let's see if I can find the map I had here. It's an area up to Stockholm, but then also the southern part, not the west coast, but the southern parts and the east coast, like Småland and Östergötland, let's say, regions there. Not in Skåne, but also Gotland and Öland. So it's most probably a part of that. There you go. But yeah,
there's a Saab Argus up there as well in the area.
Yeah, but that's up from now and then.
For Kaliningrad.
It was up when you had the flight into whatever it was to Kaliningrad. We had a lot of different SIGINT aircraft also. Then you had one of those, and you had one of the Ravens also. S-102, I think it's called.
Very good. Makes perfect sense now. Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Right. Where else will be Ryan? Any big plans for what you're up to?
At the moment, we are going to probably be sorting a bunch of items that came in on the last 2 vans. We sorted through a bunch of medical supplies that came in yesterday, inventoried all of them, so we know exactly what we've got and what we can send where. Sometimes it's just a mixed bunch of medical supplies. Some of them are better suited to go to frontline paramedics or stabilization points. Some of them are needed in hospitals or better utilized in hospitals. So we try to sort the items as best we can here. Make sure any IFACs that get delivered are properly packed. That was an issue we ran into. Somebody brought us about 50 IFACs from the US. That was when I went into Poland last. And
can you tell people what an IFAX is? Because otherwise they'll think it's a fax machine made by Apple.
Individual first aid kit. It's a little bag you carry on your hip or somewhere that should contain some basic first aid items, some kind of disinfectant wipes, some compress gauze, some stop bleed, a couple of chest seals if you're lucky, nasal pharyngeal airway, which is basically a straw that goes down your nose if you have massive bleeding and can't keep your airway clean. You also need a decompression needle, a tourniquet or 3, just basic things that would be needed if you have serious injuries and someone comes upon you and needs to render aid. IFAC typically is not intended to be used on someone else unless they can't use their own. An IFAC is so if somebody who has life-saving training comes upon you and you are in a bad situation where you might not survive, they have the tools available to them to render aid to you. So that's why they should all have generally the same things in them. These IFACs were supposed to contain chest seals and decompression needles, and when we took them apart and inspected them, they had neither. Luckily, we had a bunch of those items brought over. Well, we had a bunch of those items already in inventory that had been purchased here or that had been brought over separately from the IFACs. So we had to go through every single one of those things and add decompression needles and chest seals to them, because regardless of what the seller said when they were sold online in the US, they did not contain those items when they arrived here. And I'm 100% sure that the guy who brought them didn't pilfer them. He bought and paid for all that crap and brought it over here. Anyway, we got all those fixed. We are going to hopefully be shipping out 50 of those via Nova Posta to someone much closer to the front than we are situated. If I'm lucky, we'll be able to send some cat tourniquets to some of Verlaine's folks. But we are also waiting on a massive delivery that Nurse Anna is bringing us from one of the fundraisers that Renegade Relief had started. She had so much stuff sent to her house. I think she had to jettison a couple of items. And actually, she called me and said, "Oh my God, what am I going to do? I've got all this stuff. I'm not sure I can transport it." I told her, if you can get it to the airport and get it checked at baggage check, we will have somebody on the receiving end to pick you up at the airport. You won't have to carry a single bag. We've got people for that. I told her that another lady had done it a couple of weeks ago, and she showed up with about 20 bags, 12 of them duffels, and 4 or 6 of them hard side. And we got her here. But Anna's coming with a bunch of medical supplies. We are eager to receive her and the things she brings so we can get them pushed to the front as soon as possible. I'm hoping, since we're kind of doing a down day here, and I now know that all those IFACs are packed adequately, we can get an address for the individual who will be on the receiving end, and I can take them down to Nova Posta and stick them in the mail.
Excellent, thank you, Ryan. So this probably speaks to the way you run logistics somewhat, right? If it's a large volume, you take it yourself. If it's smaller things, there's no point in wasting lots of time and lots of effort in when the logistics in Ukraine work still shockingly well. And I think that's part of the testament to the resilience of both private and public enterprise, and the ability and the resilience of the Ukrainian people at large.
Yeah, they have a very well functioning civil society here, as well as a postal service. I actually was in a Nova Posta yesterday to pick some items up for a friend who was not in this neighborhood and couldn't pick them up himself. They even have a COD service where you can purchase things online here in Ukraine, and if you don't have a way to pay for them online, and damn near everybody has a way to pay electronically here unless you're a foreigner, he ordered some personal protective equipment and was not able to pick it up, so I had to run over to Nova Posta and do it for him. But I saw 2 different Nova Postas because we mailed some stuff to Rivne and we picked up some stuff that was sent to us, so we had to go to 2 different ones. But yeah, Nova Posta's pretty kick-ass. They're a lot more technologically advanced than the U.S. Postal Service. At least their offices would lead me to believe so.
Right, you're saying you're shipping some stuff to someone closer to the front. How long does that take from you sending it to them receiving it?
24 to 48 hours usually. I don't know if you can pay for like an expedited service. I strongly doubt it. But this country's only about the size of Texas. My personal experience, you can usually ship small packages in the US, 2-day express mail. A bigger parcel is going to take a little longer. Obviously, 50 IFACs are going to be a couple of boxes, but still, they've got the logistics dialed in really well at Nova Posta, and people trust them so much so that a friend of mine who's in the Ukrainian military, who once left his home base city and ended up much closer to Kherson with me, and had forgotten his military documents and only had his civilian ones, called his friend back home and said, "Hey, I need you to mail me my military documents via Nova Posta because I'm tired of being harassed at the checkpoints." And frankly, if somebody trusts Nova Posta enough to send their sensitive military documents via Nova Posta, I'll trust them myself too. I certainly wouldn't mail my passport anywhere in the US just because I would be fearful that it might not arrive at the spot it's going to. And I know the US Postal Service has, you know, a good track record of delivering items that are shipped, but still, I personally wouldn't mail any sensitive documents with the US mail just because I wouldn't want to wait on them. Ukrainians here don't have those same reservations. But back to your initial question, yeah, if we have less than a truckload quantity of something, I'm not going to drive all the way down to Konstantinivka or Dnipro just to deliver 50 IFACs. That's going to cost me at least $100 in gas each direction. And if I can ship it with LTL carrier or Nova Posta, LTL carriers less than a truckload, that's like FedEx Freight or UPS in the States. If I can ship it with somebody like that and have full confidence that it's going to arrive at its destination probably about as fast as I can get it there, it makes all the sense in the world to spend 20, 30, 50 bucks and send it with them versus blowing $200 in fuel just so I can hand it off myself. If we're talking about multi-$1,000 pieces of medical equipment that need to be handled with care, I'll probably go ahead and put it in our own van just because I want to make sure it doesn't get thrown around like all the other boxes. But also when we do that, we're cognizant of the capacity that our vans have. When we deliver medical equipment up to hospitals in Kharkiv, we don't send just the medical equipment. We load the van up as much as we can get in it, and we take a bunch of food items or clothes or whatever else is needed up to Kharkiv Humanitarian, or drop it off with somebody else on the way.
I think this is a good illustration, right, Ryan, of the differences that exist within Ukraine as you go closer or further away from the front, as you go closer or further away from certain, let's say hotspots, right? In some places, also logistics are going to function just terrifically well. In much of Ukraine, you get very close to the front, that gets harder. Same goes for availability of certain things, right?
Absolutely. We have noticed that when we made our first delivery to Kharkiv, this time I was here, we were anticipating going out to Kupiansk and delivering a bunch of meal kits to some families in that neighborhood, and delivering some other care packages to some Legion units that are up that way that we have contact with and try to support. And they actually told us, hey, don't come here. There has been recent activity in this area and we don't feel it's safe. So we'll be happy to come back to Kharkiv and pick up stuff from you, and we can push forward ourselves since we live in this area, or we operate in this area. So we always try to do things as safely as we can, and we're more than happy to take the advice of people who are spending larger amounts of times in these regions and have a better finger on the pulse, so to speak, of what the current security situation is. We don't just run in blind.
Then anybody would have ever thought that for a second. Ryan, how this will be going back a bit. Many months ago, you were setting up your base. You were doing some painting, some cleaning, setting up of your own logistics distribution center. Has everything been running just the way you imagined it, or have you had to redesign your operations yourself?
The original set of shelves or storage racks that we built had a small structural defect. I don't think the wood was cured properly, and there was a knot, so we had to do some retrofitting. That actually happened last time I was here. Since I've returned, they have greatly expanded the shelving system downstairs. I think the only problem we have right now is that we are almost always running at capacity. We've got a bunch of stuff, and frankly, what the problem is we've outgrown the building we're in. It works well for now, but sometimes you get items that are bulky and take up a lot of space, but they're not highly sought after items, so they might sit for a couple of weeks because they don't have a well-suited home yet, or nobody has spoken for them. And sometimes those stuff get in the way of the items that move in and out much more quickly. So here in the last few days, we were trying to find a home for some food starch bags that were large 50-pound bags, or 22-kilo bags of corn and potato starch. And that's a great food additive, but it's not a base ingredient of anything. It's more like an additive. As I was explaining to some other people, I've had a small, probably 300-gram box of cornstarch sitting in a cabinet at my house that's been there for 10 years. That's how often I use cornstarch. So a 50-pound bag is essentially a lifetime supply for me. But we were trying to identify large commercial kitchens or places that are feeding large amounts of people, like orphanages and hospitals, and somebody that could utilize this stuff sooner rather than later. The other problem that we have in that is that it ends up stuck sitting in the garage here and kind of in the way of the stuff that's just rotating in and out on a more rapid scale. So there's always logistics storage, where to put it. Do we carry it downstairs and store it in the basement? I hate having to carry things downstairs and store them in the basement when they weigh 50 pounds, because I know that more than likely I'm going to be one of the guys that has to carry them back up the stairs. The fewest times you can handle something is the ideal. So not having to move it around and mess with it and touch it 5 times. If you can just push it forward because you know somebody that needs it, that's a much better option. There's also just a lot of stuff going on. There's always a million moving parts and information coming in from every different direction. Somebody, asking for this or wanting to donate that, trying to coordinate when we can make delivery of items or get in contact with people so we can find out where specifically they need to go, or if the need they told us about 2 weeks ago is still a thing. It's just kind of playing high stakes whack-a-mole. But we do the best we can, and I think they do a great job of it. That's why I'm here volunteering and helping with them.
Thank you. Right. Moving stuff, in Ukraine, mostly into Ukraine, moving empty vans out of Ukraine. Has the situation on the border gotten any better, or have you just not been crossing it nearly as much now? Saving some passport space with all of the Schengen stamps.
I have not crossed it nearly as often this time, which is a good thing, not a bad thing, because we have more volunteers available to take on that task. And frankly, hang on, I'm trying to think if I've crossed once or twice this time. I think I've just crossed once, but it only took me an hour and a half to get, and it was on 15 minutes. And that was a very pleasant surprise. Something seems to improve definitely on the Polish side. I don't know if maybe somehow our name got on the list, or finally they decided that all these vehicles that we routinely drive across the border are trustworthy. I hope it's the latter, but whatever the case, I was expecting to wait a lot longer at the border last time, and thankfully I didn't have to. I hope that is a trend and not a one-off. All that said, I didn't have the same problems that some of the other ADORGs had when I was doing this at the end of last year, partially because Julia is Polish, has a Polish foundation that is basically a sister org to Renegade Relief, and she kind of knows the ropes. So she's done this before and knows how to do it about as efficiently as it can be done. Sometimes bureaucracy and zit-faced border guards get in the way, though.
Right, almost sounds to me like the best way to maybe go around it is to have one set of people get stuff across the border both ways, dedicated, and the other ones
yeah. Well,
bring stuff around
we
the
do
crate.
that. I've run into problems in the past where when you're exiting the country with a vehicle, they're suddenly puzzled and they want to know why you're not the driver that brought it in. I had to explain that to a border agent at one point. Actually, he was trying to tell me that I hadn't driven the vehicle in, and one of the other volunteers, Matt, was driving it when it came into the country. And I very forcefully explained to him that under no circumstances was Matt driving that vehicle, because Matt didn't know how to drive a manual transmission car that day, and he was in the passenger seat and I was the driver. I think just the certainty with which I conveyed that information to the border guard may have gotten my point across, but they do keep track of things like plate numbers and when you came into the country and what your name was and all of that. So if the same person stays with the same vehicle and routinely crosses, it makes things go a lot more smoothly. They have a job to do. They're trying to make sure that contraband doesn't come into the country. The Poles are trying to make sure that contraband doesn't come into their country. So I don't want to knock them for doing the job that they've been assigned, but sometimes things could go a little more smoothly. I think all in all, they're doing a superb job. I know border crossings have probably increased exponentially between Poland and Ukraine in the last year. So
Sounds like a good idea. But also, Ryan, right? The timing of getting a new van either side and exchanges and such really would need to be optimized for that, right?
correct. Oh, and I don't know, you may have been asleep last night, Doman, but I got home from dropping off a friend and fellow volunteer at their apartment last night. And when I left to get in the car, I noticed an air raid siren in the distance. I kind of tuned it out. Those are pretty normal around here. But when I got back, I noticed there were some red things heading upwards into the sky. I wasn't sure what it was at first because there was no sound associated with it that I would have expected if it was a projectile. Then I saw one of them explode in the clouds. I came in and got some of the other people here at the house where we stay, and something was definitely going on outside in the sky. We went back out and watched for a while and then started hearing Shahed drones. So had my first experience with the Shaheeds last night. They are definitely
read a
loud.
report
They
that some-
definitely sound like an angry moped.
Could you gauge roughly how far away you could hear them from, the drones? Because you couldn't see them very well.
It was dark out, so we definitely couldn't see them. There was a low cloud deck. I don't think they were more than about 5 kilometers away at most. I think they flew in over our head and were headed in the direction of Kyiv. And from what I understand, the majority of them were shot down reports I was reading this morning when I woke up were that they shot one of them down, and some of the wreckage had started a fire at a grocery store in Irpin.
I have a theory about the Shahids. Initially they send them during the daytime, and I think that there's a visual component to the targeting, possibly a feedback. But they were all getting shot down, and I think their intention is sending them at night because many of the Russian defenses against them are visual, right? Visually guided, basically point a large caliber gun at the sky and point and shoot. But this way they need to this way Ukrainians need to rely on the radar guided things, and then some with like spotlights on the 23 millimeter twin cannons, right, to be able to take them down. And I think basically Russians are saying, well, we're going to cause them more expensive missiles. I think it's really that cynical. Shaggy.
Yeah, just to say, I heard that going on last night, Ryan. I'm glad to hear your voice today and hear that you're okay. But I'm pretty sure I heard anti-aircraft fire or something like that going on in the background last night. So it just popped up to say, I'm glad you're okay.
I'm perfectly fine. Actually, if anything, I feel safer today than I did yesterday because I know there is adequate air defense in my general vicinity. If I'm not mistaken, we heard it from all 4 cardinal directions last night. Probably would have seen it from all 4 directions as well, but the building was blocking, well, the house we stay in was blocking one of those. So definitely saw tracer rounds and heard gunfire from 3 different directions. I would be interested to know whether some of those tracer rounds came from a Gepard. I don't need to know that. It's really way above my pay grade, but there were certainly some other people firing off with small arms. I know that sound, and that wasn't a big gun. So lots of people were defending the citizens of Ukraine last night, and like I said before, I feel a lot safer than I did. I actually made a joke to Chris and told him he chose wisely on a base location because we are well defended here.
Glad to hear that, and I'll drop down now and listen for a bit.
Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, I'm glad that everything went relatively well, right? But as you say, exactly what it was. That's for the Shahids to find out, right?
Correct. One more small note was some nitwit decided to post footage of one of them impacting, or I don't know if it crash landed or if it reached its target, but somebody put it on Instagram almost instantly after it happened, which while I would be curious to see something like that, it's probably not smart to post it on the internet so the Russians can gauge how well they're doing.
Exactly, but broadly speaking, I would say I think Ukrainian population at large has figured this out very, very well at this point, right? On exactly what not to go right about.
Exactly, and some of the chatter I saw in one of the communications channels of aid groups that share information with each other. I think it was a Ukrainian, I'm not certain, but somebody was berating whoever it was on Instagram. I doubt that person was even on the channel we were communicating on, but peer pressure is definitely a big thing here as far as not sharing stuff that could endanger troops or civilians. So I have full confidence that that video got pulled down, and whoever managed that account probably got their hand slapped. As they should have. If I knew who it was, I'd go slap their hand myself.
Well, I hope for their sake that they don't that you don't find out. Actually, no. I hope for their sake that you do find out, because they really shouldn't be doing that. And slapping their hand really isn't that bad.
Yeah, as far as corporal punishment goes, the hand slaps, entry level.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd much rather slap someone's hand than give them a do better talk than let them keep stewing in their own idiocy and get somebody killed on accident.
Interesting. It was like I heard an open mic, but there was no mics open. It was very confusing.
Wasn't me, I promise. I was just sat here.
No, I know. I didn't hear. I didn't hear any cats, so I knew it wasn't you. Speaking of cats, a very cool cat flying in. A multi-type rated 1 in 72 fighter pilot. Latin, welcome.
Hey, Doman. So there really hasn't been much news since yesterday. I was on the space when Alan and Daryl were on, and this report had been published in France about another potential source of Mirage 2000s for the Ukrainian Air Force. So we kind of in real time we were breaking that down a little bit, and there hasn't been really much to add since then. I guess it's a question now.
Let's go through it, because many of us, especially in Europe, will have missed what came out yesterday about the Mirage Titan. So let's build that as a groundwork.
Okay, well, the announcement yesterday was, correction, the announcement. Am I saying that the report yesterday was of something new, which was a potential new source of another source of Mirage 2000s, which is the Emirati Air Force. That the UAE is retiring their fairly large force of Mirage 2000s. They bought a huge batch of Rafales from France, which I think plays into this, because obviously with their this large contract with France for the Rafale, that may play into giving the French some leverage here. But the report is that they want to take 40 is the number they give of those Emirati Mirage 2000s to transfer to Ukraine. The Emirates have, it's probably over 60 of those aircraft available right now. There have been reports since about 2020, because 2020 was when they signed the contract with France for the Rafale. And there have been reports of other countries that are interested in them. Some of them may still go there. We have to see how this all lands. But the big takeaway is that if there, we always underline it, of course, if there's anything to this, and we can get to that in a second. But I think the big takeaway for the moment, before we go, I see Daniel's got his hand up. The big takeaway is that if there's any possibility of this, we're talking about a very different aircraft than the legacy Mirage 2000s that we had discussed up until now, that were retired by the French Air Force. This variant, the 2000-9, is a far more advanced transformative for say.
I was actually asking you, wanting to ask you a question, because we discussed it a little bit earlier, and I just Googled the sort of weapon capability of the Mirage 2000, and I was a little bit underwhelmed. So I was going to ask you if you could elaborate a little bit on what the true capability is, because it seems to have not very many air-to-air missiles available, and then it's a little bit of free falling bombs and laser guided bombs, and we discussed the Storm Shadow. But apart from that, is there something?
Well, the variant that we're talking about here, because there's a whole series of Mirage 2000 variants, and bear in mind that the French aviation industry has a long history post-war of developing or marketing and selling aircraft that are very specifically catered to the needs of the customer. So you're going to have some different capabilities depending on the source that you're talking about. So the baseline model here is the 2009, which is a significant upgrade of the original Mirage 2000. The original Mirage 2000C was an interceptor with very little air-to-ground capability. It gets a little complicated because the ones that the French were operating, the legacy 2000Cs that the French were operating and retired last year, they had adapted to carry laser-guided bombs, but that's another story. We've discussed that before. These variants from the United Arab Emirates, they're a significantly more sophisticated version of the 2000. For one thing, it has a full multimode radar. That means that it has a ground mapping role, which is important for navigation, especially low-level navigation, important in avoiding air defenses. So low-level navigation and all-weather and nighttime navigation for the strike role. In the air-to-air role, it carries the Matra 550, which is the short-range infrared missile that the French interceptor variant also has. It can also carry the Mica, which is essentially the French equivalent to the AMRAAM at this point. Although they're also integrating Iris-T onto the Rafales, but I don't believe this variant of the 2000 can carry the Iris-T. I may be wrong on that, but I don't think so. But the Mica is still a very very capable beyond visual range missile, which I think would get them roughly to the area of about 120 kilometer range, and that's a significant improvement over most of what the Ukrainians are using right now on their Soviet era aircraft. So that's it's a very good radar. The RDY-2, which is based on the earlier ones that they were on the earlier variants of the 2000. It's a combat-proven radar. It's very effective, and in the air-to-air role, I think it's capable of, depending on conditions, well over probably close to 160 kilometers range. Which again, I'd have to double check the numbers on that. But it's among Western radars. It's a pretty damn good radar. It's right up there with the APG-66 AN-APG-66 that you find on most F-16s. So that's in the air-to-air. In the add to that a very good electronic countermeasures suite, self-defense suite is very. We're talking about partly here the electronics that are built into the aircraft. On the American aircraft tend to do this with a pod, but on the Mirage, it's internal, and it's the equipment that would be used if the Russians fire a radar guided missile. This is equipment that can try to confuse the radar on the SAM site, and can also try to jam the radar on the missile itself that's being fired at the aircraft. So there's that as well. The Ukrainians don't have anything like that in their inventory right now. Their current fighters don't have that capability, that kind of self-protection capability. Air to ground, like I said, it's a fully mature multi-role aircraft. It can carry laser-guided bombs. We could be limited use in the current circumstances because typically you need a little more altitude to deliver those, but that capability is pretty sure it's compatible with JDAM. Most NATO aircraft are. That there is the possibility of using those at low level, as we've discussed before, which is probably how the Ukrainians either are already or will be using them with whatever platform they are able to integrate it with. You also have the Emiratis call it the Black Shaheen, but it's essentially a variant of the Scalp Storm Shadow. That's a tremendous capability. If that were to be included, if they were to make the decision to provide that weapon, and if they were able to get them trained on it, that's a game changer. I mean, I don't use that term lightly, but in terms of the air war, that type of weapon for the Ukrainian Air Force, the range and accuracy that it would offer is a game changer for them. So wait and see on that one. No, I mean in the overall scheme of things, it's a pretty well-rounded multi-role aircraft. But the only thing I don't think it has capability for is nuclear, which typically you don't see with export aircraft. The French have their own strike variant that can do that. But otherwise, it can deliver the whole range of precision guided munitions that you would expect, including TV guided, video guided air-to-ground missiles. Again, those are the type that you need a little more altitude for, so probably not so useful for the Ukrainians right now. I would say the capability to carry JDAM and any type of Storm Shadow type GPS guided cruise missile, both of those would be something the Ukrainians would be very eager to get their hands on. And with JDAM, it would be, I'm pretty sure with the French aircraft, it would be plug and play. So yeah, it's a tremendous capability boost for them if these are really on the table. I would add also that the Greek Mirage 2000s that were retired about a year ago, within the last year or two, that's another variant still, which has some interesting capabilities. I believe the Emirati aircraft could also carry Exocet. The Greek aircraft that were retired could, and that's an anti-ship missile. And I know that's of interest to the Ukrainian Air Force, because they almost for sure want to, at some point, begin some kind of operations over the Black Sea and towards Crimea. So they have nothing right now that can deliver an anti-ship missile in over water. So another thing to keep an eye on.
So, Latin, if you take a pilot who's trained in a Mirage 2000C for the French, origin, how much effort is it to put said pilot in a Mirage 2009? Is it basically all the same, but some pylons might be a little bit different, and there's a couple of buttons for the weapons that are a bit different, but fundamentally it's the same thing?
Well, it's different in one very important area, and you would find this with the F-16 variants that we're talking about potentially going to Ukraine. It's that the cockpit is significantly different. It's not just a Western cockpit. It's a glass cockpit, which means that it's predominantly multifunction flat screen displays. And that requires a little more transition time because the Ukrainians don't fly anything like that. If you look at the cockpit of their fighters that they currently fly, there's a lot more traditional steam dials. It's an older layout of cockpit. So that would just require a little more time. But, it's certainly not an insurmountable problem. It's something that Western pilots have to make that conversion, or have in recent years. Most of them are already at that stage. So for the Ukrainians, that's a hurdle they'd have to jump. I'm sure they could do it fairly quickly. And otherwise, it's like Carlos used to tell us, the actual flying, like once you know how to fly a fast jet, flying the new aircraft is not really the big challenge. That can be accomplished fairly quickly. But it's the learning how to use all the weapon systems, which may be completely, in this case, it'd be completely new to them. And then doing that not just as a single aircraft, but operating effectively as a unit in flights and as a squadron. That takes time. So the time remains the big question here. And we've seen enough opinion from knowledgeable people who come from the fast jet world. I think there's a general agreement that it can be done faster than by the book, but exactly how fast. And then the other variable is how much is being done already. If we go with the Figaro report from a few weeks ago, then apparently, according to that report, some training has been going on already. I think it's probably fair to say that something has been going on. The French, for some of us, it was purely speculative up until February. Up until then, we had included France in, okay, well, if the West, if NATO wants to give Ukraine fast jets, there's only so much. There's so many different types that could be offered. And from the French point of view, Mirage 2000 was really the only real option, because they're not going to pull Rafales out of their frontline fleet to give to Ukraine. I seriously doubt that's going to happen. And when you and so what starting, I believe it was February 8th, and that was the visit by President Zelensky to Paris. That was the first time at the end of that meeting with President Macron is when it was announced, I think it was President Macron himself who said that they were going to discuss going forward the training of Ukrainian crews. And then we didn't hear anything for a while until the French defense minister said at a Senate committee that again confirmed that we are talking with the Ukrainians about training Ukrainian personnel. And then nothing else until the Figaro report, which said, well, not only are they training, they've been training for a while. But nobody on the Ukrainian, or if you really look carefully at what's been said by the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman and by the French Ministry of Defense, there's been no outright denial that this is not happening. There's just denial of specifics. Yuri Ignat from the Ukrainian Air Force, their spokesman that is regularly on Ukrainian media, after the Figaro report, he said, we're not training pilots. That's what he said. We're not training pilots in France. So take that as take that for what it was actually said. And I don't, this is not about conspiracy theories, but we all know that in Western democracies, public relations at a government level, what is said and what is not said is equally important. And that's not conspiracy theory. That's just how PR works. That's how these statements are crafted. So there's a lot that we don't know for sure, but I think it's a case of where there's smoke, there's fire, and the smoke is just not going away. This story just keeps kind of floating around. And I think right now, I'm convinced personally that the French government is trying to find a way to transfer Mirage 2000s to Ukraine. I think it's going to happen. I've already said that for a little while. It's just my opinion. So the question now is, I think, is the training, and that part of it is just like the F-16s. It's an open question. But then after that, it becomes a question of which Mirage 2000s are they going to be able to put together in some kind of package to deliver to them, and that goes back to the idea of that variants matter, because depending what they're able to put together, that's going to bring a different range of capabilities, and not including the possibility of upgrades and any modifications that could be made to the aircraft. So there's a lot of variables, but I'm convinced that at its core there is something happening here.
Daniel.
Yeah, I'm very positively sort of surprised. I've never really given that much thought to French aircraft. I've thought them a little bit dull. I don't know. It was never really part of my interest. But if they can have the Amica, which I was surprised when I looked at the other sources that where I find that it couldn't, then you can render me a Mirage 2000 fan, actually. And just to add to what you said, that you think that the French government is looking at giving Mirages to Ukraine. I said that before, and I totally agree. Sort of the feeling in all the communication is that it's going to happen. It's like I said before, and I think you said it also, Domen, that they are not training pilots yet, and they are talking about they are going to buy these Mirages from UAE, and it's sort of going to happen. It's not something that they are arguing should we or trying to just sort of persuade someone. It's always the narrative is that it is sort of happening right now. So that's sort of a signal, I think.
If you look at the big picture here and include, like, kind of look at the big picture of France's aid to Ukraine generally, I think we all agree, and there was a lot of talk at the time, that the donation of AMX-10, those reconnaissance vehicles, was kind of a turning point for France, but also for NATO. I think everybody agreed. We've discussed that one to death, right? And it was really from the French point of view, I think it signaled a change from their point of view, where they started, somehow deep in the French government, it seems to me, it's just my impression, that at some point, and maybe it was driven by that horrific high tempo of bombing of civilian infrastructure and population that we saw towards the end of last year. I mean, I know it's ongoing still, but we saw such an intensity of it towards like December, that period. That may have had something to do with it. Someday we'll know. But the announcement of AMX-10, which was the first, closest thing to a tank, let's put it that way, right? That it edged us towards main battle tanks. And I think that the French government did make a decision, and everything that they've, there seems to have been something since February 8th in that meeting between the two presidents, that since then I've just had this impression. And by the way, I know a lot of, for some reason, I don't know why, there's a lot of people on Twitter that like to slam French combat aircraft. I don't know where that comes from. They're exported all over the world. The Mirage 2000 is a direct equivalent of the F-16, and in its more advanced variants is equal to the F-16 as far as I'm concerned. Incredibly maneuverable, powerful engine, excellent radar, the full range of weaponry, air-to-air, air-to-ground, anti-ship that you would expect in any Western aircraft. The Mirage 2000 would be outstanding for Ukraine. I mean, F-16s, sure, I'm all in favor of F-16s. Anything that helps the Ukrainian Air Force expand its capabilities and especially close the gap in air-to-air with the Russians. But either one of those two aircraft can do it.
Latin, earlier you said that there's some, I forget what it's called, the scalp version for the export market that they use in the UAE. I'm guessing that it would be relatively trivial to attach, say, a full range, full fat scalp, let's say, to one of those, or a Storm Shadow, because they're all fundamentally the same thing, and one just has less propellant in it or some such that makes it shorter range, right? But all the inner workings should be able to use the full range one without too much effort, right?
Yeah, I think we're talking about variants matter with aircraft, and they also matter with ordnance. So to be honest with you, I really haven't had a chance to really dig into what exactly was included with the Emirati deal back in the 90s when they upgraded all of they bought a whole bunch of new Mirage 2000-9s and upgraded their older fleet, and that included the integration of that weapon. So I do actually have to dig in a little deeper and to see exactly what variant of that, but they do have a precision-guided, GPS-guided cruise missile integrated into that variant of the 2000. So that's very important for Ukraine.
Understood. Thank you, Latin. And the other thing is, you mentioned your you mentioned Exocet anti-ship missiles. Of course, for any of our British listeners, Exocet is a bad word, right? So maybe without using it too often, can you give us a little bit of an outline of what the capabilities of that are and how that could be useful? Because I think for many people, they think, this is like over 40 years old. Is this really something that's still useful as a munition?
Oh yeah, it is. It's still current, still very capable. I'm sure against Russian shipping, I think it would probably still be very effective. It relies primarily on, as far as the method of delivery is the key to its success, because it's delivered, well, like I think Harpoon is very similar, the American equivalent, but it's delivered at very low altitude. The aircraft that launches the missile, in the case that you referred to in the South Atlantic, it was the Argentinians that were launching them from their French Super Étendards, where they would launch from the aircraft would come from the Argentine mainland, and then they skim over the sea. I mean, they're very, very close. Like we're talking about maybe 50 feet above the waves, well below the detection range of at least the radars that on shipborne. If I don't see Gunny here, he would really contribute to this, I'm sure. But anyways, so there is the possibility of countering that capability. So the aircraft launches the missile just above the sea level, and then the missile itself skims right above the surface, which makes it harder to detect. The only way that can be counteracted, or at least mitigated, is by having an airborne early warning capability, which is what the British did after the South Atlantic War. They put a radar on a helicopter And anyways, long story. They didn't have an airborne AEW capability when they went to the South Atlantic, and that's part of the reason why they were hit hard by really affected by the Exocet strikes. And the thing to remember in that case was that the Argentinians only had about 5 or 6 Exocets. That's it. 5 or 6 missiles had a tremendous effect on the British. Imagine the Royal Navy we're talking about here, this tremendously capable professional force, but that missile affected their behavior. It forced the carriers well to the east of the islands, because the British commander understood very well and correctly that they could not risk the loss of a carrier in that operation. It may have compromised the whole thing. So as far as Russia goes, obviously the Ukrainian ideal would probably be to get them to exit Crimea, to get the Black Sea Fleet out of there. 1 or 2 Exocets. We know the Ukrainians are very good at low-level flying. All they would need is a platform that can do it, ideally at night. The effects on the Black Sea Fleet of a couple of strikes with a weapon like that, whether it's Harpoon or Exocet, would be devastating, especially for a Black Sea Fleet that's shown itself to be, other than lobbing cruise missiles at civilian targets, has largely proved itself to be pretty ineffective.
Could this gently persuade them to leave Sevastopol for Novorossiysk, do you think?
Sorry, persuade them to what? I missed that last part.
Gently persuade them to leave Sevastopol and depart for Novorossiysk, the other port in the Black Sea that Russia has.
Oh, yeah,
It's actually in Russia.
Yeah, I think a significant anti-ship strike capability coming from a fixed-wing platform has the potential to really really devastate the Black Fleet. I think there's every reason to think that they would have to consider moving.
Very good. Thank you, Latin. Big Papa, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I got a question for Latin, and you may have talked about this before, but every time we talk about these different aircraft that are possible that they get, and we get all excited, but then you say, but they still won't be able to fly at a high altitude to deliver JDAM. I mean, I know they can. You said they can deliver, the pop-up strike or whatever. What exactly are we? What do they need to be able to fly at altitude? Is it a type of aircraft? Is it a number of aircraft, or is it air defense, or maybe a combination of all that? What does Ukraine need to be able to fly at the recommended altitude for that JDAM bomb? Thanks.
For the Ukrainian Air Force to be able to operate at a higher level and be able to have a more flexibility in delivering ordnance and attacking the Russians, they need kind of it could be a couple of things. I mean, the short answer maybe would be F-35. That would help a lot, but that's not going to happen. So the other possibility, and Colonel Jeff would really be able to speak to this if he was here, would be an enhanced electronic warfare capability. They don't have much of that right now because what they do have is the integration of the harm. So they have a limited suppression of it and destruction of enemy air defense capability. That's still ongoing as far as we know. We've seen images recently that confirm that that's ongoing. But it is limited. And unfortunately, it's not a capability you can build up overnight. Western air forces, the Americans have been at it, developing that capability since the Vietnam War. European air forces, some of them have that capability, some don't. The only other thing that I can think of that is a big if is pre-war, the Ukrainian industry was developing and had offered, though I don't believe they ever got a contract from the Ukrainian government, but they were developing a series of electronic warfare pods that they could put on their combat aircraft. Again, these are electronic devices that generally what they do is they jam the enemy radars, whether it's the enemy missile radar or the ground radars. That's part of an electronic warfare campaign. but I don't believe that those were ever integrated into the Ukrainian Air Force. Could something have happened in the last year? Possible, because Ukrainian industry did have those products that were being developed, but we've seen no evidence of them being in. So essentially, what you would need is a combination of low observable aircraft, more stealth type aircraft, and or greater electronic warfare capability, because that's the way a modern Western Air Force would do it. And that allows you much more flexibility in where you can operate.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you for that. That's awesome. So is it mainly the threat from the ground-based air defense, or the Russian fighters, or is it both? I guess
it's both. And when it comes to the combat air patrol, that's where we get into that differential of missile and radar range. That's where the fixed wing aircraft help. The ground-based air defenses can play a role in that, in pushing that combat air patrol, that Russian combat air patrol back, if the Ukrainians have more, or at least are able to free up more of their long-range systems like S-300, and we saw them effectively take out Russian aircraft a couple of weeks ago when they downed that Su-34. If they're able to free up some more of those long-range systems, and with the delivery of Western surface-to-air missiles, then, because a lot of those are, depending on the variant of S-300, some of them are quite mobile. And I imagine they would be part of any offensive. That's just standard, like anybody. You know what I mean? That's not I'm not revealing anything secret there. That's, if they're moving forward, they would probably move forward some of those long-range surface-to-air missiles. But the Western aircraft play an important role in having radars and missiles that close that gap, that advantage that the Russians have with their missiles and with their air-launched missiles and aircraft radars. The things that we've been hearing from Ukrainian pilots from the beginning. So there you're talking about the AMRAAMs that F-16s can carry. And in the French case, you'd be talking about the combination of Mirage 2000, certain variants of 2000, and a missile like Mica, which is the French beyond visual range missile. Those are the tools in the air that the Ukrainians could use to help close that gap.
great. Thanks. One last thing, and I promise that's it. With the Mirage and the Patriot and everything they've got, would it be possible to clear that higher altitude just for like a time envelope? Like say they wanted to plan a specific mission and they wanted to drop JDAM or whatever. In this 2-hour window, we're gonna do air suppression ahead of time or whatever that, or and just like on a sporadic basis, or is it still too risky to do something like that?
Well, we've seen some of that on a limited scale. And earlier in the war, we saw those images of what were probably harm-equipped MiG-29s escorting Su-25s. But that was a much less. That's not a precision strike like what you're referring to. Those were Su-25s that were just lobbing rockets at, as we've seen many times. Those videos come out virtually on a daily basis. But it showed an attempt with the limited capabilities that they've been given so far. It was an attempt at emulating that kind of Western approach that I described earlier, which is more on a grander scale and more sophisticated. But using the MiG-29 in that suppression of enemy air defense role, they have been able to punch holes through in certain sectors and manage to get some things done. Now, are they able to do something that would allow an aircraft carrying a precision-guided weapon, a JDAM or a laser-guided bomb at much higher altitude, because they are more effective at high altitude, that you get more range as well? That's an open question. And even if they were to be able to suppress the ground defenses fairly effectively, you would still have the problem of the Russian combat air patrol, which that Russian combat air patrol has taken. The Ukrainians have taken losses to that threat. It is a very real threat. These are the aircraft that sit back. For the most part, they've stayed out of the fray. They have the range, particularly the R-77 and R-37 missiles. That and I'm so forgive me, Doman and Mockers, if I just keep repeating this. Just shut me up anytime. But these aircraft have the longer range radars, but they also have better what's called look down, shoot down capability. So they can be further back and at a higher altitude, looking down, scanning down into airspace, and they're less affected by ground clutter. They're able to pick out targets like a Ukrainian MiG-29 that's flying at low level. And they have taken some shots at Ukrainian aircraft and had some success with that. The reason they don't come much further forward is because they know that then they become exposed, as we saw a couple of weeks ago, to the Ukrainian long-range missile threat. So it's both sides going back and forth on this.
No, Latin, it's good to keep repeating this because, people change, but also no one, literally, I don't think anyone listening here goes quite as much in depth on the various types, especially of the, let's say jets of all different provenances. And it's very good that these things get repeated. Oh, Daniel left. Okay, I thought Daniel might have had something as well. Big Papa, you have another question. Shoot.
Yeah, I thought of another one. Sorry. Real quick, okay, so now we have a number of Mirages. The number is 40. Does number of aircraft change any of these capabilities in your mind? Do you perk up with it if it was 60, if it was 80 aircraft? Would that make a difference, or is it just kind of more of the same restrictions?
Well, if you're talking about actual operations, it's a precision strike wouldn't involve a tremendous number of aircraft. Typically, would be a flight of 2 aircraft, or could easily perform that kind of mission. I think just in the big picture, the Ukrainians do eventually want to replace all their Soviet legacy stuff with Western types. That's more of a medium to long-term project. And that's where the numbers come in. I think they'd be happy to take anything that's offered and integrate it as quickly as they could, bearing in mind that, again, something that I repeat a lot, but nothing is going to just show up and then the Soviet era stuff will disappear. There will be a transition period that could easily be 2-3 years or more. And that's something the Ukrainians will manage. But in terms of numbers, I think they would be very happy to take as much as is offered, and then over time integrate it as fast as they can.
Thank you, Latin. One more question on these. So I had a look at the Emirati Mirage fleet, and there's a bunch of different subtypes within that, like 2-seaters, and I didn't really comprehend what the rest it was. I just saw a bunch of different, so many of this type, so many of this subtype. How much of a difference does that make? Obviously, 2-seaters, I'm guessing are primarily trainers because it's usually a 1-seater aircraft. But how much of a difference does that make in how useful 40 are, if all 40 aren't quite the same?
Well, they are. Okay, so the Emirati Mirage 2000 situation begins in believe it was the late 80s. They bought about 40 aircraft that were similar to the French 2000C model. And then what happened is in the late 90s, they bought a follow-up batch of the uprated model, the fully multi-role 2000-9. As part of that deal, they upgraded the legacy aircraft that they had, which is how they ended up with that large number of approximately 66, and that included some 2-seaters. Any combat aircraft purchase these days, most anyways, involve a small number of 2-seaters so that they can then continue a conversion and training program in the country that's buying the aircraft. Modern 2-seat trainers are usually fully combat capable, but typically not devoted to that tasking if it can be avoided, because they are valuable for the transition role. But the Emirati, just to be clear, the Emirati 2000s are now, whether they were bought as such or upgraded, they are all of the 2000-9 variant, which is, I think it's pretty much the most advanced 2000 variant that was ever built. then beyond that, the French were already developing the Rafale.
All right, very good. So would you say that the ones, especially the ones that the Emirates have, are far better than, say, MiG-29s?
Well, I mean, better is, you often see videos on YouTube. Kind of, I tend to think of them as being kind of juvenile, where you sit where somebody, probably some 15-year-old mill blogger somewhere, makes this video about which is better, the F-15 or the SU-27. I mean, there's so many variables, right? The training of the pilot is primary. Training and combat experience are huge factors. And then it depends on what role is it that you want them to accomplish. The advanced variants of the 2000, what they have is that it's a fully matured, developed multi-role aircraft that didn't have anything added onto it after. It was designed as with full integration of a whole series of precision weapons. It's very capable. It's as capable as any. Put it this way: they are as capable as the midlife upgrade F-16s that NATO is talking about transferring to Ukraine. Just to be clear, they are absolutely as capable as those aircraft. So I think that's the important distinction to make. As far as the comparison to the MiG-29, well, there's a lot of advantages, right? First of all, they are multi-role. The Ukrainians do not fly a multi-role combat aircraft right now. None of those Soviet aircraft are multi-role, and that's what they want. They want that flexibility. It allows them to, whether it's the F-16 or the 2000, it allows them to plug into the Western supply chain. So they no longer have to worry about, can we source the missiles? Can we source all of the parts? Although they had done quite a bit, they had gotten to a very advanced level of maintenance on their Soviet types, but still, I think the transition to Western supply chains is what they really want on that logistical side of it. And then NATO interoperability, being able to easily, as a partner, let's call it, whether they become members of NATO eventually, we don't know, but certainly there's going to be a very close relationship with NATO. And if they're operating NATO standard types, then that enhances the kind of training and experience that they can have with other NATO air forces, hopefully when we get to a period of relative calm.
And one last one on missiles, then I'll go to Big Papa, and then I think Daniel might move us on to something else. The fact that these are almost entirely French missiles only, does that limit things? Is that a bit of a problem, Latin?
Well, it limits you only in terms of the politics of it, and the fact that you're sourcing it from one source. Nobody else produces the Mica or the Matra 550. Some countries that produce copies of them, but the kind of like unlicensed cheap copies, but that's another story. So yeah, you're getting it from one source. That said, the French have a pretty solid reputation going back to the Cold War, generally, of not embargoing their weapon systems to the extent you see in the US. In the middle of the Cold War, the French had a real reputation for selling to just about anybody. That may have changed a little bit now, but they you don't see as much of that. So yeah, that's as far as technical limitation. No, those weapon systems are very capable. The French aviation industry has made a point since the Cold War of being, for the most part, self-reliant. What that means is that when they produce a combat aircraft, they produce the airframe, the weapon systems, the radar, other systems like the self-protection systems, and the engines. And there aren't too many countries that can do that anymore. It's a point of pride for France that they still do that. But yeah, once you buy a French aircraft, you're plugged into that French supply source and you're stuck.
Okay, thank you, Latin. Papa?
Yeah, if it is this French 2000, I mean the the export version, the 2000-9, and all the missiles and capabilities that you think it's going to have. You were talking before about the Russian Air Force is already kind of risk averse, and they are very cautious could this have the effect, like you were saying about the Exocet had on the Royal Navy, where it really affects everything that they do, and not a game changer in so much what it actually does, but what it causes the Russian reaction of, say, especially if they flame one of their high-end jets with an air-to-air missile. Do you think it has that possibility to really change the whole picture just by getting them?
Well, I hesitate to say that anything would have that big an effect on the war generally, but on a more granular level, I wish I'm eager to when Gunny comes up at some point later in the day. I've been meaning to ask him about this. Although we've kind of touched on it before. We speculated once about those Sea King helicopters from the UK. Like what would that look like if they tried to put an anti-ship missile on them, which some countries have in the past. So we've kind of been there before. We all agree that the Ukrainians probably want to get fixed wing combat aircraft operational over the Black Sea, and that means Crimea. That means the Black Sea Fleet taking that on. There's a lot that we don't know what would happen, right? I mean, you're talking about Russian intentions and decisions which are erratic at best, but I do believe that a concerted effort, whether it's with a GPS-guided long-range cruise missile that they could obtain, or something like in the Storm Shadow category, or an anti-ship missile like an Exocet, those have potential. Well, those are designed; those can take out an entire warship. To be clear, they can take out a large surface vessel. So then the Russians would have to consider, well, are we safe here? Is this tenable? Anyways, I'm looking forward to asking Gunny about that. But the short answer, Big Papa, is that I think it's possible.
All right, thank you.
The Sea Kings are not for that.
Well, hang on, Axel. I'm not saying they're ideal, but there are countries like the Pakistani Navy that do fly them with Exocets. And the German Navy flies them with the Sea
Kings are not for that.
They are not the ideal platform, but there are countries that fly them. If the Ukrainians really want to take out the Black Sea Fleet, it would have to be with fast jets, with a long range strike platform. That's the way they would do it.
Yeah, and not with the Sea Kings.
Daniel.
Disconnect because the wind. One question for Latin. I understand very well the problem of long-range radars and missiles, but I have a weird question. Why they lost the battle for Kherson? They had close airfields. They have a lot of planes. Why they lost there, the air battle?
Well, I think the answer to what happened to Kherson was more not the air assets, but the situation on the ground. From my understanding, I mean, there are other people in the space that can speak to that more specifically. But as I understand it, it was an inability. They realized they were because of the water barrier. It was much harder to resupply and maintain that force that they had in Kherson. That's my understanding. But the air war side of it was not critical to that decision.
Oh, sorry, I thought Danny would say something, but he left. No, it really wasn't, right? In the other disparity, the other asymmetry there between Ukrainian precision long-range fires that Russians couldn't interdict versus the unavailability of anything quite similar for the Russians. The combination of those two plus the impeded logistics for the Russians really made a big difference there, right? And all the Russian helicopters did, especially at Chernobyevka, is stay there rather permanently. Latin?
Yeah, to the extent that air power was a factor in Kherson, I would say the first thing would be that the Russians were not able to I mean, there's a question about how effectively could you really resupply such a large force with fixed wing aircraft and helicopters. I remember at the time I had a conversation with our old friend Major Giroux, and he agreed that yeah, even if you were to throw in all of the assets that even a Western Air Force with a significant tactical airlift capability would have a very tough time properly resupplying such a large area and garrison. So I remember at the time the Russians made a big deal, as they often do in their propaganda. They were showing us images of their very large MiL Mi-26 helicopters. It's a beast of an aircraft. As they often do, they show things to try and show us that, well, look at our secret weapon, look at this thing that's going to change everything. And in the end, of course, it didn't do anything. They were lucky they didn't get one shot down. Maybe some of them got destroyed on the ground, like you said, Doman. But the Russian Air Force is if that's one area of the Russian Air Force that we don't talk much about, but their tactical and strategic airlift capability is it's nowhere near what you see in Western Air Forces, and certainly nowhere near what the U.S. has. So even the U.S. would have had a hard time. They might have been able to do it, but it would have been a hell of an operation to resupply that garrison in Kherson. And the Russian commander at the time realized it. They just realized it was untenable.
Latin, and of course it was, right, because they just get HIMARS, their illusions or whatever, or just shot down straight away. It'd be very interesting had they tried. I think there was a hypothesis here that they would be trying it, and I thought, yeah, let them try. That would end up in a very, very interesting way. And the Ukrainians were less than 20 kilometers out of Chernobyl. But what I wanted to ask you about is one thing you haven't really touched upon is the defensive capabilities of say these jets, say these Mirages that might appear from the desert against, on the one hand, maybe drones, cruise missiles, but also part of being a multi-role fighter is, of course, keeping, say, Russian fighters in this case at bay.
Sorry, Domin, I didn't quite get the question there. Can you just rephrase?
Yeah, I'll simplify it. What can these Mirages do in terms of shooting down maybe drones on the one hand, but maybe much more so cruise missiles, which tend to be a little bit of a harder target in most planes, as well as when it comes to engaging possibly with Russian fighters. So the air-to-air role as opposed to the air-to-ground, right? Because we focused on the cruise missiles and the JDAMs, but what can they do in an air-to-air setting? Latin, are you speaking to muted mic?
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. So in the air-to-air role, the earlier variants of the 2000C that the French retired last year, as we've discussed before, is currently lacking at beyond visual range, or so medium range capability, because the missile that they had was retired a few years ago, and the French Air Force continued to operate them in a very limited role without that missile. So unless there's some kind of retrofit, that batch of 2000s would only have a short range capability. But that short range capability, and by the way, I heard this confirmed by what is his name again? Henri-Philippe Chouette, who is a former Rafale instructor, has a Twitter page, very interesting guy to follow, does a lot of interviews on French media. And when this first came up, when the French government first mentioned the possibility of training Ukrainian crews, this gentleman was on French TV saying, well, Mirage 2000 is the only thing we have to offer. And he was talking about that early variant. And with its short range capability, it would be useful in a defensive role to protect in what's called a point defense role. So it's not doing a long range combat air patrol. It's using its short range capability, like you said, Doman, to go after things relatively easier targets to hit, like the Shaheds and like cruise missiles, well within its capability to take out those targets. Then if you're talking about more advanced variants and something like the Emirati aircraft that have the Mica beyond visual range missile, well, that's a whole other category of capability. There, they depending on the variant, I want to drill down later later on into exactly which radar and variant of missile they have. Because again, I can't emphasize this enough, the French industry does tend to custom cater a lot of what it sells to its customers. So you really have to look at exactly what was sold to that customer and exactly the kit that was included in that deal. But I'm going to do that later. I'm curious to find out about kind of the range of radar and missile in the air-to-air mode that these Emirati 2000s would have. I think they would be pretty significant. I'm pretty sure with the Mica, you're talking about at least the 120-kilometer range, which is quite a bit more than most of what the Ukrainians have right now. So in answer to your question, Doman, I think they would be able to, these aircraft definitely have the capability to take on the Russian fixed wing aircraft, assuming they come forward, assuming they actually, en masse get into this battle, which they said they would a few weeks ago, and they didn't. And we still haven't seen it. And that risk-averse behavior continues on the part of the Russians.
No, that
at least with their more
behavior continues on the part of the French, because there's absolutely zero commitment, zero indication, zero clarity on the part of the French.
Well, that's that then.
No, but there is. There's zero on it. There's a lot of excitement, but there's zero commitment thus far.
No, I agreed, Axel. But on F-16s, there's maybe 0.1%. There's not much more to go on there either.
Sorry, I disagree completely.
Every statement we've heard from the NATO partners that could provide F-16s has been, we're thinking about it, we're open to it. I haven't seen anything concrete.
No. One is a French commitment, and the other one is an American capability within NATO. Completely different ballgame.
Okay, if you're going to look at it in those terms, okay.
I do in terms of
I am convinced.
capability, willingness, maintenance, supply chain, and general political gambits. And the political gambit by France is to keep everybody guessing whilst the Americans need to find out what they want to do. That's a completely different ballgame. It's a French game.
Do you think, Axel, though, that you agree with the assessment that the Americans, I mean, we talk a lot about when the American decision whether or not to provide us. Right? The people south of our border, yes. I live 2 hours away from them.
Pay the taxes to actually wield the wars and pay for the wars everybody else wants them to fight. The people who sacrifice blood and treasury, the people who actually create the biggest single air force and navy on this planet, the people who have actually defended freedom whenever everybody else couldn't actually fight it. Yeah, I trust them. I trust them more than the French.
No, but to that point, because no, for the most part, I agree with you, Axel. But I have a question about that. A very specific question. In terms of the U.S. providing F-16s, we've spoken a lot of, and you hear in media, I hear a lot of speculation about the risk aversion side of that equation for the Americans, that they're afraid of, somebody in the administration is afraid of providing F-16s because of the potential escalatory effect. But I'm not sure that that's what it is. There may be that part of it, but do you agree that part of that equation might be that they want to see Europe move on this?
Nope,
they don't want this.
I disagree completely. It's not the point. Just risk averseness on the part of a couple of people surrounding Sullivan and the Elizabeth Wagner wing of the political advisors of President Biden. If it were up to Mr. Biden himself, this would already happen.
And let's do like they should
The
do and move
Europeans
it forward.
do not factor into these decisions. Did you just drop your teacup, Doman?
Maybe. LR.
Well, Axel, thank you for the lead-in. Yeah, my question, I've been, first of all, I want to preface this by saying I am all for Ukraine getting what they need as soon as possible. And I wish our government in the US would just get off the dime and and do it already. But we've been listening for months now to discussions about fixed wing aircraft, and F-16 seems to be the hands down consensus for an all round multi role fighter, not only because of its capabilities, but because of the availability of the various variants, the maintenance and logistics capabilities, and of course, the fact that it's still in production, I guess, right? My question was, would the Ukrainian Air Force be able to, since there's so much overlap in capabilities between a Mirage 2000 and an F-16, according to what I've gleaned from this conversation, would they be capable of absorbing both platforms, or will they have to really consider, the Ukrainians that is, consider whether this offer is something they want to take up?
They can
Because
absorb.
once you go
They can
down,
absorb them all. Simple answer to a complex question. Yes, they can absorb them all. They have currently about anywhere between 35, depending on which news you take, from 2 months ago, 1 month ago, or the indications from last week, between 35 and 48 suitable pilots ready to be trained. If that is actually true or just a chimera, doesn't really matter. A few months ago, the indication was that they could free up about 80 relevant pilots with both language and language skills and sufficient proficiency in what is required in avionics to deal with this. It doesn't really matter. There's enough proficiency, there's enough capability. Absorption is not the issue. If we commit in the West to deliver what we have, the Ukrainians will make do. That's how it works. In the Second World War, you didn't ask the Brits whether they could get the job done. You told them, finally, by the way, belatedly, by the way, you told them, we can help you, we will help you, what do you need? And the Brits said, send us everything, and they made do with it. This is how it works. If you want to win a war, you deliver everything. The absorption discussion is bullshit. NATO SPOs, NATO logistics officers know exactly what's needed. That's a political chimera. It needs to end. It needs to end today. I've had it now for many weeks. I'm not going to listen to this any further. Anybody having this discussion can have this discussion, but please not with me. I'll just dial off.
well, thank you for educating
It's
me,
not about
Axel,
educating.
because
You know exactly what I mean, and I think you get it anyway. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking the question, right?
I was asking honestly whether or not it was possible, just given the sheer number of people that are involved in learning how to maintain, service, and fly an aircraft.
It's a massive amount.
We've been
I
talking.
completely agree with you. It's a massive amount of people required in order to get this all done. The Ukrainians currently have about 12 million people who are of the right age who can do shit. All right? Air, ground,
Nope.
Navy. The Navy is small.
No doubt, no doubt. They seem very
They have the
capable.
capable
Well, I'm
people.
glad
If
you're
we
telling
train them,
us.
seriously, if we deliver on what we can, they will have the people to do it. We need to stop challenging. We need to start delivering. Colonel Jeff has put this very clearly. Stop talking, start doing.
Well, amen, and I'm glad you have made that clear that it's not either or.
Shall we keep on going? Word.
Yeah, hi. Nothing start delivering. That seems to Mirage was, and can it be considered as like constructive step to get F-16s finally? I mean, similar as it was with the tanks, just trying to break this political uncertainty that unfortunately kills. How do you see that overall? Can be a constructive step to overcoming this political nonsense, challenging, let's call it that way?
Well, the Friend were the first ones to deliver something, to announce something Western made that had a triple-digit millimeter gun, and that spurred on the Challengers, the Leopards, the Abrams. I think it's very plausible that whatever number of Mirages, likewise, makes it easier for F-16s from the US, from Netherlands, Denmark, possibly a few from Norway, wherever else, to fly forward as well. No, sometimes it just needs the first one. It doesn't really matter who the first one is, whether.
Apologize if I interrupt anybody, because there will be some lag in the communication. I assume that the availability term and timing doesn't allow us to speak like in the short term benefits or whatever. I assume that delivery time is somewhere in a year, let's call it that way, or even more. But overall, 40 airplanes, not being an expert, does that really help a lot? Or is more, as we just mentioned, a step to get to F-16s, constructive step to get to F-16s?
Yes, it does. Exactly. I think there's.
I mean, I could discuss for an hour.
It's this is slightly over 2 squadrons of aircraft. Yes, it does. 2 squadrons of 4th generation aircraft will beat the bloody shit out of fucking Russians.
Yeah, thanks for feedback, because to me, I could spend hours discussing why 40 better than 0, or better than 4, or than 10, but that is
what you need is 2 full squadrons. You need to cycle them through. You need to be able to constantly be on the go. And in order to maintain the aircraft, you will always have downtime. You will have to have squadrons, and typically in strength of 8 or 12 flying through, and therefore they need to be able to cycle through the times. People can't be constantly on the go. It's just impossible. They'll have combat tours, they'll have hours, they have downtime, maintenance time, and the likes. They have to refit. You have to organize the respective missions. You have to plan for this. Every mission, however long or however short it is, typically has about, 6 to 8 times more time spent on planning and debriefing than the mission in itself. So this is complex. It's substantially more complex than anything which happens on the ground. I know my ground pounding friends hate this, but this is how it goes. So whether you like it or not, I don't care. As a consequence, you need 2 full squadrons, battle ready, to go into theater and take them out. Otherwise, you have absolutely no chance of deterring the Russian Air Force and finding ways to take out their anti-air defense, avoid it, and pound them hard. You need multi-role fighters with bombing capacity to actually do deep strike bombing runs. You have to do a few creative things, which Western aircraft is capable of, Russian aircraft isn't. And if you train these pilots well, some of them at least, you'll have a fantastic Air Force. If we could get them 4 squadrons, that war will be over by summer.
That's the complete feedback. Thank you. So I read it in the following way. 40 planes, 2 squadrons is already a game changer in itself, but as a step to F-16s is even a more positive positively to be treated, let's call it that way. The only thing to get it as soon as possible, triggering also the F-16's delivery as the further steps, breaking this political uncertainty in providing the planes.
This
Thanks for feedback.
somebody needs to stand up and talk to our politicians. Ben Hodges highlighted this yet again yesterday. There's absolutely no need for this to take as long as it takes. There's absolutely no need for us to procrastinate. Then there is no need for Ukraine to spend as many lives on it. We can fucking fix this.
I wanted to respond to some of what Axel said about kind of the American angle of it and the F-16. From the point of view of the Ukrainians, I don't have any doubt that if it was up to them, strictly operational, so not a political decision, but an operational decision, no question, they would say, send us as many F-16s as you can, maybe with an advanced variant of the F-15 down the road, because that would be exactly what they would need. It would look a lot like Israel, actually. If another type comes from somewhere else, that will be part of the political side of this procurement, which is a natural part of the way things work. I mean, there's a coalition that's involved here, and there will be politics involved in it. But no question that if it was strictly operational and left up to the pilots, the Ukrainian pilots, it would be a very different situation, and it would be much more straightforward and would require a very clear decision from the United States, and it would happen. So we're going to see. Maybe I'll reference the comment that was made. I believe it was by the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman, Mr. Ignat. It might have been him, or it might have been the foreign minister. I can't remember, but some of you might recall maybe a month ago that it was an official source from the Ukrainian government stating that they were looking at integrating probably 2 to 3 combat types. That's not ideal. You ideally want to standardize your fleet. That's generally what you do in modern combat aviation. But they were stating the political side of this, that they are looking at the possibility of 2 or 3 different types. And if you look at what's available in the West, I can count them on one hand, the number of realistic possibilities. So eventually we'll see what happens.
So we are in agreement that if you really want to win this war quickly, you need to send them F-15 Strike Eagles, right?
Or something similar, probably the F-15EX, which is similar. I'm sure that, well, I'm not sure that aircraft would transform the situation. But that would require assistance from their allies. They wouldn't be able to buy that on their own.
Of course not.
I have no
But
doubt
it's not about
that
buying. You and I agree. It's not about buying. It's about, can they handle it? Yes, they can. Can we train them? Yes, we can. Do they need it? Yes, they do. Will they win with it? Yes, they will. So why on earth?
Yeah.
Why on earth are we even discussing it 1 year in?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? That's the elephant in the room. The Ukrainian pilots. If anybody just starts searching it on Twitter, you will see Ukrainian pilots making comments about this within weeks of the start of the war, because they know exactly what they're operating, and they know exactly what they're operating against. They know their enemy, and they know the disadvantage that they've been at from the beginning of the conflict. And the fact that we're still discussing this in almost April of 2023, the West, we have to own that. We have to own that major failure of leadership collectively to not move on this earlier. But here we are.
There is no collective leadership. There's only one leadership in this regard. When it comes to the air war, that's America. And that has to be clarified. We need to finally stop pussyfooting around the issue. Somebody needs to tell the French to shut up and tell the Germans to get out of the way, and the Americans need to bloody lead. So simple. Seriously. 1 year into it, I'm so sick of it.
No, you're absolutely right, Axel, because when it comes to fixed-wing combat aircraft, politics aside, the Americans can do this on their own decisively, and it could happen. But you have to make it
exactly. So it's nice that somebody says, and I agree with this, I'm in favor of this, I've been here on the record of this. It's great if there's a major statement on the diplomatic side by Mr. Blinken. I'm happy for it. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. But can we stop simply making civilian statements and diplomatic statements without following up with the power? We need punch power. Jesus Christ.
No, and the excuse game is getting very tiring, right? Even I imagine some people that don't have their heads in combat aviation so much, maybe, but certainly some people must be recognizing the same lines coming up over and over again. And I think that's where your frustration comes from. I feel it too, that how many times do we have to hear somebody say, well, the amount of time it might take to integrate them and train them, and well, just get on with it then.
Ben Hodges said it yesterday. You are absolutely right, Latham. Ben Hodges said yesterday that the systems are not the key. It's just the logistics, and that any and all weapon systems have to be simply flowing into the country. We need to stop thinking in terms of individual systems and discussing them. We have to get on with winning.
Yeah, totally.
G-Man.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to be echoing what everybody said here. It's so tiring listening to the same excuses over and over again. We should have done this. Should have done it ages ago. The airframes are there. The Ukrainians can use them. Just stop messing around. And like Axel said, this wasn't how it worked in World War II. I've had many conversations with MAGA people, ordinary Reagan Republicans over in the States, and they're, it comes down to it when you say, bring it down to like World War II. Winston Churchill said, "Send us the tools, we'll finish the job." There was nobody saying, "Well, I'm not sure which system to send, and we don't want to escalate, and we don't want to annoy Mr. Hitler." It just wasn't happening. And I know everybody goes back to the nuclear question, but that's nonsense too. Just get it done. Sorry, preaching to the converted here, but there it is.
Thank you, G-Man. Raver. Raver. Nope. Okay, Latin.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking forward to what Raver says. He probably will come up in a minute. But to G-Man's point, if we're going to look at that historical comparison to Lend-Lease, both the UK and the Soviet Union actually in the Second World War, part of what was happening there too was that not only were just the area that I'm more focused on, the combat aircraft and other aircraft side of it, they were sending a lot. They were also sending pretty much everything they had. I mean, they were throwing junk at them. And I'm not sure that approach would be, of course, it's a different technological age, but I'm not sure that it's, that it would be, I would be in favor of that approach, to be honest with you, right now, including the offering of very high time older airframes. Because when President Zelensky appears in the American Congress and says, just send us the planes and the tanks, we know what to do with them, I take him at his word. I believe that is literally the case.
Thank you, Latin. I think we always keep circling around the air question beyond the obvious, because other than the MiGs, nothing has been pledged. Not formally, right? Not publicly. It's also the inherent distance of it, and not because they fly high up, but because training timelines are simply longer than for anything else, right? Because logistics are more complicated than for anything else, because the differences are greater between what they're currently using and the new thing than for everything else. because the level of integration of it needs to be higher than just about anything else they've got, right? It is a different step, but that's perhaps also why things haven't been moving nearly as quickly. I think there's a reason why howitzers were the first to go of Western heavy weapons, because at a level they are just the easiest to use. They are just the easiest to employ. Ukrainians are used to artillery. It is most of it. It is just artillery. Yes, it's better. It's more precise. The barrels hold for longer, but at the end of the day, it is relatively straightforward. There's the lowest level integration in everything else, right? IVs and tanks came later because their successful employment requires greater levels of integration with other components, with other units. This is possibly the most complex set, and it's almost as though some are still hoping that but maybe it won't be necessary, but maybe maybe the MiGs will be enough. I got a little bit of news of the fallout from the MiGs. If Latin, you might be curious, you might have seen it already, but I see we have Raver back, and hopefully this time we can hear it. Raver.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I could not hear you. I could hear Latin. So I figured, yeah, there's obviously something going on with my Twitter. So I tuned in this morning. I hear you guys talking about F-15s, which kind of threw me back. Apparently I missed something somewhere. Because F-15s would be long lead, high cost items. Because I don't think there's any sitting around that are surplus to needs.
Yeah, the high cost
So
factor into it, Ray. But it was just our frustration that we believe that with F-15 Strike Eagles or F-15EX, the war could be won shorter, quicker, faster, and therefore more economically. Sometimes you have to spend more to win quicker. That's simple. It actually works across many industries. Same thing here. So it was our frustration. There's no chance in hell that we're going to get them. It's just our frustration.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I'm just, as a theoretical exercise, I don't know what the F-15EX adds capability-wise versus cost-wise that the F-16, that NATO is retiring.
Deep strike, more ordnance, more capacity to stay in combat for about an hour longer, hovering around and being available. Therefore, different support, firing support for ground units when penetrating.
Okay. And then, on the minus side, and Latin might know the answer to this, Ukraine has been operating off highways and dispersed fields. And I think the F-16 probably has a shorter takeoff and landing, which means it's got more highways it can operate from. And I don't know how deep you really need to get, because everything that Russia has that Russia considers a crown jewel for this fight is relatively close. Even Moscow is not that far away from an F-16 with drop tanks. It's not like you need something that would be considered intercontinental bomber range.
We're not even taking Moscow yet.
Well, just when you start talking deep strike, that puts Moscow on the table.
Yeah. No,
when
deep
you're
strike,
talking fixed wing.
I know what you're saying. Like as in Ukraine fighting the evil empire, meaning maybe as far as Krasnodar, taking Crimea's assets out in Sevastopol, Kerch, the likes. That's what currently is considered to be deep strike. I know it's silly, but hey.
Yeah, so in this theoretical, if we could give them anything, I'd really like to see them, get F-16s or F-A-18s with either the Slam ER or the JASM ER. I think that would solve most of that question right there.
Yeah, which is why we're back to the
So Latin, which one do you prefer, the Slam ER or the JASM ER?
Slam.
I don't have a. I honestly don't have a preference. Anything that's longer range and precision strike will be better than what the Ukrainians currently have. When it comes to precision strike, it's very limited what they have right now. Some of the Soviet stuff. And by the way, just a quick note on that. I'm a keen follower of the Ukrainian Air Force Twitter account, and I really am kind of fascinated by the way they message. I don't think it's a case of reading too much into it, but they do quite a bit of that, I think, visually and with what they write. There's been a series of photos that they've released over the last couple of 2 weeks now, emphasizing the role of the Su-24, which is their strike aircraft. It's their primary strike platform. I think they're sending a signal. Some of us on the aviation space, I know Axel, you've had some input on this, believe that since that is their, talking about deep strike, Raver, that is their deep strike platform right now. If there's any fixed wing that could push a little further beyond the current lines and potentially play a role in Crimea, I think that's one of the prime candidates among the aircraft they have. I think they're signaling very. In fact, once they said something about in their tweet about the Su-20, our Su-24s are involved in complex operations on the front line, which I thought was very interesting wording. Again, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial or I don't think I'm reading too much into it, but they're sending clear messages about their intentions. I think that this aircraft will play a role, possibly with some Western systems integrated, but watch for it. I think it's going to play. And let's go back to what General Hodges said yesterday about information he had assessed from conversations with friends of his in the United States Air Force, and this belief, it's just an opinion, and I agree with it, that the Ukrainians are probably, his term, husbanding, they're holding back some of their aerial capability right now for operations that are upcoming. And I think that's going to, when that does finally happen, I think there's going to be some very interesting new things happening on the part of the Ukrainian Air Force.
Good fencers make good neighbors.
Very good. Another Alex Ferguson fella. I'm sure that's a reference. I just don't get it. Go ahead.
Hey there, hi, I'm Alex. Yeah, so the Ukrainians have been very clear that they want F-16s. And over here in Britain, we have said that we would provide training on NATO standard platforms to pilots, and we don't have F-16s. So presumably this means Typhoons. But beyond a political gesture, is there anything that is transferable in terms of skills or exercises that the Ukrainian Air Force can get from learning, essentially, how to fly Typhoons, even if it's just mapping out the logistics of how you actually roll this out and then actually carrying it out? You're like, okay, it's a Typhoon, not an F-16, but we now know how long it takes to do X, how long it takes to get, item B to place C, etc. Is there much transferable skills there, or is this probably just a token gesture? Maybe like maybe like 14 challenges aren't going to change the things on the ground, but maybe it helps unlock other things. Is this purely a political gesture, or is there actually transferable skills that learning to fly Typhoons would really help at a high level for Ukraine? Thanks.
If you park the Typhoons for just a second, and we'd love to see the Typhoons in action. They're exceptionally capable aircraft. They're fantastic to accommodate and support and fly alongside the F-16. By the way, if I just may highlight this, it's a superb aircraft, and it's designed to kill the Russians. That's exactly what it's for. This is a plane which has one mission and one mission only: to deter, take down, intercept, attack, and take out Russian Air Force assets. That's what the Typhoon was built for. This is what it should be used for. This is why it should be there. It isn't, but it will come there, we'll see. However, when Britain says that they can train Ukrainians on NATO aircraft, that also includes it can train them in areas where Britain has one of the best ever fighter aircraft training ranges. Britain can be the training ground for what American aircraft can do. You should never underestimate this.
So do you mean that we would have the capability to support training on F-16s here? So I answered, I have an RAF outfit because my grandfather was an RAF pilot, but I don't know much about it.
F-16s have been flying, shooting and training in Britain for many years in competition with other aircraft. Absolutely. You've had many visitors, if I may say so.
River?
So I would kind of like to take her down into the weeds and land the plane and talk about the fact that March 28, 2023 is Challenger Day. So if anybody's willing to switch to tanks, just let me know.
That's funny that you say that March 28th is Challenger Day, given the fact that the Leopards already arrived in theater before. And by the way, where are these dang Abrams?
Yeah.
Where are these dang Abrams, Raver?
So that's an interesting question. So Ukraine was going to get new build SEPV3s, and now they're going to be getting M1A1s, but they specified that they were going to be SAs or special armors, which means that they're not just going to redirect some of the M1A1 FEPs that are going to Poland. So they may be coming from Australia, if I had to hazard a guess, because Australia's got an order in for a bunch of M1A2
Sorry, Raver. Are you telling me that
SEPV3s.
the administration you voted for couldn't find, say, a closer proximity location?
So the model that was specified is
Pre-positioned stock somewhere in an area closer to theater, right?
no, not of M1A1 SA, which is the model that was specified.
I know that. I'm
So
not talking about the model. I'm trying to tease you a little bit about the fact that how many Abrams are currently in Europe sitting mothballed? Do you want to win the war? Or you just want to talk about the war?
So that would require Congress to change the law to allow the export of DU armor. In this political climate, I don't think that that's going to happen, which is why I think they went with the SAs.
Raver, that's fine. Let's say this. Tell people here what this means and why that technically could matter and why it actually doesn't matter. Because what did you do in the Second World War? What did you do in the wars thereafter? Did you ever have an issue when you wanted to win a war, talking about armor? Did you ever have an issue when you wanted to win a war to really discuss these issues? Or did you just want to win the war?
That is a complex question, Axel.
Oh, sorry.
Because there was
do you want to win the war? Can we start with that? Or no, no.
Okay,
give me another answer. Should President Biden say Ukraine must win this war? Can we start from there? Start with the simple things in life.
Okay, are you going to keep running me over, or are you going to let me answer?
I'm just teasing you, Raven, because I like what you say.
But I realize that. Believe me, I have no problem with sending, DU equipped Abrams to Ukraine. No problem at all. But I don't know that the law has been changed to allow that. So working inside of what the law allows, because then it can be done now instead of later, they decided to send N1A1 SAs, and I think those are probably going to end up coming from Australia, or they've got to be surplus from somewhere. Egypt, Australia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, although I think Saudi Arabia only got the A2s. There's not a lot of SAs floating around that are in U.S. hands. That's an export model. And so what I'm hoping is that they're surplus from, say, like Australia, and that they will be arriving soon, and that Ukraine will also get the A2 SEPV3s, and so they'll be able to double up. The reason I said today is Challenger Day is because March 28th is a nice, neat little number. I would like to challenge everybody to pick one of your favorite Ukrainian charities, MriyaReport, hint, and donate $28 today on this Challenger Day.
Or maybe twice that, since it's a Challenger too. Latin?
Just a quick note on the question that who is this? Nother? That Nother asked, and Axel had a response to it, which was also I agree with what Axel was saying. The important thing is to remember from the British Prime Minister's comment when President Zelensky was there, was that it was somewhat ambiguous. Again, these things are not random. This is well thought out. I'm still not sure what training on NATO compatible aircraft means exactly. Doesn't really matter. It means something is ongoing. And I would, to Axel's point, I would remind everybody, if they're interested, go to YouTube and search Mach Loop Wales. That's MACH, like the speed, Mach Loop Wales. It's a training ground that the RAF has in the north of Wales, where they practice low-level flying. And if you look at the videos, there are many of them on YouTube that the aircraft spotters like to shoot in that area. The RAF is very present there, and so are many foreign air forces that use that training ground, and it's been ongoing for a long time. So, you know, it can mean many different things. It can mean ground crews. It can mean familiarization with weapons systems. It can mean simulator training. There's a lot of things, and I think that the Prime Minister obviously left it open-ended. Whatever it is, I'm interested in knowing what it is, but someday we'll figure it out. But it did mean something concrete. I don't think it was just nothing. There is something going on.
It was a Rishi Sunak comment.
You think he just misspoke?
No, it was a Rishi Sunak comment. It meant nothing, was supposed to sound good, could be used for a televised moment, and had absolutely no bearing. Whilst at the same time, it probably had the underlying that, yes, of course, you can do weapons training exactly there where you pointed out. Other than that, it's just Rishi Sunak, a potty and house-trained official of Whitehall. Someone who likes to count every single dime while somebody robs his house. But you can ask someone who is British. How about a Navy veteran?
Chris, I think Axel was hinting at you.
Yeah, I got the hints. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all well. I was just, I've stood in the Mach Loop watching the planes fly over. Very lovely experience, and there's a nice website there where you can see that happening. Very exciting, that is. Lovely area of my Wales by Barmouth. Yeah, very nice, very nice. I was just going to say, really, obviously Axel mentioned it, that I'm going to meet with Michael Fabricant on Thursday. So I think the timing will be Nuno is up from 6 till 8. Is that right? And so my plan is
Nuno will be there.
Yeah. So my plan is to get Michael to listen a bit to Nuno, and then you know, when Nuno finishes, if you like, 8 o'clock, then you know, if he wants to come up and it's okay for him to come up, then try and get him up. If that works.
Should he wish so, we shall be delighted hosting him.
Yeah, I really don't know whether he will or he won't, but we'll have had a few beers by then, so that might help. Yeah. And
as long as it is not unfiltered ale.
Well, for some reason, Axel, we're meeting in a Belgian bar, but yeah, I don't know why, but anyway, that's where we're meeting. So it'll be Belgian beer. Is that good or not good?
There are
Very
some
good.
very decent, very decent, non-fruity and purity law compliant Belgian beers. There are.
Okay, there you go. Now, gents, I've got my pen poised, right? So obviously, we'll forget about the Abrams because we don't know what's happening to them. But we've got the Challengers released and we've got the Leopards released. So what am I pitching for here?
Storm Shadow and something to shoot it from.
Storm. I'm writing this down. Storm Shadow. Something to shoot it from.
No, all the Challenger tanks, which they can get out of the former Mesopotamian empires.
What is this ones and twos then, Axel?
Everything Britain can get back from anyone between what is today Euphrates and Tigris on the one hand and Cairo on the other would be nice.
Basically,
Okay.
Jordan, Oman, anyone else in the Gulf that might have you knocking about.
Okay, so we're back on the old King of Jordan's tanks then, are we? Yeah.
Yeah, we want all of them.
Okay. Yeah.
Happy to pay for them. If they need us to crowdfund them, please give us a telephone number.
Yeah. The who's going to pay for them? Is this the Brolly briefcase and bowler brigade?
No, seriously. I mean, it's so simple. They are so dang cheap.
Yeah. I reckon
Well,
they'll be.
the Jordanians got them for £1 a piece, by the way. The Challenger ones. So
that's what I'm saying. We
Yeah.
can crowdfund them within a day.
Yeah. God knows what the maintenance contract was for them, but anyway, yeah. But you're right, £1 a piece. Yeah.
Make sure they remove that ban on that guy trying to export armored ambulances to Ukraine.
What are those from Britain? Are those?
I forget the guy's name, but he's a armored vehicle collector, and he was buying old surplus armored vehicles like armored ambulances, refitting them and sending them to Ukraine, and then all of a sudden he got locked out of all of his bank accounts by Barclays and can no longer do what he does.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that's. Do you know if that's the guy that I know that up in Coventry, near Coventry Way? I did hear about that. Both, I did manage to speak to him, but I couldn't find his. I couldn't find his site again. Maybe it was taken down. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, so anything else on the list anyway for this conversation? Storm Shadow,
That's
something.
plenty. That's plenty.
All right then. Okay, well if you think of anything, let me know.
I think it's a good start, and by then I think you'll be moving on from AO to something else. Gorman.
Yeah, just not to go backwards. I enjoyed Axel's rant because I feel the same way. And frankly, as an American, I'm embarrassed of our indecisiveness in this case. But back to, I early on, F-18, F-15, or excuse me, F-16, F-15 are the right long-term answer. And the question is, how quickly can we get them? I'll point out, somebody said that F-15s are not available. I believe, and this, hopefully this could possibly happen. I think it's probably unlikely, but probably more likely this week than it was 2 weeks ago. But the country that's getting out of F-15s that could
is Japan.
Is Japan, absolutely. So
they have to sell it back they have to give it back to the United States. That's the problem with it.
Because they were
Yeah,
manufactured in Japan because they're co-produced by.
I know. Okay. I know, but the tech is in the US, or the technological rights are in the US, and Japan cannot deliver constitutionally to a party at war. So they would have to give it to someone, unless Norway is smart enough to buy them, or Sweden is smart enough to buy them and send them to Ukraine. It won't happen. Norway could technically do that if it had a proper, solid government focused on this at this point in time. Currently, the Norwegians just simply want to buy themselves out of any kind of military obligation by means of doing civilian good, which is completely, utterly, happily supportive of Ukraine, but it's not quite what is needed. It needs someone
all the
with
normal stuff. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the country which can't afford it but would do it is probably Estonia.
Okay. I mean, the U.S. has got to do it. To be honest with you, I don't. Frankly,
Oh,
I mean, they just got to facilitate.
Who's that? Bill, who's that? You what? Who is
It's
that?
just-
Is it? Have they ever done anything in that regard? Do they defend freedom from time to time?
Yeah, they pick and choose how hard they want to defend it. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like not an all-in thing. You know, I'm an all-in person. You either do it or you don't. The things we've learned in the United States in the wars that we fought is that you can't go halfway. You just got to decide to win and go.
Ah, okay. That's
then-
why you run a Philly special in a Super Bowl, right?
That's right. You got to play to win. You play to win. You play to win. There's only one way to play the game, or you decide not to be part of it. Right? You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. You know, you can't play halfway. And I think, as I said, these F-15s, these F-15s with the air-to-air capability, which is the thing that's lacking, frankly. Air-to-air is what the big capability gap is that Ukraine has. And these F-18s are air superiority. They're air-to-air, you know, aircraft. These specifically ones, the Japan, because they're CDs, are you push back the combat air patrols, which allows your MiG-29s or Su-27s or whatever that are outfitted with JDAMs to fly at a higher altitude and get those missiles launched. Right, you got to work them in combination with the strike aircraft. But they need air-to-air. They need air-to-air. What they
I
need.
agree with
They
you.
need air-to-air.
I'm with you, but if only we had a naval aviator who talked to this topic. I have no idea. Can we find one?
Yeah. Yep.
Need to fish one out of the sea, maybe.
Yeah. We as we've said, the big capability gap. You know, I look at capability gaps. I'm not looking at like attrition. Attrition's one measure. You know, and the age of the aircraft doesn't matter. You know, as an engineer, I know I could keep fleet flying. You just approach it differently, right? You just approach air safety differently, but it's not impossible to keep an old fleet, you know, airworthy.
I agree
you
with
just have
you.
to do it. You just have to do it differently, right? You just approach it from a different perspective, and I've done that, and I can do that, and I know it can be done.
Can we briefly, Bill, stay with us before we talk about the fact that how important it is that people who have a Liberty Bell somewhere actually take this seriously. But can we hop into this topic for a second?
Yeah, I just wanted one other point on the F-15, F-16. So everybody that argues that you can't do two aircraft at once, just recognize that the engine of the F-15 and F-16 are identical. So, and the maintenance and logistics cost of an engine on an aircraft typically is 25%, right? So, you know, 25% of it comes free if you pick the right complement of aircraft, right? And then there are common avionics. So, see, there's a significant amount of overlap in the logistics and supply chain associated with the right combination of aircraft. And if you can get 25% of your next aircraft for free because you picked the right airplane and it's got the same engine, you know, that's how I think about these things. Right? So good.
Do we know who was next, Axel?
Yeah, I wanted to have a word from Hop.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Just kind of thinking about the tack on this conversation right now. The maintenance. I realize that you know we're sort of treating F-15s and F-16s as analogs, but in a lot of ways they're not. The Japanese, you know, I know we're just throwing, you know, spitballing with the theories about their F-15s getting them back to the States, transferring them or via some third party. And the Japanese are known for really, really taking great care of their stuff. I mean, It'll be driven to church on Sundays. Not that they don't use them operationally, they just have a very different approach to their gear than what I've seen in the Navy. Parked next to a Japanese P3 when we were doing some.
They'll be pristine. Those aircraft will be pristine when you got them. They look like
Yeah.
they're coming out of the showroom.
It's the truth. I mean, you'll be able to eat off the cockpit floor in a proverbial sense. But the U.S. F-15s, the C models that are in the process of being retired and everything else, they're beat to hell. They've been doing Operation Northern Watch and all this other stuff for a long time, and these are very, very tired airframes. Whereas with the F-16 availability and the one engine, and yes, I know there's a lot of commonality, but if you have if you have an airplane that needs two engines, so therefore you have to have three engines, because when one of those engines gets long in the tooth or is due for overhaul, or God forbid, has a problem. But with the F-16, those two engines support that one aircraft because you have one in spare. You actually have one in spare for every two or three airplanes. It's a mission capability rate, and bang for the bucks and everything else. And while yes, the F-15C is probably a slightly more capable long range platform for air to air, it may be a bigger hammer than you need, especially in the short term. And that was kind of my point.
Yeah, and I agree with 100%. And I wouldn't say that F-15 is your fleet. I think it's a complement. It's
and it's
5 to 1. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Not a long-term solution. So once you go down that road, you're say limiting the number of F-16s you can get in the midterm. So, and I live in a town where we make F-15s, and I would love to see them fly forever. But
I worked for a company that made F-15s.
Yeah.
My whole career, my pension's being paid by that company.
God bless those folks up there on Airport Road. But anyway, be that as it may, I just think it's not completely realistic. I just sort of had to, but you sort of covered that before I got on. But I really think it's not the Band-Aid we need.
No, I agree 100%. I'm just saying, when somebody said that we couldn't get F-15s in, except for long term, there are some that could become available.
And
they do have a common engine with the F-15, so the engine spare is.
Yeah, they'd be there. I think we'll probably see Mirages before we see F-15s.
Yeah.
So, and granted, different, ball peen versus a sledgehammer, but anything would help. So,
but you agree that the air-to-air is really the capability?
Oh yes,
it's really the potential to really transform the battlefield, like significantly.
It's the next step. It is.
Yes.
It is the crucial next step. I mean, getting the summer offensive going. If it's 1A and 1B, 1A is push back the forward edge of the battle area to the Russian border, and make it so they can't do anything in Ukrainian airspace, and then push it back a little bit farther so that if they're trying to engage from Russian airspace, that they can't feel safe. And the only way to do that is to slowly move that line back. And
yeah, so
go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to ask you a question because you're better answer this than me. But Alex, one of our Doolittle compatriots was pointing out that the Russian combat air patrols are running about 100 kilometers back from the line. That's where they're running them right now. If we gave them better air-to-air capability, that would push those combat air patrols back, right? Which then opens some altitude closer to the line, right? Is that logic?
Yes. I mean, not initially. What they're going to do is they're going to stay at the proverbial 100 clicks to try and they're not going back until they start getting shot at.
Right.
Or
I mean, that's, yeah.
or you light them up on their with fire control radar that they know
Yep.
is
They know they're being painted, right?
they know they're being painted. They know that it's a that radar is paired with an AMRAAM or something longer range, and they have to react to it, or the guy next to him just turns into a greasy smear, and that will push them back. And you can do that at first intermittently along the line where you need to, because radar's cheap. You just light them up until they develop a little bit of a thick skin for it, and maybe they drop their guard, and then you tactically
right,
take somebody right at the 100. You establish a line of to take a line from the old Libyans, a line of death for them that's inside their own airspace, and make them think twice and 3 times, and you just got to get those Western fighters in there. You can make the ground offensive work, but you're screwing a Phillips head in with a regular screwdriver when you're doing that. You can do it, but it ain't pretty.
I agree. Yep. Thanks, Tom.
Can we just say that it's insanity to send them with all this good gear, all these wonderful young men and women, all these well-trained people into combat without proper aircraft? It's insanity. It's immoral. It is not something which the West should allow to happen.
I agree. You'll get no
100%.
argument from me. It's just it's not logical. And
100%.
immoral. It is immoral. Right. Yep.
One thing I have noticed, and I do not want to delve into U.S. politics. It's a loser when we do it on this space. But I have noticed both sides in the last few days, that both sides of the aisle have individual congressmen and senators getting a little bit more strident every day about not slow rolling it, giving them what they need. And especially when it's starting to come up from the right side of the aisle a little more, I think because everything's a political decision, it becomes a little bit more of the consensus. So I feel like, and it's just a feeling, that the consensus is slowly building, and sites like MriyaReport are have a lot to do with that. That's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, we have Ambassador Carpenter there and here tomorrow. That's the OSCE, but still, it matters a great deal. He's a very, very respectable man, a very serious man. Hopefully, we can get some clarification from him as to what the morality, the long-term view is, because that's what the OSCE is about, right?
The OSCE is about morality. I thought the OSCE was about having somewhere to...
Moral leadership in action. You can't have security without deterrence. You can't have deterrence without having thought about how to fight for it. You won't fight for it if you don't have the moral consensus within formation of political will. It's extremely simple, very basic politics. And no, I'm not sorry for ranting. I'm so sick of this shit now. Really, seriously, everybody here, share, retweet, go out there, talk to your elected officials, tell them how sick you are, how fed up you are with this bullshit. It's enough now.
All right, and in just a few minutes, we'll turn to this week's edition of The Dish with Fish. I think we can just squeeze one more question, another question in from another Alex.
Hi there. So I had a question. So one of the things that was brought up, but wasn't focused upon so much, was Rishi Sunak said long-range missiles to Ukraine when Zelensky came and visited. Poland and Slovakia. Would it be for those MiGs to then carry, say, NATO standard air-to-air missiles? And would we be able to provide the training? Because I understand it with the Storm Shadow, you can do much of the programming on the ground if you know how to use it, and then you just have to drop it off from the right location in the air. So, would the delivery of those MiGs from NATO countries combined with training and facilities in the UK enable those MiGs to then essentially deploy NATO standard weapons like Storm Shadows for hitting them further away or for hitting them in the sky further away?
So,
just be curious.
Yeah, so we could hope that, but I think Latin went into this at some depth at some point about a week ago. And basically said there's no evidence that the MiGs in either Slovakia or the ones from Poland have been never modified in a way where they could be then equipped with Storm Shadows. Colonel Jeff, by the way, I think you'll need to disconnect your phone, maybe restart your phone and join again. Hope it's not your Austrian affliction again. So where were we? So that's one component of it. The logic of how to employ them that you've outlined, program it on the ground, be in the right location, altitude, direction, velocity envelope, right? That's something that we were suggesting as well. It should be possible. The question is, has it actually been done? The other thing is that it's quite a large munition. A MiG-29 is sort of at the limits with it, or at least relatively close to them. So that's another component, but that's maybe more by the by.
Surely that's something that we could test out over here.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be like
Absolutely.
an experiment we could do?
Do you know what's even easier? Just send them, Mirages that are already made to fire them, or what do you call it? Typhoons that are already made to fire them, right? Latin?
Quick response to that. Again, I know Colonel Jeff is going to be starting soon, but the integration of AMRAAM into MiG-29 is something that's been rumored, and supposedly it was reported a few weeks ago that it was from an unnamed source. That's a much more complicated thing to achieve because of the communication it has to have with the radar, and it's a Soviet radar on the MiG-29. So we'll see if that's been achieved, but apparently that it may be being tried. A GPS-based weapon like Storm Shadow technically should be more straightforward. I have personally thought that if there's a platform that the Ukrainians would use if they could integrate it into a Soviet-era aircraft, it would be the Su-27, their primary strike platform. So that's where I'd be looking to see if. But I agree with you that the Prime Minister's comments could also point to weapon systems like that.
And as to which system it is, they never spelled out Storm Shadow, and I think we'll get Colonel Jeff up in about a minute. They never spelled out Storm Shadow. However, they said longer range weapons, which would imply longer range that Britain has previously delivered to Ukraine, which is everything longer range than a harpoon. And according to some of our Royal Navy associated folks here, there's only one type of harpoon that Britain operated, so it has to be longer range than that. There's only 3 things left. And of those 3 things, 2 are launched from submarines, so those are kind of a no-no. One of them definitely a no-no for other reasons. You can guess what. And one of them is Storm Shadow. So by process of elimination, was the Sherlock Holmes quote? When you eliminate the impossible, whatever is left, however improbable, must be the right solution. Therefore, Storm Shadows. And with that, we've managed to get, I hope, Colonel Jeff connected. Colonel Jeff, is it time to serve up a few courses?
It is about time to do a little addition. I didn't know. Did we get Trevor up?
I believe so.
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Oh, nice logo, dude. I love it. Yeah. So hey, everybody, welcome to the Dish with Fish. I must confess, I'm actually broadcasting live to you from the downtown Vienna, because I'm trying to actually manage 15 things all at once, and I figure why not just make it harder upon myself. If you recall, last week we had a great guest on, and he was talking all about arms control. William Albrecht, a phenomenal guy, one of my long friends in OSCE and talking about nuclear arms and arms control. I truly hope that you get a chance to listen to that episode. Unfortunately, we're still having a little trouble getting those loaded up. So just all I would ask is you be a little patient, and we will eventually get those things up. Today, we have someone who I'm really excited to bring on because he is going to talk a little bit about thing, and that his name, Lieutenant Colonel retired Trevor, call sign Mantis, Geertsen. Trevor, I've actually gone and done a little homework because I want to make sure when I'm bringing guests on, I want to make sure that they're true to form and stuff like this. And like I said, he just said, "Hey, I was in the Air Force. I did this." I reached out. A couple of the bros in my bro network said, "Yep, he's legit." As a matter of fact, he went to the Top Gun school as well, like I did. I went in the EC-130H Compass Call. Mantis actually went to the Air Force's weapons school, or fighter weapons school, as an intelligence officer. So he's like a PhD guy in intelligence, especially for air intelligence specifically. And we're really glad to have him on the show. Mantis, did I get all that stuff right?
Yeah, you got it. Close enough.
All right,
No,
perfect.
And thanks for having me today.
We're really glad you're here. So I will let everybody know, Mantis. I wanted to go. It's funny, right? Last week I wanted to go check William Albrecht's total Twitter follower count because I wanted to see how much our show actually helped him out. And I heard from Doman, who said we got him about 200 people. I know for a fact that you just signed up for Twitter yesterday, so you had one follower as of this morning, and that was me.
Yep.
So by the end of the show today, we're gonna figure out how many followers you have, and we're gonna see how we can boost this and help you do some of the stuff that you do. So Mantis, if you could you just tell us a little bit? The first question we're gonna throw at you is, could you talk a little bit about your career and your background in the Air Force, some of the things that you did, and then we'll kind of move on to question 2. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I retired last year after almost 25 years in the Air Force. The first half of my career, like you said, I was an air intelligence officer. I was a F-16 squadron in Korea. After that, a Strike Eagle squadron in England. And then, like yourself, I went to the Air Force Weapons School for 6 months and got real smart on the deployment of air and space power. I then went back to a U.S.-based F-16 wing for a few years, back to the weapons school. So you wrap that up, I'd say the first decade or so, very focused on being an air tactician with a deep understanding of air power. That feels like a few moons ago, but that's what I kind of did the first 10 years. The back half of my career was very different than I anticipated. I ended up becoming a foreign area officer focused on Russia and the former Soviet space. So for that, I went to Naval Postgraduate School for a master's. While I was there, I was selected to be a military attaché in Uzbekistan. And I know, Fish, you were an attaché a few times, but for your audience, attachés were assigned to an embassy as the DoD representative to the host nation. You advise the ambassador on military matters, then you try to develop an understanding of political military affairs in the country. So that's what I did. Heading out to Uzbekistan, I went to DC for a year and a half of Russian language training, then attaché school. Loved Uzbekistan, had a phenomenal, totally hooked about learning about Russia and the former Soviet Union. I traveled everywhere. I just got really immersed in it, and it's a passion that I've just never given up. So after Uzbekistan, I received an assignment to a NATO Air Operations Center that focused on the Black Sea and the Mediterranean regions. Everybody, I'm sure in this audience sees and hears about intercepts of NATO aircraft by Russian aircraft and vice versa. Well, that's the mission I was supporting for 3 years from an air operations center in Madrid, Spain. And then the final thing I did for the last 3 years was I was the air attaché to the Kingdom of Denmark in Copenhagen. So my focus was the Baltic Sea, but also the Arctic because Greenland's part of the Kingdom of Denmark. So if you kind of sum up those 10, 11 years on the back end, very focused on the post-Soviet space. I had a chance to experience things from different geographic and political perspectives, Central Asia, Black Sea, Baltic, Arctic, NATO. a lot of bilateral cooperation activities within Europe. You know, you're in the State Department, like you know, you're seeing that side of it from embassy work. Uh, Traveled to 13 to 15 republics, former Soviet republics. You know, while either stationed there, working there, language study, personal travel, and this also included some experience working with the Ukrainian military starting in 2008. Now I volunteer to help Ukraine, cover a little bit later. Um, just to kind of wrap up, you know, like everybody else, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have all the answers. I try not to speak in absolutes. As a guy that's watched this for 10, 11 years, I've been just as surprised and just as wrong at many things over the past year, and I don't get things always right. But I think I have a little bit of perspective and experience to offer some of the discussions here.
That's perfect. I love it. You set the bar really, really low for our audience. Tell them how wrong you are all the time. So when you do get one thing right, you're going to be a rock star. And by the way, I just checked, dude. Your followership is up 650%. So that's unbelievably good. I do have one question about Denmark because I know another defense attaché that went there, and he got knighted. So his gift from leaving was he was knighted. So did you get knighted?
They give you some award, but they have a rule from the royal court that was like you had to be in the diplomatic position for 3 years, and I was a little bit short. So
yeah, you didn't become a
I
knight.
did not become a knight,
And your wife still married you?
I know. Yeah, they do give you. I forgot if it's knighted. I forget what the term is, but there's a royal award you get. But
yeah, you get the little cross thing around your neck. You get a.
Yeah, unfortunately, I missed out on that.
Anyway, hey, moving on to our second question because I think it's really important, right? And this is where I want to get to. I'm really happy that you set the foundation because I think you know that when you lay out a foundation like that, and our listeners get to hear all the things you did, you have an amazingly good foundation to speak from, right? And I understand nobody's perfect, nobody has a crystal ball, but dude, you have gravitas, right? And that's why I love the fact that you came on the show. I think it's really, really cool. You hinted to the fact that you're helping Ukraine, right? Yeah. And I really want to focus on that because this is why I brought you on. Yeah. I know you're doing flight gear for Ukraine, and this is kind of your thing. Could you go ahead and tell our listeners kind of what you're doing on that and where you need help and how people, if they're interested in your specific nonprofit / effort, tell them what they can do.
Yeah, no, that's thanks for letting me do that. So the flight gear project specifically is kind of on the side of something else I do. I volunteer with an organization called Operation Wide Stork, and they do a lot of different stuff. They start off with humanitarian evacuations. They've done probably 25,000 IFACs delivered to frontline units. They've done generators. They've done a lot of different stuff. So for me, volunteering after I retired was, for me, it was a no-brainer. And I like them because they're very, very focused on last mile logistics and delivering to the end user, right? They don't go to aid points. They get as close as they can to the end user to make sure that the gear that donors give us or funding supports goes right to them. So that's what kind of drew me to this organization that I currently volunteer with, and they support all branches of the military, civilian agencies. So I'll give you some examples. So in the context of OWS, they've helped me through my contacts in the Ukrainian Air Force deliver a lot of IFACs, generators to ground-based search and rescue units and air defense units, vests. But we also do a lot of other stuff. But we can,
right. And hey,
go ahead.
Hey, Mantis, just to kind of chime in, and because I really want to lay context, right? So, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like for example, you're friends with, and and you're acquainted, or at least acquaintances with, the somewhat famed MiG-29 pilot Juice, who goes on radio shows and stuff like that, right? So you get to hang out with him, and you've talked to him and hang out with him, right?
Yeah, I can talk about in a bit about my background with the Ukrainian Air Force, but I do have contacts from my time working with them since 2018. And I use those contacts now to kind of find out, hey, what do you guys need? Who do we get it to? Yeah. So that served that period of time that I worked with them, and I kept those contacts going over the years. It's been very useful now because I'm able to find guys I'm able to get right to the guys that need stuff. I'm able to find out what they need, and I deliver straight to them.
Perfect. That's awesome. And so the flight gear stuff, right? So I know
Yeah.
that there's some listeners out there that are aviators like myself. So what are you doing with flight gear?
So flight gear on the side, started a project with a good friend of mine. He's a retired F-16 pilot. We can go to Ukraine. We can get lots of polyester gear. You can get boots, but aviators need flight suits and jackets and gloves that are made from special fire resistant materials. You can't get that stuff there. In the US, it's very expensive. When you were in the Air Force, you probably took it for granted and didn't realize that that's a $200 flight suit and an $800 to $1,000 jacket that you wore every day. And that's if you can even find it. So it's very, very high cost new and you just can't get it. So we use our networks to collect the gear from folks that, whether they have it sitting in the closet because they wear it for Halloween once a year, or they used to change the oil in their car before they bought a Tesla and a flight suit. Those are the kind of people that we target. Ukrainians, aviators, especially the helo guys, have suffered a lot of burn injuries over the last year. So this gear is really important to them. What we're doing is, it's small scale, but it's incredibly meaningful, especially when you're on the ground and you hand a flight suit or a jacket or gloves to a guy that's going to use it. So a few weeks ago, when I was in Ukraine, I did my first kind of load of this stuff. We delivered 25 flight suits, 17 jackets, 30 gloves, straight to the aviators. We've also provided a fire-resistant balaclava to all the Air Force helicopter guys. So we continue to collect flight gear, and we're going to bring the next batch over to Ukraine in a few weeks. If you go to my Twitter, my Twitter page, which is now boosting because of you, even a single flight suit is valuable. And there's information there about how to reach out to us. And there's an email. You can talk to us about what you have to donate, and we'll talk to you about shipping gears or shipping instructions. I'll just end with, again, a single flight suit at my level is valuable. And I promise that I will find a good home for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's ironic. In Western militaries, we do take things for granted, right? So you're a lieutenant aviator and you get your set of flight suits and you get them and they smell horrible. And the reason they smell horrible is because they're loaded with Nomex, right? Nomex is that chemical that stops the fire from getting to you. But of course, you're a lieutenant. You don't want to smell bad, especially when you go to the O Club on Friday night. So you wash the thing like 20 times and you wash all the Nomex out. And then the first few times you go to combat, you realize, dude, it's okay to have a smelly flight suit. A smelly flight suit's really good. Right?
Well, the good thing is there's two different, like you said, Nomex. There's also Aramid, which are the two things. They're actually it's actually part of the fibers. So even old stuff still retains its fire resistant property. So it may smell better. It may smell better used, but it still has its qualities that we need it for safety.
Yeah. So, all right. So that's good. I'm going to ask everyone if they could go ahead and follow Mantis. That's his call sign. And if you have anything, please DM to him, reach out to him. And if you have neighbors who are, old aviators who have flight suits sitting around, please, flight jackets, flight gloves. Gloves are probably one of the most critical things, right? Flying with bare hands in cockpits is really, really not good. Because you're going to try and if you're in a cockpit that actually has a fire, you're going to try and combat the fire with your hand. Yeah. And that's the only thing you have. And especially the circuit breaker panel, right? You're going to have to start pushing circuit breakers back in. It's far better to push circuit breakers back in when you have a really, really good glove that's fireproof than one that's not fireproof or bare hands. I'm not saying I'm speaking from experience, but I have seen pictures in some safety briefings and it's not a really pretty picture. So, all right. So we're going to go on to our last question. And I know that I sent you some, we talked about some spitball questions. I'm going to give you a little bit of harder one before we go to that. And then we're going to open it up to the audience. And I know that Doman's up there and Mocker's up there are going to try and find us some good questions. But I'm going to give you a little bit of spitball, right? Or a little bit of a curveball, right? So here it is. So last night we had on General Ben Hodges, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, retired, former USERA commander, right? And I asked him the question. I said, "Hey, sir, I'm like, I don't know if you agree with me on F-16s, but the thing is whether it's whatever the fourth generation fighter is, I have a hard time believing that the S-300 and the S-400 are the only Russian system out there that are as capable today as they were before this thing started. Like every Russian system has not performed up to what Western intelligence had predicted. And as an intelligence officer, I'm not picking on you. I realize as an intelligence guy, and we could talk about this a little thematically if you want, right? It's always better to be a little bit more conservative and ensure the guy gets home than it is to be wrong. And, you know, the like that, right? But he and I kind of agreed, and he came forward and said, "Hey, dude, I believe that we should be sending fourth generation fighters. I don't believe the S300 and the S400 is capable." So, you know, as an Intel guy who is working with an F-16 guy on these uniform things and knowing juice, right? Dude, I'm trying to serve it up as good as I can for you, right? And so where do you stand on sending F-16s into Ukraine?
Well, listen, I've been supportive of F-16s. The short answer is yes. I believe the F-16s should be there, and I can discuss later on my impressions of their Air Force. But you know, I kind of got. I'll answer your question, but I'll kind of back up a little bit to get a different, a little bit bigger view. I think some of the public and political kind of discussions and discourse over Western fighters lost its way because we're kind of doing this kind of binary fighters yes no, which is a very imprecise and it's kind of a single question. And for folks like your listeners, you may have a mix of people that don't have any understanding of air power and think this is, you know, the Top Gun Maverick dogfights with a fifth gen Air Force in Russia or deep strikes against the Kremlin. And then you have folks that are going to be well versed in air power that understand close air support and DCA and air interdiction and what it means to achieving localized air superiority, all those kind of things that you need. So you know, I think the spectrum of those discussions have kind of confused folks and obscured the debate, from what it should be. Fundamentally, you start off with the question is, you know, what's the target and the threat, and then you work back from there. And I think there's a lot of once again the public and political discourse that's probably got a little bit wrong on that. And then you ask yourself, hey, what missions do they perform? What munitions are required? Where would they operate? What's the feasibility, risk of escalation, etc. So let me, if I can you just give me a few examples of the F-16.
Dude, the floor is
Okay,
yours.
great.
So have at it. You go get them.
Let me give you an example of why I think some of the escalation discussions have kind of gone off track, specifically with F-16s or fourth gen fighters. I would argue that, you know, it's not really the platform itself that's escalatory, right? It's probably what's hanging on the wings. And although it's not a perfect comparison, is a HIMARS launcher, you know, in itself threatening if it had no munitions? I'd say no. You know, it's the munition that kind of determines what is considered escalatory. We provided Ukraine, I think, with glimmers, but not ATACMS yet, based on that type of discussion. Whether you agree with that or not, the point here is the platform in that case was not the center of the debate, it was the munition. In the context of the kind of air domain and if they should get fighters or not, I would say if you're a Russian SAM operator or somebody in Moscow, you're probably more worried about the AGM-88 harm or JDAM-ER or SLAM-ER or whatever. That's probably more of a concern than whether an F-16 or a MiG-29 launched it. So that's an example, I think, of the kind of escalation discussions that kind of got a little off track. Another munition example is, you know, the ground-based air defenses. No doubt they performed well in this war, but part of that success isn't necessarily those systems. And this is getting a little bit to what you're talking about with S300, S400. But part of that lack of success, or that success, is really kind of a lack of the air-to-ground precision standoff munitions and inability to, you know, kind of conduct SEAD on both sides, both the Russian and the Ukrainian air forces. So, you know, imagine kind of, if you will, if U.S. and NATO aircraft were armed with only Russian or Ukrainian munitions and targeting sensors, and they were fighting this type of conflict, I'd argue that the outcome might not be dramatically different. And so my point here is, you know, we probably shouldn't declare ground-based air defense, you know, supremacy and say that Western fighters or F-16s or whatever won't be a huge help, when it's really a lot of it's the munitions and the sensor deficiencies. So back to this point, if you focus on what Western air capabilities could the Ukrainians be given to employ to shift things in the air domain? I think that's a totally different discussion than what we're kind of seeing on the battlefield today. And I do think that F-16s or another fourth-gen Western aircraft could help shift things in the air domain. And go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know that here's the dilemma that I face, right? So I was in a pretty good debate last week with some fairly high power people in Washington D.C. And these are also Air Force folks, right? So they're not bad guys. We're bros in arms, and I get that. But I was advocating F-16s, and their answer back was, look, they're going to die. As soon as they fly in the S-300, S-400, they're going to die. The Ukrainians are only flying a handful of sorties every day. They're not flying in the S-300 or the S-400 ring, and they're also flying at 50 feet. And I started arguing back. I'm like, okay, dude, stop. You're not making sense, right? First of all, if you're not in the S-400 or the 300 ring, why are you flying at 50 feet? That doesn't make sense. You would only fly at 50 feet if you were in the ring. So they are in the ring. And if they're surviving at 50,000 feet, then that's a tactic, and we should have it. My whole point is that, and we don't need to belabor the issue, but my point is that job at OPSEC and truly trying to limit how much information is getting out. I think that's saving their pilots. I think that's saving dudes on the ground. And I think that is really, really good stuff. I will juxtapose that with, however, that it would be extremely helpful if there was some level of, high level data that says, hey, we're flying in S-300s and 400s every day. And yes, we're losing some jets, but it is somewhat survivable. And I think Ukraine could help itself if it could actually push that information, at least in classified channels, to the United States to say, look, it's not the behemoth you think it is. We are flying there. Because until that information comes out, everyone's in conjecture. You're right. It's 100%. It's a political will issue. The truth of the matter is, if Biden said send F-16s, he didn't care how many got shot down, we'd be sending them.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right.
But let me
good.
Let me say one other point on that. I've read these, those discussions that you had with folks in DC. A lot of them well-intentioned folks and folks that understand air power, but have a different view on whether they should get F-16s. I've read these same statements and reports from think tanks. But I'll also say this: they are very focused on kind of the deep strike air-to-ground missions. Very focused on Russian IADs. I'm not saying that's not a valid concern. It is. But there's also a certain irony that, less than 12 miles from those offices in DC, there's an F-16 unit that is sitting there in an air-to-air configuration. They're on alert 24/7. They don't have air-to-ground munitions, and they're not going to be operating in the heart of Russian IADs. What are they doing? They're doing air defense. And one thing that I think is missing from the debate is that Russia's still using traditional weapon systems in the air domain. They're using cruise missiles. They're using these long-range drones to decimate critical infrastructure. And I know Ukraine's getting better at handling that with the ground-based systems, but it's still exacerbating the humanitarian crisis. It's creating second, third-order effects on their ability to conduct other military operations across domains. And the solution for that, post-launch of a cruise missile or a drone, is a layered air defense. And in the F-16 debate, you really don't hear that analysis of the importance of the energy infrastructure. You don't really hear about what's Ukraine's ability to sustain their ground-based air defenses, particularly the Soviet legacy stuff. And you don't hear about how F-16s can help blunt that energy campaign. So I do think that there's also another, a whole other side of what the F-16s or a fourth-gen fighter could do in Ukraine, because it's a big country. It's 1.4 times the size of Iraq. The central and western part has a lot of infrastructure that needs defending. I think the F-16s could also play a role in that.
Dude, where have you been all my life? I can't believe you just joined Twitter. I needed you. I needed you in my fight a long time ago. By the way, 1,260%, brother. You're up 1,260% in followership. This is phenomenal. If you keep this pace up and go to sleep tonight, you're going to be at like 13,000 people by the morning.
Hopefully I'll be swimming in Nomex.
It's awesome. Yes, swimming in. It'll smell. Your wife will hate you, but it's wonderful. Yeah. Hey, Tillman, do we have any questions that have come up for Mantis?
I think everybody was a little bit too, what can we say, ensconced in listening to you gentlemen talk about things in great detail. We're getting a question now, but while we're doing that, I have a question. And my question is kind of something I've been asking Colonel Jeff about for a while now. But let me bounce it off of you, because maybe you'll have a slightly different answer. Over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Ukraine has been destroying, in their daily reports, they say, destroying a lot more quote unquote special equipment. In a lot of cases, those are electronic warfare systems, counter battery radars, but also a lot of jamming stations and similar equipment. They've been destroying far more of these than they have before. How much do you think that changes both the picture of the battlefield altogether, but especially the air picture in favor of Ukraine?
Oof, I would totally be speculating. So take everything, all my guesses with a grain of salt here. I think that portion, and I've traveled a lot in Ukraine. There's not a lot to hide behind. I'm fairly certain that the Russians are going to have a probably pretty decent picture of what the air situation is over Ukraine, even as some of these systems get degraded. So I'm not sure I have a total, great a great analysis or a great assessment of what that means, other than to say, just if you look at the geography of eastern Ukraine, and you look at the position, where Crimea is situated, and you look everything. My guess is, at least from an air surveillance standpoint, the Russians would have no problem, I think, maintaining a picture of what's going on there, and not necessarily have their eyes. Totally guess.
All right, thank you very much, Colonel Jeff. We got 3 questions up.
Perfect. Yeah. Hey, I do have a couple. So, dude, you're at 150. I swear to God, if you get 50 more, you're gonna be like the best arms control dude I know. It's just freaking unbelievable. That's awesome. But hey, Mantis, I have a. The first thing I want to say is, for folks who are listening today at this time, please come back again tomorrow. Right, because tomorrow at 1700, we're having the U.S. OSCE ambassador, Ambassador Carpenter, is going to be on. It is not a Dish with Fish event, although I'll be part of the interviewing team. It'll be myself and Peter, Peter going through the whole thing, which would be. I know his last name. I was just saying Peter, but it's okay. Peter Duran. We'll be going through it. It's really good. I am running into a really bad situation in that I don't have an iPhone cord and my phone's gonna die. So Mantis, I know this is your, like, literally the training wheels are on with Twitter right now. If I turn you over to Doman, who's a very nice person, could you guys run the Q&A? And I apologize for this, but I'm like down to 5%. I'm gonna lose you like in a second.
Yeah, no problem. I guess we're gonna cancel the Dish with Fish, and we'll have the meeting with Mantis. It's the new show.
The meeting with Mantis. I love that, dude. That's fucking awesome. All right, hey dudes, I'm really sorry. Doman, can you take care of him?
Absolutely.
And do a little motherhood? All right, a little motherhood would be wonderful. That's really cool. All right, thanks you guys. I truly appreciate it. I'm sorry. I really thought my battery would last longer, but evidently on speaker I'm dying.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll talk to you
Jeff,
guys
you need
later.
a new phone.
Mantis, if you don't have 200 by the end of your interview today, I'm gonna be pissed.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. See you, buddy. Bye-bye.
All righty. Mantis, hi, this is Axel.
Hey.
Very briefly, thank you very much for taking the time today.
yeah.
Much
Yeah, you
appreciated,
bet.
and we'll be happy to cover for Jeff. Hey, quick thing for you, given the fact that you've now spent some time in Denmark and the likes, and have seen the Northern Theatre, Tercom North, as it was once called, a bit better. The Ukrainians have a significant task with their airspace. It is a massive border. Even if they win the war quicker than anybody would currently guess, and I do hope that they will, still, in future, NATO airspace, vis-a-vis what we can call Mordor or the evil empire, however you want to call the Russian Federation at that time, will have increased substantially in terms of line of contact and airspace. AirCap already has a challenge. The Northern Air Force, quite literally between Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and the likes.
Yeah.
How much more integration is already into AirCap training? Because that much already into AirCap training. Because that,
Yeah, I mean, I'm my guess is that's just totally, that's totally really it's a political question, not really a military question. The NATO air policing mission, it's not an air defense mission. It's an air policing mission, which is different, and that's, as you know, it's been ongoing for a long, long time. You mentioned the recent announcement with the Nordic countries creating kind of a group to manage and support each other. I think that's great. Having been in Denmark, I'd say I have nothing but respect for the Danish military, especially their air force. And there's some obviously some strong partners up there. So something like that doesn't detract from NATO. It's very complementary when nations like work together in the Baltic Sea. It's very complementary to NATO. It helps our cohesion. So I am a big fan of that. But specifically with Ukrainian doing Air Force, prior to February, that was just not politically supportable. And I think now having we're just not, I think, there politically to do that type of thing. Are they capable? Are the Ukrainians capable of it? My personal opinion, and I can discuss some of my time with you working with the Ukrainian Air Force. They definitely have the will and the skill to do it. They just don't have the equipment and the kind of the golden chariots that we do.
and it takes quite some time to actually train up all the supply chain and the maintainers. Now,
Yeah, yeah.
Jeff and I discussed this many times, and I like when he came up in autumn with the concept of not just the flying tigers, which we've been advocating before, but also actually creating what is a privately managed or privately supported maintenance setup. Could Poland be a location? Could Romania be a good location for depot level maintenance in case we actually serve them up with proper 4th gen Western fighters?
I don't know how that all would work out. Once again, I think that's in a military sense. If it's a purely military question, and one that's like, hey, the military process to maintain a fighter fleet that Ukraine flies, that seems like a very logical answer, especially if they're F-16s, because Poland has F-16s, Romania does as well. But that is a pure political question, and on the political side, the air domain has been the thing that has been sluggish. It has been sluggish. So, can that happen? Is that a smart solution? Militarily, logistically, probably. It's probably the best solution, but politically, will that happen? Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should not have asked rhetorical questions, but then again, I think you and I both agree very easily on this one. The question is now day 396 since the re-invasion of Ukraine. 396 days.
Yeah.
I think Jeff, you, a friend of the space, gentleman Hodges, Mick Ryan, all of us, ground pounders and Air Force people, we all would have pretty much said the very same thing week or two into this. Give them the stuff they need. So that's just a political question. If it's all, this is a war. And not a single question which we're discussing is actually a military question. Isn't that strange?
It's strange, but it's also the realities in which we work, unfortunately. I think it's the military solutions are often easier to find than the political solutions and the political will. Because at the military level, especially on this topic, and especially if you're talking, F-16 specifically, that's kind of the backbone fighter of NATO. There's plenty of countries that know how to operate, plenty of maintainers, plenty of history with this. So, a military solution often is the easy thing to figure out. In this kind of case, it's always the political stuff that hampers you. But here's what I would say is, if I was to address kind of the political stuff, like I just see it as, if you agree that Ukraine has a future, that future includes an enhanced air force, and you start yesterday, right? This is not Afghanistan. We are not trying to build an air force from scratch. This is an existing air force that is more capable than people imagined and is still flying. And they have fighter pilots, they have helicopter pilots, they have transport pilots. So we're adding capability and moving them up. So yeah, the military stuff. It's like I said, I'm repeating myself, but it's easier than the political solutions.
I don't want to lead questions, but we can obviously play this very quickly. It comes to a point within a minute from now where we both will have to engage the question as to whether, if you knowingly and whilst you have the capacity to assist and help, to shortcut what can only be described as a genocide, which even the State Department, which often enough in the history of the United States has been, shall we say, slightly more ambiguous about things than anything else. If even the State Department talks about war criminals, atrocities and the likes,
Yeah.
isn't it immoral what we're doing by not doing it?
Well, I think it probably depends where you sit, and I think that in the case of,
I'm just sitting in the position that I know that we can help. You know that we can help.
Yeah.
We have the means. We know. We even say so, but we're not doing it.
Without being in those political discussions, I'm just gonna guess here and think that we're probably still trapped a little bit in this loop that we've been clinging to for a year, that, hey, if fighters can't make an impact in next week's war or next month's war, we got to work on something else, because there's so many other things we need to get, and it's whether it's tanks or this, that, and the other, ammunition. So I kind of feel that on the fighter stuff, just because the timeline that it would take to get them there, we've kicked it to the right for a year. And then every time, once again, it comes up, well, if we can't get them there, if it's not useful for next month's war, we need to focus on something that is important for next month's war. So I think
if you go to your, I agree with you, but I apologize if I intersect, because I think we're coming to the close in that regard. If you go to your oncologist and your oncologist has diagnosed you with whatever kind of cancer, and he then says, you know what, let's try this, let's try that, full well knowing what the diagnosis is, would that oncologist therefore be acting immoral?
Immoral.
Well, at least he would be sued if he were to be found, but it would definitely be immoral, wouldn't it?
Well,
I'm just asking. I mean, I'm not just asking questions. I think you and I know where this goes. If we can, if the neighbor's house is burning, you do not shutter the blinds. You do not close the window. You do not turn away. Go to the phone, check your insurance policy, talk to your insurance agent. What you do is you call 911, you race out, and go to help.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking. What my American friends in the past always have done.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess I haven't necessarily examined this specific topic in the context of, I don't really put it in like kind of a moral or immoral. It's, I don't really deem it one or the other in this case. I purely see this, based on my experience, as a policy decisions that are making very big gambles and assumptions about future threats and the nature and the duration of this war. And I think if we've learned nothing else, we should acknowledge, this war is going to continue to surprise us. So with making a huge gamble on what's going to happen in the air domain, I wouldn't make, and that's why I would get fighters there. That's the kind of lens I look at it.
I like
That's
it.
how I kind of process
I'm with you.
it.
I'm completely with
Yeah.
you. Trust me. Absolutely, exactly with all the analysis and everything you portrayed.
Yeah.
With one add-on, I would always say,
Yeah.
and this is what a base commander of mine once said: you have to decide that you're willing to fight, and then fight. You have to be willing to win. You have
Yeah.
to know that the enemy is the enemy, and you have to name him as such. Long-winded speech, but this is what he said as a goodbye statement to us when leaving the base. I still subscribe to this. It's completely correct. And by the way, this is what Petraeus, Hodges, Patton would have said.
Yeah. Yeah, I think no, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's clear who it's clear who the bad guys are, and what's going on there. I think these topics are a better way to isolate them is to kind of focus on where the policy is breaking or what's going wrong or informing the policy. But I
How
do
can
think
we
there's
convince
I
the
do think that's
policymaker?
what's that?
How can we convince those policymakers who are sitting so much on the fence? Because you just highlighted, together with Jeff, yet again, here today, and we agree with this. I think most of us here, there's many people here who've been in this for a while. We all agree that it's doable, but how big of a difference does it make? If NATO doctrine always says we need to gain air superiority, we at least have to have air parity. How big of a difference would aviation assets, fourth generation fighters, multi-role fighters make? And how do we convince politicians to understand how big that difference is?
Yeah, well, I think that's really coming. The people that are best in a position to do that are the folks that are in the combatant commander through NATO. I mean, those are the folks where the kind of military advice meets kind of the politics and the policy. I have the same sense you do from reading the discussions and reading what's put out there. My sense is from what's in open source media is a lot of folks on the military side would support Ukraine's getting F-16s or a fourth gen fighter. I don't know what else it will take to convince them that it's the right thing to do. Now, having said that, there have been, I think, some shifts. You saw recently that some Ukrainian pilots were in the U.S. for an assessment of their ability to fly fighters. Fly fighters. I think that's a good step. I think that's a sign that things may be trending in the right direction. But without being on the inside, I really can't offer much to what those deliberations are and what those discussions are. Other than my own belief, as yours, they've been going on for too long, and my belief that we're making a huge gamble on the nature and the duration of this war, and the longer we wait, the quicker we could be surprised by something else.
100%. We're inviting danger. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Let's go to a few more hands from our audience, if you don't mind. We have Nancy, then Latham, and I think it's Lexicon and whatever. Nother. What's it? Another Alex Ferguson fella after. Nancy, please.
Hi, yeah, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate this information. And I'm just going to ask one of those stupid layperson questions since I'm thinking out of the box here. When it comes to flight suits and the focus on Nomex, the one thing I started wondering is what are the thermal protective rating differences between what aviators would use and what racing drivers and their teams would use for those racing series that change fuel. I'm just thinking you wouldn't be able to use those gaudy type of uniforms obviously on a mission, but would equipment like that or the similarly rated undergarments be of any assistance and provide maybe a larger population of contributors?
Yeah, it's interesting you said that because a few months ago when I was talking with the Ukrainian Air Force headquarters, I was like, "Hey, what kind of stuff do you need?" And they're like, "Our helicopter guys need balaclavas like Formula One racers." So I was like, "Ah, okay." So I went to a manufacturer of NASCAR in the U.S., a manufacturer, I think it was RaceQuip, and said, "Hey, here's what I'm doing. Can you offer me a discount?" They were very, very generous and gave me a great discount on their product, and that is what Ukrainian Air Force helicopter pilots currently have because it's racing gear. So yeah, you're thinking, you're exactly right, and you're thinking the right way. The challenge with the jackets and the flight suits, they're just a different. I haven't found anything, whether a firefighter or a race car driver or anything like that, that is that would work for the pilots with all the pockets and everything they need. That is done in a scale and a price that that is useful. But you're exactly right, and that's exactly how and why I went down the route of getting race car driver balaclavas for helicopter pilots.
Quick follow-up, if I may, then. That makes a lot of sense, particularly since those balaclavas are rated comparable to the suits. And yeah, the suits themselves wouldn't have that practicality. And I don't know about gloves, but I know that they are required to have balaclavas, gloves, socks, and of course the racing shoes would probably be useless as well. But I didn't know if those other undergarments would be relevant as well.
Yeah, maybe some of them. Most of the guys, if you wear like a kind of a cotton shirt, cotton t-shirt, cotton underwear underneath the Nomex or Aramid flight suit or flight jacket. Yeah, you're right on the. And actually, the boots, you just get leather boots because those can protect you from fire. But I've been around Ukrainian aviators many times. Just a few weeks ago, I was around a bunch, and you can see what they have. It's polyester and stuff that, boy, if you get in an accident with polyester, it burns straight to the skin. So, but yeah, you are exactly spot on. And when I'll be honest with you, when the Ukrainian Air Force said, "Hey, like Formula One, balaclava is like Formula One," I was like, ah, so good thinking.
Yeah, I've got some friends who have retired from IMSA racing series, not drivers, but actually working for IMSA. So I'll reach out to them and see if they've got other companies that they could recommend for balaclavas or things like that, if that would be of help.
Yeah, that would. I would appreciate if you want to reach out to me over Twitter. Definitely, that would be helpful. I'm always interested because I can easily push it to the guys and say, "Hey, would you be interested in it?" I've sent them test equipment, and I said, "Hey, can you test this out to see how it fits, how it would fit in the aircraft?" And then they come back and they give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, and then I move from there. So I'm always interested in hearing people's solutions because as a military guy of 25 years, I get really ingrained in how the U.S. does it, but I understand that there's a lot more ways to skin this cat with fire resistant gear. So I'm always open. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patton.
Hey, thanks. And thanks for coming up. It's been, Mantis, it's been really interesting listening to you. I've spent the last few minutes trying to figure out where to start, and there are hands. So I'll take one stab. I'll take one stab at the first question that I think is kind of based on what I've heard from Ukrainian pilots over the last year. I think is probably a critical area, and you've touched on it. It's kind of the air-to-air side of it. The Russian propaganda really emphasizes that that combat air patrol capability that they have. You know, I'm thinking of the Su-35, MiG-31, R-77-37 combination. That, as far as I know, they have had some success in downing some Ukrainian aircraft. So my first question to you about that is, how seriously do you assess that threat as being? And do you know? I get the sense the Ukrainian pilots do take it seriously. And what would an F-16 with and variants of AMRAAM I think would matter about countering that? How would that combination on the Western side be effective in combating that threat?
Yeah, that's a good question. And once again, I see a lot of the same stuff. Obviously, everybody else says. You know, you see a lot of at least low level Su-25s, helicopter rocket lofts, and stuff like that. So those guys are operating down at low altitude. I assume that's my assumption is that's some type of combination of keeping away from the ground-based air defenses, but also trying to stay low and maybe undetected by the long-range fighters. But it kind of goes back to a little bit. So I said something earlier about munitions, and the best way to not get hit by a threat is stay out of it. So to me, it kind of depends on what you think the mission is that those F-16s or 4th-gen fighters will be doing. If you want to, if your emphasis is on precision standoff munitions, then you have a capability to launch, and stay away from some of those air threats that are posed by Russia. So I think there's one aspect of it is munition, and you can stay away and preserve range away from those threats that might be able to shoot you down. So in the air to ground sense, I think this is more of a it's more of a munition discussion about what F-16s and other aircraft could do. On the air to air side, yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I'm definitely not going to want to understate the threat. And it goes into kind of obviously a long conversation about air to air employment, but if you're going to you're going to have to get through you have to go through a lot of threats if you want to do some air to air fighting with some of those Russian aircraft, both surface to air threats and air to air. So, in my opinion, once again, when we have this discussion about what these fighters can do, to me, it's air defense in kind of central and western Ukraine, places where it's more permissive. You can maybe shoot down some cruise missiles. You can shoot down some drones. You can get folks experience with F-16s. The next thing we're talking about is employing air-to-ground munitions, because I think that's a big benefit. Obviously, there's a lot of artillery here, but I mean, there's nothing that's a 2,000-pound JDAM, right? That would be a huge capability against certain targets. So to me, it's more of at least the initial edge is more of an air defense role. You focus on air-to-ground capabilities with standoff precision munitions. And the other thing I would say is, and this is once again just my opinion, a lot of folks talk about close air support. If Ukrainians had an F-16 or a 4th-gen fighter, I'm sure they would figure out a way within their system, because they're very competent and very good at it. They would find a way to employ ordnance in close proximity to their friendly forces. It would not look like how NATO does it. So I would just caution people to kind of maybe not mirror image exactly how we would employ F-16s. I think the Ukrainians would figure that out, especially for a mission like CAS. But to get back to your question is, I think there's a lot of things the F-16s or a 4th-gen fighter would do on the front end of being flown by Ukraine, whether it's air defense or whether it's strike, before they start doing a lot of air to air. Just my opinion.
Doman and Mockers, is it okay if I ask a follow up?
Go for it, Latin.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that answer. The only other thing that right now comes to mind is on the Russian side, we see quite a bit of them throwing a lot of their tactical aviation. You've mentioned the Su-25s. They seem to have been really thrown into the battle, and especially in some of these locations like Bakhmut, they've been experiencing losses. But do you think it's fair to say that, because that's kind of our assessment here among the aviation guys, and by the way, I think you're going to be invited into that aviation group pretty soon on this space. Anyways, our perception is that the more advanced assets that they have, again, going to things like Su-35, Su-34, that they've kind of been sitting back a little more. There seems to be some they're being much more hesitant with those platforms. Do you agree with that assessment, and any thoughts on why that might be?
Like I think, my personal opinion, I think it comes down to munitions and sensor issue. These guys are dropping, and I think you're an aviator by background, but these guys are probably like an Air Force we were in Desert Storm, right? And to effectively employ air-to-ground munitions, they have to get in close and lower altitude to be successful, right? So if they're standing off, it's because they can't afford to get close, and there's maybe not a target on the ground that is worth their Su-35. So I think that's what it is. If they had the munitions to employ at a longer range, I think we'd see them more active. But when you're kind of munitions, when you have a long range munitions deficit off your tactical aircraft, I think I would probably hold back too.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to preemptively welcome you to the Doolittle Air Wing. If you don't know what that is yet, you will soon.
Okay. Hey, Doman, can I just take a few? I know I got 5 minutes left, but one thing I think a perspective I can offer is kind of what I did with the Ukrainian Air Force prior to February 2022, and I think that will give just some kind of background that I think may be useful to folks here.
Absolutely. And to be clear, you say 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes on your end, fine. But if you think it's because of us, no, we have another hour for you, up to another hour for you, if you want to take it. You're at 181 right now, so I think you need a little bit longer to push it up to 200. Yeah, but yes, please go ahead. I think that's a really important piece of content.
Yeah, I think it will give some insight that you may not hear about a ton, and it's my own personal observations, and I think it'll help kind of give a sense of on the ground who these guys are. Because I was very surprised. So the first time I worked with the Ukrainian military was around 2018. There was an Air Force exercise called Clear Sky. It's come up in the media over the last year. It was Clear Sky 18, where we went to multiple locations in Ukraine. The California Air National Guard brought in F-15s, C-130. On the Ukrainian side, they had the Su-27s, MiG-29s, Su-24s, Mi-8s, and then they had AN-26s too. So we had participation from pretty much every airframe in the Ukrainian Air Force. We also had UAVs, cyber, medical, search and rescue. So it was a very, I'd say it was a very wide breadth of kind of training, individual training events that we accomplished back in 2018. And as folks on here, the aviation folks know, the California National Guard, both on the Army and the air side, have had a long-standing relationship with the Ukrainian military. I think they celebrated 30 years recently of their state partnership program. So they've had a lot of contact on the Air Guard side over the years. So my position on that was I was in a small U.S.-Ukrainian team that focused on kind of evaluating the exercise, deriving lessons learned, writing an after-action report, and because of that, I was able to travel almost to all the operating locations. It was really great to kind of observe and interact with everybody from all sides and specialties. And here's the part that I really kind of want to impress. And I'm a huge Ukraine fan, but I want to make sure that people understand I'm being as objective as I can here. The exercise was very eye-opening for me personally. Frankly, I was pretty shocked. By this time in 2018, I had so many interactions around the world, the Pacific, Central Asia, Europe, with officers and enlisted from so many militaries, right? Including a lot of them that had a basis in former Soviet equipment, doctrine, but more importantly, that military mentality. So going into Ukraine in 2018 to work with their Air Force, I had this certain preconceived notion of what I was going to find, right? High amounts of rigidity, lack of autonomy, the unwillingness to have an open dialogue. A lot of times, especially with former Soviet militaries, you'll see kind of a hiding of weakness, overestimation of their capabilities, aversion, all these things that I had a very, say, glass half empty perspective on what I was going to find. And when I got there, I encountered the exact opposite. And I'm not afraid to say that I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit kind of how wrong I was, because they were a very professional force. This is 2018, very focused, very dedicated on their mission. We had open and frank conversations with the Ukrainian Air Force. They asked super great questions. They admitted fault. They could acknowledge weakness, which are all important things to how you get better at doing air power. And they could adapt and kind of stretch their tactics and techniques and procedures to the extent that their equipment allowed to. So once again, to kind of sum that up, like, there's zero doubt in my mind back then that these guys had the will and skill and love of their country as an American aviator or many NATO airmen that I've worked with, and they were super happy to have us there. So once again, in short, I was blown away. I've been surprised by a lot of things over the last year, but when I saw the reports about, hey, Ukrainians performing well at Patriot training, pilots performing well during the evaluation that they did in the Southwest, those are no surprise to me, and I didn't have any different expectations. And so the next time I worked with the Ukrainians was in 2019. I was assigned to NATO at the time, and they had a mobile training team going there to work with Ukrainian forward air controllers. And for folks on the audience that don't know what a forward air controller is, they're not JTACs, what we have, but they're folks that are basically with the ground forces who coordinate the employment of air power on the ground. And so I was working with Ukrainian Air Force, Army, and actually a Navy FAC too. And again, just as I had the year previous, same impressions. I mean, super professional, ask great questions. But the part that stuck with me is I had worked with some of these same guys previously, these forward air controllers, and these guys showed up with all the materials we brought. They had been studying. They hadn't just forgot everything they learned from Clear Sky, and they were building on what they knew, and not letting their skills atrophy. So I know these are just a few small data points from 2018 and 2019, but once again, I think they're useful to some. And for me, when I went back and realized, hey, why was my preconceived notions of the Ukrainian Air Force so wildly off in 2018? And I think what the biggest factor was, these guys had been at war since 2014, that a war that was largely forgotten and kind of below the noise level in Europe and America. And these guys were fighting, right? Even though it wasn't heavy air, they were taking it seriously and they were developing their capability, and they were improving on that. So, what I would I offer that little bit of insight to pass along. I think this advice, that just like I did in 2018, if you're looking at the Ukrainian Air Force or the Ukrainian military from kind of February 2022 to now, what you're doing is you're kind of buying a book and only reading the last chapter, right? You kind of got to go back to 14 and see all the things they've done and all the evolution and why they're doing as good as they are today. Some of it you could say is poor Russian performance, but how the Ukrainians are doing so well isn't luck. They were really at this and really training hard in those years leading up to February. So I know that was a little bit of a long story, but and it's anecdotal and it's very personal, and I'm one guy, but I at least wanted to give folks that kind of insight into at least my interactions working with them prior to February 2022.
Thank you, Mantis. I think that's really insightful. On that point, I'd like to introduce you to another one of the aviators who frequent this space, Hop. You can introduce yourself.
Hey there, welcome to the space. Your stuff is deep and fascinating, and I'm really enjoying it. I have a comment and a question. As a former naval aviator, spent some time debriefing and cross-decking operating with some of our Asian counterparts, and it was nice to hear that it sounds like during the debrief process you didn't have to tiptoe around and save face. If you could call it like you saw it, and if you had something that was irrefutable and either on a mission tape or playing back in the ASWAC we used to use, or wherever you would do your playbacks.
Yeah.
You didn't have to couch it and make excuses so that some moderately senior officer didn't end up with egg on his face. And people don't realize how hard it is to teach and debrief if you have to maintain certain I'll just call them Western sensibilities in
Yeah.
order to make. And I always felt like I would come away from those things wondering if the lesson had been heard.
Yeah, I will tell you, at least from my experiences, and I know the California National Guard has had a ton of contact over the years. It's not theater. It's what you would expect from a debrief.
We used to call it we used to call it, even if it wasn't with the Japanese, we used to call it the Japanese tea ceremony when we would go in for debrief. My question was, and I'm sorry I joined a little bit late, so you may have covered this already, and if so, just tell me. What kind of adaptations are we seeing from the Russian side what have they learned? I mean, on the aviation side, are they still slamming their head against the cinder blocks, or are they becoming a little bit more nuanced? I heard about you're talking about their lack of precision guided munitions and their inability to work from a standoff standpoint. So that makes it even that much more critical if you're having to get into the phone booth with the other guy.
Mhm.
What, if anything, have they learned? And are we seeing from them? And I don't feel like it's an operationally sensitive question because they already know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a time in a day that I was much smarter on those kind of questions, and now I'm driving around Ukraine handing out IFACs to sniper schools. So take my comments with a grain of salt. There's probably people on this channel that can answer that question a lot more thoroughly than I can, and have probably have a little bit more focus on it. But to me. I don't see, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't see a ton of, as much as we used to early on, losses of fighters on the Russian side. I think I saw one maybe a week ago, a video one. I didn't look too closely, but I think if there's a lesson to be learned is, and I hate to keep going back and beating this drum. To me, it once again it comes back to kind of munitions. Like, do you want to lose? Do you want to lose an expensive fighter dropping a dumb bomb? Or do you just want to hang back and let things kind of happen on the ground? I mean, they'd have a lot of catching up to do, I think, if they're going to integrate more precision air-to-ground munitions. But once again, that's just my guess. So you can also, they may have learned lessons, but at the end of the day, they also may just sit there and be frustrated, right? We don't have the munitions maybe that we need, or at least the number of precision missions we need. We have to get too close. Maybe the integration isn't there, right? They probably have cadres of folks that are probably good, at stick and throttle because, they had guys working in Syria a long time. But, comparing Syria to Ukraine is kind of like comparing apples to cats in terms of the threat environment. So I'm probably not answering your question, but I once again, for me personally, just my guess, I feel like a lot of this is munitions driven, and the fact that they don't have the munitions they need to make a difference on the battlefield, and to get in close, they probably have not really trained for a seed mission and executing that in a way that was sound. So probably didn't answer your question, but that's kind of my thoughts.
Well, actually, I feel like you kind of did. In a sense, we used to spend time in my old job, which was mostly hunting submarines. Yeah, you would look for the null and the void sometimes for the answer, and I think the null slash void in this case is their inability to adapt. That speaks volumes. I'm sure they know what to do. They're just unable to do it. And I can't imagine the level of frustration when you're briefing to go up, say you're a frog foot guy, and you're getting ready to to do a two ship up to the port area, and you're thinking, I'm gonna go do this for what? Just because they think there's some artillery on the other side, or or
Yeah.
a company-sized group of individuals that might be in this building. I just can't even imagine having to swallow that pill day after day, twice a day. So,
Yeah, and I think there's my guess is there's a certainly a cadre of experienced, smart tactical aviators on the Russian side. They're probably more trained on the air-to-air stuff. But I mean, we're talking about. I might probably get my generations wrong, but you're talking about kind of Gen Z and is it Gen Z and Gen X air crews. But at the end of the day, when you have munitions that were fielded by boomers, right? There's only so much you can do, no matter um, how creative you are. So I'm sure there's more to it, but to me, I always kind of always kind of come back around, and I think about that kind of terminal area, like how are they changing things in the battlefield? That's a munition. That's not necessarily the platform, and I think if you're shooting rockets and dropping dumb bombs in this war, then it kind of tells you something.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Lex Econ, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks so much. This is a great session. Just as pretty general, well, I don't know. Anyway, we often hear that the West is afraid, or anyway, Ukraine's allies think maybe that the Russians are holding something back. And it's usually in terms of air power they talk, because nobody can understand what the Russians are doing with their superior air power. But is it just some nonsense somebody's saying, or is there any possibility the Russians have something airwise that they could be holding back? Thank you.
Mhm. No, I think there's one aspect, and I think I covered it a little bit earlier, but to a different question. There is something happening in the air domain, right? You do have Russian strategic aviation that is shooting cruise missiles. You do have drones, so there are things that are affecting Ukraine that are happening in the air domain, even in the absence of dogfights and stuff like that. So you could say that the Russian Air Force, the strategic aviation guys, seem to be involved on their side. They do have, I think, as I understand, a sizable force, but they also have to. They still have a big country, and historically they've always been um, always had difficulty defending their borders and such. So, are they holding things back, or I'm not. I'm not. My gut feel is there's probably not stuff that they're holding back. They may have the airframes, but once again, back to the capability. Is there some kind of capability they're holding back on the tactical aviation side? I don't. I don't know what it would be. Um, I think the things that they're working on the aviation side is the strategic side, and those things have had an impact in Ukraine with the cruise missiles. But I would also say this: a little bit of history about the Ukraine Air Force. After the breakup of the former Soviet Union, Ukraine was the only republic, other than Russia itself, that operated strategic aviation. They flew Tu-160s, Tu-22s, and Tu-95s. They were the only ones. So strategic aviation is something that Ukraine, even though they don't have it now, they understand well. And so I think when that helps them in the defense against some of these things, because they know what it takes to employ strategic aviation. But that's just kind of a little side thing. So in short, God, if they're holding something back, I don't know what it'd be. I think the only thing they're holding back is maybe numbers, because I know they do have a lot of fighters that could be used, but unless there's some massive supply of precision, long range standoff munitions, which I don't think is the case, then I don't think there's much to hold back.
Or any training that they may be doing. I guess they have attrition and aging of pilots as well, but that's not exactly, anyway, maybe they.
Yeah, but I think you could train, but once again, you could have an aircraft that is very sophisticated with air-to-air capabilities. It could do that type of mission, whether it's offensive counter-air, defensive counter-air, and shoot down aircraft great. And I'm sure that they have great capabilities for that. But at the end of the day, if this is focused on the ground campaign, I think you could train all day long. But once again, if you don't have the munitions to keep you away, either in range or altitude, from the Ukrainian threats, I think you still have a problem. I think you're stuck.
Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. And just to give you a little bit of an update, we're to 193, so just 7 to go to Colonel Jeff's goal. And let's go to another Alex.
Hey there. Yeah, so I'm going to follow on. I can't remember whose question it was about the Nomex race suits. Well, Nomex is just a brand name of a meta-aramid fiber, and a family of them, actually, and there are many of them. But in the UK, there are companies who will make bespoke race suits, and they can also do them with various textiles and fabrics. Now, they may be facing a similar sort of threat, essentially in a car crash, as a pilot will, but they inevitably have to pass another test standard, because everyone likes having their own test standards. But if you do know what the requirements are, or test standards for AFU pilots, then it's essentially there'll be an off-the-shelf solution somewhere. You're like, right, I need this fabric, this many layers, this GSM, and this will then pass said test method. So I just thought I'd point it out there that there are people who can custom make materials, and if they know the test method that they need to pass, I mean, frankly, the Ukrainians may just take anything. But if they know the test method they need to pass, then it's probably a case of looking up what is the off-the-shelf solution. Because there are like solutions for applique armor for vehicles. I need to defeat SANAG level whatever. Fine, you put this much aramid down. And also, if you are looking at that, there's a NAFO fella, not NATO, in case you're not familiar with NAFO, by the name of Slavic Squat Pup. And he is actually making aramid balaclavas for Ukrainian tank crews and people like that. And the way he does it is you buy a balaclava for him, like a recreational one, and then he uses some of the money from that to then make aramid balaclavas and other items. So he might be a guy to get in contact with, because he has a company that makes clothing. He's obviously quite keen to help Ukraine. And there are people like me who, have done testing for people like the US Office of Naval Research, who can maybe help interpret standards. So I'm just going to point out that maybe some of these custom guys could be a little help for you.
Yeah, thank you. Because I'm kind of, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of a little bit with this specific project. Before I went on my last trip to Ukraine, I was talking to guys. Hey, what are you looking for? What do you need? And need flight suits. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Let me look into this. So my kind of first journey on this project was, I'm an old Air Force guy. I know Air Force people. Let me just work my personal network to see what shakes out of the trees, right? And then as I progressed from that, I've gone to manufacturers. I've asked for discounts and donations and things like that. Because a new flight suit, which I can get for $200, is just cost prohibitive, right? I'm I guess kind of a one-man Marshall plan. Because it's a very kind of low scale and it's just personal.
Well, this is where someone like Slavic could help, because he is selling clothes and then using that money. So he's got the network. He knows how to make clothes and sell them. And if he can use that to then be like, right, we're now doing flight suits. You buy this much stuff and I give a flight suit to Ukraine, kind of thing.
And I'm going to forget it. Can you do me a favor? Can you send an email to me? It's listed on Twitter there. With this guy's name, you said
Slavic Squat Pup. He's actually in a space in about, I almost certainly he'll be in a space in about 2 hours and 40 minutes. But
okay.
Not a Maria space. It's Mum and Mindy, but I can send you a link and I can send his contacts.
Yeah, I would be happy to look at that. I look at any kind of options Once again, I'm kind of on the leading edge. I've done my first delivery. I'm going to have another delivery here in a few weeks. But I know that my personal network of people with stuff in the garage or hanging in their closet, that's going to run dry. So I'm trying to look ahead to find better ways.
Excellent. Email it is, right? That's probably the best way. I think Mantis is still getting to grips with Twitter and nearing 24 hours of Twitter residency. So this will take a few minutes.
I'd just say I think NAFO would probably fund that pretty quickly. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the NAFO fellas, Mantis, but yeah, we're pretty good at funding stuff.
Okay. No, that's
So when you're in Twitter for a bit, you will see a bunch of people with sort of cartoon Shiba Inu dog avatars. That's NAFO, the North Atlantic Fella Organization.
I see it.
And they're strong supporters of Ukraine. If you scroll down through the avatars of the listeners here, you'll see many dozens and possibly hundreds with different kind of get-ups. And it's a well, the Russians say that it's a CIA influence operation. But in reality, it's just normal people who, really don't like genocide. Who would have thought that such people would exist without the CIA having to organize them? Shocking, isn't it? Mockers.
Yeah, my brother is in aircraft safety, and I've passed your information on to him. He may contact you. He's called Arthur.
Okay.
So if somebody called Arthur contacts you, pasty white boy, then that'll be my brother. And he does work in aircraft safety. He's one of very few people that can do whatever he does. I don't know what it is, but he goes and signs off aircraft for safety so that they can fly, obviously. And so he may know a few people. Let's just say that.
And I will know them too, because he'll be a CAA inspector here if he's in the UK, and he will come and give people like me, who are called heads of design by aviation regulators, a very hard time. But yeah, someone who understands those standards from the military perspective would be useful.
No, thank you very much. Like I said, I think I've kind of described my journey with this project. But I think my superpower here is not that I understand safety ratings of this. I think my superpower here is that I can travel to Ukraine and actually just hand to the end user. So anything that helps things get into my hands, it doesn't matter what color, what camouflage, one or two piece, you name it. If it can help keep guys safe and people are interested in helping me get it into their hands, like again, my superpower is from Krakow into Ukraine, direct to those guys.
Excellent. Well, if I can sort anything out with him, I will.
No, thank you very much.
That's absolutely fantastic. See, hopefully we got not just, and I can announce this now, over 200. As well as hopefully some people who will find some flight gear. I actually got a question from one of our listeners from across the pond. Can you walk us kind of through the outfit of a fighter pilot? Because to people who aren't fighter pilots, this is kind of unfamiliar. Is starting, let's say, with the underwear, shoes, things that are the last to mind.
Yeah, I mean, a fighter pilot. At least I'll talk to the U.S. stuff. A lot of times you'll have patent, leather, or you could have a fire-resistant material for the boots. Right? You normally don't want to wear anything that's made of polyester or nylon. That can burn and stick to the skin. So you have the boots. Fighter guys typically will wear a single piece flight suit. You've seen this in Top Gun, that kind of sage green flight suit. That's a one piece, a big long zipper up the front with pockets all over it. A lot of folks in there, because of all the time we spent in Iraq and Afghanistan, there's a tan version. The Ukrainians wear that as well, right? So whether it's sage green or tan or a British flight suit, it really doesn't matter. And then depending, at least on the US side, there's two different models of jacket. One is a winter and one is a summer weight jacket. So they'll wear that over the top of the flight suit if they need it. And then it's a minor requirement. If people have helmet bags, I like to get those because they can carry all their stuff in it. There's a difference between U.S. fighter pilots have a smaller helmet, so our helmet bags really don't work for them. So what I try to find is the actual helicopter helmet bags because they're larger and they can fit the fighter pilot helmets. And then on the helicopter side, I'll tell you what the Ukrainians have. I mean, it's a complete hodgepodge of stuff. From what I have observed and seen, very few guys have anything that is good for fire safety. But there's a two-piece. You'll see a lot of helicopter crews wear a two-piece flight suit, and you wouldn't really notice a difference from another guy walking around in uniform, other than the materials that are used to construct that two-piece flight suit. And if it's, they also once again can use balaclavas, especially if it's cold, and then boots just the same. But what it comes down to is just those materials that either the one or two piece flight suits and the flight jackets are made of. They don't burn to the skin because you can get with polyester and everything else. It's really bad in the case of a fire.
Thank you very much. Helmets. So they have to have their own helmets because it's somehow integrated into the plane. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, they have their own helmets. They're once again, you can see pictures. Significantly, I would say, larger than the U.S. Helmets.
All right. Thank you very much. Is part of the reason why you need all of this stuff, why they need this stuff, is because they're somehow consumables in a way? After a while, do they not work properly? Is that part of the reason why? Or is it primarily because there are just so many more pilots when many return from civilian duty or civilian jobs back into the Air Force?
I think it's a combination of a few factors. First, frankly, they just never had it. Being around their Air Force since, once again, before February, and then the times I meet with them now, you see guys, and it's a lot of stuff that was given to them as gifts from British aviators or American aviators or whoever. It's either gifts or stuff that they were able to buy on their own. But to get a flight suit, once again, I would say on a good day, $200 US. That is a significant chunk, if not all, of a monthly salary. So guys have stuff that they just get that's not fire resistant. So I think it's a combination of A, they never had it. B, you have more guys now that need it. And it's not necessarily consumable. Once again, the fibers that I've talked to before I went on this path, I talked to an airfield or a specialist in aircrew flight equipment, and it's not necessarily that there's